Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
President, I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
And we'll move to private senators' bills, and I call the clerk.
Private senators' bills ordered the day number 8. Lobbying, Improving Government Honesty and Trust Bill 2025. Resumption of motion to be moved for the second reading.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. Do I need to move the motion, or I move the motion? Thank you, Deputy President. I rise today to speak to the Improving Government Honesty and Trust Bill. And I start by acknowledging that this bill was first introduced into the other place by the member for Kooyong, Dr. Monique Ryan. This bill is about an issue that cuts to the core of how decisions are made in this country: lobbying and the urgent need to reform the way that it's regulated. It's not always visible to the public. It rarely dominates headlines, but it influences everything that happens in this place, from how policies are shaped to which voices are heard and which are ignored. Before I was elected as a senator, I, like so many Australians, was deeply frustrated by politics. I was disappointed by government decisions that made little sense. Frustrated that often policies and decisions seem to ignore communities and evidence-based policy, seem to ignore what the best and brightest, the experts, the scientists were telling us. I was a little perplexed at how powerful voices often seemed to win out while ordinary Australians struggled to be heard. When I arrived in Parliament, part of the reason became very clear: a system of influence that operates behind closed doors, protected by outdated rules and a lack of transparency. Lobbying plays a legitimate and vital role in a democracy. We need experts, we need community groups, advocates to inform policy and raise concerns. And I welcome them into this place. But that role must be open and accountable, not concealed behind legal loopholes and privileged access. What we have today is anything but open or accountable. A recent report from Transparency International Australia found that federal lobbying rules are the worst in the country, scoring just 17 out of 100. Could I get some water? Is that all right? When compared to a score of 75 for Queensland, it's pretty clear how weak they are here at a federal level. Thank you. Other jurisdictions require publishing of ministerial diaries, have an independent watchdog, and lobbying laws with teeth. But the most striking failure of federal lobbying rules is that 80% of lobbyists are not even considered lobbyists. Most Australians assume that corporate government relations teams from companies like Qantas, Woodside, Santos and others are regulated as lobbyists, but they're not. And talking to people that I represent, when I talk about this, they're shocked and appalled that this is the status quo in Canberra. And what about industry peak bodies, who clearly are trying, on behalf of their members, to speak to the government, to put forward their views, to lobby? The Australian energy producers, who represent the gas industry, or the Pharmacy Guild, they're not even considered lobbyists either. These groups should have access. These views are important, but these groups should not be excluded from the Federal Lobbying Register and Code of Conduct. They face no obligation to disclose meetings or report their activities. They can be granted a sponsored pass to this building, and no one is required to say who they are, who gave them access, or for what purposes. These lobbyists can walk into a minister's office unannounced, while community organisations wait weeks for a response to a meeting request, if they get one at all. At any given time, over 1,500 individuals hold all access passes to Parliament House. In the last Parliament, the estimates before the election I asked, and there were over 2,000 sponsored pass holders to this building, and that excludes staff, volunteers, family. Clearly, I think they don't need to be made public, but when it comes to sponsored pass holders for organisations, for companies, for industry groups, there is a very strong argument that they should. Because we currently don't know their names. We don't know which MPs or senators sponsored them, and we certainly don't know who they're meeting with and what decisions they are having with decision makers. This isn't oversight. This is not accountability. It's a system built for insiders, not the public, and we need to and can change that. The need for reform is urgent. We need a single, comprehensive lobbying register that covers all lobbyists, including those who work in-house for powerful organisations, corporations, and other groups. We need meaningful rules, not a code of conduct so weak that it's been described as dishwater. We need real enforcement and serious consequences for those who breach them. Asking at estimates, it seems like the worst thing that can happen if you breach the lobbying code of conduct is a 3-month holiday from lobbying, which doesn't stop you from accessing the building with a sponsored pass. You just can't be a lobbyist. In other similar jurisdictions, there are civil, sometimes criminal penalties, as there should be for breaching privileged access and the rules around that to this building. We need transparency. We need published ministerial diaries. We need quarterly disclosures showing who lobbyists meet with, for how long, and about what. And the Senate will know full well how hard it is to get these details out of government ministers. That should be a base entry-level requirement of being a minister and working on behalf of the people of Australia, is to be transparent. Last year, I secured support for a Senate inquiry into lobbying, and it confirmed what many of us suspected. The system is fundamentally broken. But it also showed this appetite for reform, even from within the lobbying industry itself. Sadly, that appetite hasn't been matched by political will from the major parties. Repeatedly, I've seen them resist even modest changes that would make the system more transparent. And I want to acknowledge my crossbench colleagues, Senator Lambie, the Greens and others, who have repeatedly pushed for more transparency around lobbying, for the release of ministerial diaries, only to be teamed up against by the Labor Party, the Liberal Party and the National Party. And it's not hard to see why. After 3 years in this place, I've witnessed how much influence certain industries still hold, particularly gambling and fossil fuels. Lobbyists from these industries walk into ministers' offices at will. Meanwhile, public health experts, environmental scientists and community advocates are left knocking on closed doors or waiting for email responses to secure a meeting. And that's why I've brought this bill to the Senate, again acknowledging that it was introduced into the other place by the member for Kooyong. It is a practical, sensible package of reforms, and it's exactly what this Parliament needs. This bill would expand the definition of lobbyists to cover in-house staff, industry associations and consultants engaging with government. legislate a mandatory lobbying code of conduct with real penalties for misconduct, require quarterly online reporting of lobbying activity, publish ministerial diaries, ensure oversight by the NAC, and impose a 3-year cooling-off period for ministers and senior advisors before they can take lobbying jobs. These reforms are not radical. This is not a radical proposal by any means. Much of this bill is standard practice in other democracies like Canada and the UK. And it's time Australia caught up. Transparency International has highlighted the urgency of reform. They found that since 2001, almost every single federal resources minister has taken up a role in the fossil fuel sector after leaving office. They documented multiple former ministers and advisors moving straight into roles promoting gambling. Is it any wonder that meaningful regulation of these industries continues to stall? Or that reviews like the one that was led by the late Peter Murphy into gambling harm, with 31 recommendations and cross-party support, sits unanswered by the government? Who are they listening to? Who are they in here to represent? We're told the government is protecting children from social media, but what about protecting them from wall-to-wall gambling ads? We're told there's no money for environmental protection and a limited budget for social housing, and yet last term the government passed changes to the petroleum resource rent tax that have seen revenue fall rather than rise. This is unfathomable. The Parliament is becoming out of touch with the Australian people on these issues. And I urge the Senate, we can turn this around. We can actually start to implement changes like this and say, okay, we're going to be more transparent. We're going to let you see who is meeting with ministers. Because the cost of broken lobbying rules is immense. While countries like Norway are using their natural resources to build an over $2 trillion sovereign wealth fund, here in Australia, one of the biggest fossil fuel exporters in the world, we have a budget which is mainly in deficit and $1 trillion of national debt. Quite the contrast. You have to ask, imagine what we could do with all of that lost revenue. We've just had a case where the government, until they were essentially forced to do it, wouldn't release 20,000 home care packages for older Australians, seemingly because of the cost. And yet we're happy to give gas away for free. Buckle in the face of vested interests, which clearly is not in the interests of Australians now, and certainly not in the long-term interests of this country and younger Australians. Despite all this, I remain hopeful, because across the country, people are rising up and demanding better. People like Conrad Benjamin, known to many as Punters Politics, has built a following of nearly 500,000 Australians to hold the government to account. He's raised tens of thousands of dollars for billboards calling for fairer tax policy, and now he's fundraising for a people's lobbyist, someone who can represent the punters' interests here in this building day in and day out. And I think that's the kind of democratic innovation that we need more of, but it also underscores just how unequal our system has become when you have to do that to actually try and deal with the system. I want to conclude with a small but important step forward on this issue, one that I hope signals a broader cultural shift in this place. Today I am launching the Parliamentary Pass Register, a public website that brings long overdue transparency to an area of our political system that has operated in the shadows for far too long. As part of this effort, I've written to every senator and member of the House of Representatives asking them to disclose the names of individuals they sponsor for building access, the names of the people and the organisations or companies they represent who have access, all areas, passes to this building. I've asked that this information be provided by the 1st of October, giving the public, for the first time, a clear view of who holds sponsored passes and who granted them. And I'm incredibly grateful to the parliamentarians who've already responded. It's a small act, but I think it speaks volumes about a commitment to openness and trust. And I want to especially acknowledge Senator McDonald. We may hold very different views on a range of issues, but she has led by example. And I think for me, this highlights what sponsored passes should be. As a parliamentarian, if you're giving someone a sponsored pass, you should be willing to stand publicly and say, yes, this person has a legitimate reason to access this building. I'm not ashamed to give someone a sponsored pass. And for that reason, I've been disclosing my sponsored passes on my website, because I think it's a check on me too. Every time someone asks for a sponsored pass, I have to weigh it up and say, what would the people who I represent think about this? Does this align with people in the ACT? And so I thank Senator McDonald, and I thank other members from the other place who have already sent their lists, and I encourage and welcome others in this chamber to do the same. Again, lobbying is an important part of our democracy. I'm not anti-lobbyists. I just think there should be more transparency over who's accessing this building. And I think it's by doing that we will start to rebuild trust, to build more trust in the Parliament, in institutions at a time where we desperately need that. Turn on the TV. This is the time we need to rebuild trust and not continue to erode it.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, Deputy President. The government does not support this bill. At the outset, I'd just like to say that the lobbying code of conduct in existence was created by the last Labor government. When the code was established for the first time, lobbyists were required to register their activity and comply with strict rules on transparency. It was one of the many integrity measures introduced by the Rudd Labor government of the time, which also included a new code of conduct for ministerial staff. It also strengthened the ministerial code. When tabling the lobbying code at the time, in the other place in May 2008, the responsible minister, Senator John Faulkner, outlined the purpose of that code. It is instructive reading, and I commend his speech to the chamber. In May 2008, Senator Faulkner said, "The government recognises that lobbying is a legitimate activity and part of the democratic process. Lobbyists can help individuals and organisations communicate their views on matters of public interest to the government, and in doing so, improve outcomes for the individual and the community as a whole. However, there is a legitimate concern that ministers, staff and officials who are the target of lobbying activities are not always fully informed as to the identity of the people who have engaged a lobbyist to speak on their behalf. The government believes that this information can be fundamental to the integrity of its decisions and should be freely available to those who are lobbied and to the wider public. For these reasons, the Code and associated register aim to ensure government representatives know who is engaged in lobbying and whose interests are being promoted. When a third-party lobbyist contacts a government representative, including a minister, the Code requires that they confirm they are on the register and disclose whose interests they are representing. The Code also imposes an obligation on government representatives. They must not knowingly be a party to lobbying by a third-party lobbyist who is not on the register. There are penalties associated with the failure to comply with the Code, including a power for the Secretary of the Attorney General's Department to bar a lobbyist who has committed a serious breach. I acknowledge that some, like Senator Pocock, want registration obligations to extend to in-house lobbyists. There's also some who want to ban lobbying altogether. The government believes that the Code strikes the right balance, recognising the right of lobbyists to lobby, but placing conditions on the manner of third-party lobbying through mandatory registration and disclosure obligations. The Code prohibits former ministers from lobbying on matters they had official dealings with in their last 18 months in office for a period of 18 months after leaving office. This prohibition is intended to balance the benefits of individuals moving between positions in the public and private sector against the integrity risks that this may represent. The Code promotes trust in the integrity of government processes and ensures that contact between lobbyists and government representatives is conducted in accordance with public expectations of transparency, integrity and honesty, which is what all Australians expect. The Code is focused on government representatives as the decision makers within our democratic system. The Code places obligations on third-party lobbyists to increase transparency and allow government representatives to make informed decisions about lobbying activities. The Code also sits within a broader integrity and transparency framework, such as the Code of Conduct for Ministers, the Public Service Act 1999, and the APS Employment Principles, the Foreign Influence Transparency Scheme Act 2018, which also regulates lobbying activities, and of course the National Anti-Corruption Commission. The Lobbying Code is an administrative instrument. It is an executive action. For that reason, it is misconceived to expect that the Code to require disclosure of sponsored pass access to Parliament House. Parliamentarians are already expected to comply with the rules of access to Parliament House, including in relation to sponsored passes. These rules of access to Parliament House are a matter for the presiding officers. Access to official documents of government is available under the Freedom of Information Act by request, and these decisions are subject to review by the Information Commissioner and, if necessary, by the Administrative Review Tribunal. The current Freedom of Information regime is another legacy of the last Labor government. Labor abolished conclusive certificates. Labor created a three-commissioner model: an Information Commissioner, a Productivity Commissioner and a Freedom of Information Commissioner. The former Liberal government regrettably smashed that model, trying to repeal the legislation and then defunding the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner. When Labor returned to office, we reinstated the three-commissioner model as the Parliament had originally intended. The Albanese Labor government is committed to integrity, honesty and accountability in government. I do recognise Senator Pocock's advocacy for more transparency in government, and after 9 years of Liberal government, more transparency was desperately needed. The Albanese government is committed to upholding a high standard of integrity, transparency and accountability, as I've said, a standard the former government never aspired to, let alone achieve. We have already delivered a significant integrity reform agenda to restore public trust in government and strengthen standards of integrity in the federal public sector, and we have more on the way. Within months of coming to office in 2022, we established the National Anti-Corruption Commission, the single biggest reform to the integrity framework in decades. The Commission commenced operations on 1st of July 2023, a major reform of the current Labor government. We said we would get this done in the same year we were elected in 2022, and we did. We also established the Royal Commission into Robo-Debt. We implemented the Bell inquiry recommendations to improve transparency, accountability and restore public trust in Australian democracy, after Scott Morrison appointed himself to administer multiple departments without disclosure to his colleagues or the public. We have reformed Australia's system of administrative review with the creation of the Administrative Review Tribunal, a new federal administrative review body that is user-focused, efficient, accessible, independent and fair. We have re-established the Administrative Review Council, a recommendation of the Royal Commission into the Robo-Debt Scheme, which will be an expert body to monitor and advise on the operation and integrity of the Commonwealth Administrative Review System. We have strengthened provisions in the Public Service Act 1999 to make it clear that ministers cannot direct agency heads on employment matters. We have established an APS Integrity Task Force to identify gaps and opportunities to deliver system-wide integrity improvements in the Australian Public Service. We have also strengthened whistleblower protections through a first tranche of reform to the Public Interest Disclosure Act. These reforms implemented 21 of the 33 recommendations of the 2016 independent review of the Public Interest Disclosure Act by Mr Philip Moss. And we've commenced work on a second stage of reforms to ensure the Commonwealth public sector whistleblowing framework is fit for purpose. We've reinvigorated Australia's participation in the Open Government Partnership and developing a third national action plan promoting transparency and accountability in government. We have passed new laws to address challenges with detecting, investigating and prosecuting foreign bribery in Australia. And we've also passed the Respect at Work legislation, another job left half done by the former government, which now requires businesses across the country to take proactive steps to create workplaces that are safe from the risk of sexual harassment. This is a major step forward for our nation. All of this speaks to what we have done, but we have much more to do. This week, the Attorney-General introduced important reforms into the Parliament to improve the Freedom of Information system so that anonymous FOI requests are no longer permitted, genuine FOI requests are prioritised, and taxpayers' money is saved on frivolous and automated requests. Freedom of information is a vital feature of our democracy. It promotes accountability and transparency of government. It also enables Australians to access their personal information and supports the media in their important role as the fourth estate. But right now, the FOI Act is flawed and not working well for anybody, and our laws need updating. Despite successive reviews, the FOI framework is stuck in the 1980s. Before the use of email and well before the capabilities of AO were contemplated, not all of which was used for public good. In 2024, public servants spent more than 1 million hours processing FOI requests, more than 1 million hours. Modern technology is making it cheap and easy to create anonymous, vexatious and frivolous requests, tying up masses of resources through abuses of process, costing taxpayers unnecessary hundreds of thousands of dollars of money and delaying the processing of genuine requests. More fundamentally, frivolous requests divert the public servants from their core priority of delivery, and we must strike a better balance. The government looks forward to engagement across the Parliament on this important reform. In closing, I just wanted to make some additional comments about Transparency International's annual Corruption Perception Index. The Albanese government has reversed Australia's decade-long slide by lifting the country's ranking on Transparency International's annual Corruption Perception Index from 18 to 10. This didn't happen by accident. As I said earlier, we established the National Anti-Corruption Commission. We strengthened the Ministerial Code of Conduct. We have strengthened protections for whistleblowers. We have increased funding to the Australian National Audit Office. We have restored transparency to AAT appointments. We have reinstated a standalone Privacy and FOI Commissioner. and implemented the Bell inquiry recommendations. In conclusion, the Australian people voted for a government that would deliver on integrity. The Albanese government is committed to integrity, honesty and accountability in government. The government does not support this bill.
I had Senator Hodgins-May on my order of business. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak in support of the Improving Government Honesty and Trust Bill and commend Senator Pocock for bringing it before us today. When each of us enters public office, we do so to represent the communities, constituents and concerns of Australians who entrust us to act with integrity, with accountability and transparency in this place. We have no mandate to serve the corporate interests of Woodside, Santos, Sportsbet, Pfizer or Lockheed Martin. Yet the current lobbying regime gives precisely those interests disproportionate access to decision-making. Through a weak code of conduct with minimal to no consequences for poor behaviour, undisclosed ministerial meetings, minimal oversight of sponsored parliamentary passes, and a revolving door between government and industry spinning unrecorded and unchecked. I heard the government quote Transparency International, and I'm also going to quote some of their figures. Transparency International Australia's recent analysis shows the Commonwealth ranks near the bottom amongst Australian jurisdictions on transparency, enforcement and anti-corruption measures, scoring just 17 out of 100. There is no independent federal regulator to enforce lobbying rules. Over 700 registered lobbyists, more than triple the number of elected MPs, operate with minimal scrutiny. The Centre for Public Integrity has shown just how deep the link between lobbying and donations run in this country. Political donations from lobbyists have risen more than 500% since the late 1990s. More than 500% since the late 1990s, spiking into the millions during election years. And most of this money flows unchecked through donations and backroom access. Speaking of backroom access, the revolving door between this place and cushy jobs is bipartisan and systemic. Both Labor and Liberal former ministers regularly transition from regulating industry to working with it, raising legitimate concerns about conflicts of interest. Simon Birmingham, Finance Minister until 2022, is now CEO of the Australian Banking Association, just 3 years after overseeing the very industry that he now represents. Ian Macfarlane, Industry Minister until 2015, joined Woodside almost immediately after leaving office, following nearly every former resources minister into the fossil fuel sector. Josh Frydenberg, Treasurer until 2022, is now Chairman of Goldman Sachs, Australia and New Zealand. And just recently, the Australian Financial Review reported that ADNOC, the United Arab Emirates state-owned oil company, hired Prime Minister Albanese's former Chief of Staff to advise on its Santos takeover bid, while Peter Dutton's former Chief of Staff joined the same lobbying firm, TG Public Affairs. And look, these aren't isolated cases, and how do you think this instills confidence in the public that we are in here representing their public interests? These cases form a pattern. Ministers and senior advisors moving straight from regulating industries to profiting from them, while the public is left in the dark. Yet, despite all of this capital, we have a weak lobbying code with virtually no enforcement. Since 2013, there have been at least 14 confirmed breaches of the federal lobbying code, yet not a single sanction issued. Breaches have been handled informally, with no penalties beyond a slap on the wrist. That is why the Greens acknowledge the measures proposed in Senator David Pocock's bill. We must strengthen lobbying rules by expanding the register to include in-house lobbyists. We must improve transparency, restrict gifts and conflicts of interest, and extend cooling-off periods to close the revolving door between politics and industry. These steps are long overdue and would bring Australia a step closer towards international best practice. Countries like Ireland, Canada and Scotland already adopt many of these standards. The proposed measures in this bill would move the dial considerably on honesty and trust But of course, much more is needed to truly shift the balance of power in our democracy towards genuinely representing the public interest. Transparency and accountability matter, of course they do, but transparency without structural change still leaves corporations with outsized power to shape laws and policies. We must take on the fossil fuel giants and gambling companies that are holding entrenched influence over both major parties here in this parliament. Because frankly, what we are facing is state capture. And nowhere is this clearer than the fossil fuel industry's capture of successive governments in this country. In the Australian Democracy Network's report confronting state capture, they write, "The fossil fuel lobby has been an aggressive and ubiquitous presence within Australian politics for as long as these industries have existed. Its present form has been shaped in opposition to the growing urgency of the climate threat since the late 1980s, with the coal industry joined in recent decades by the rapid growth of the export gas industry." Within this report, a fossil fuel lobbyist themselves are quoted as saying, "We know more about energy policy than the government does. We know more about industry policy than the government does. We know where every skeleton in the closet is. Most of them we buried." This capture permeates law, policy, media and culture from all angles. Laws cracking down on climate activists who dare to speak the truth about these industry giants. Fossil fuel companies sponsoring community infrastructure to brand themselves as good corporate citizens, and media outlets captured and funded to run favourable stories. Over the past decade, tens of millions of dollars have flowed from the oil and gas industry to politics in donations, sponsorships and membership fees, targeting both major parties to block climate action, to weaken environmental laws and delay meaningful reform. How can we write strong and bold climate policies when Labor alone received almost $800,000 from fossil fuel companies in the last reporting period? When former ministers walk into fossil fuel boardrooms? When corporations are handed the pen to draft policies that don't just ignore the climate crisis, they actively accelerate it? And I might add, we are still waiting for Labor to disclose their latest political donation figures. How much has the Albanese government taken from fossil fuel companies this time, just as they prepare to decide on critical policies like our 2035 emissions targets? The Albanese government must open its books. To confront this deep and entrenched state capture, we must not only rein in lobbyists, but also level the playing field, making space for grassroots voices, community advocates and scientific experts who too often get crowded out or just simply ignored. I meet daily, both here and back in Victoria, with tireless community representatives. Just yesterday, I met with the AYCC, the Australian Youth Climate Coalition, and Seed Mob, a group of ferocious young activists pushing this government towards bolder action. I hear from healthcare and consumer groups, multicultural communities, researchers and lived experience advocates. Their voices are vital, yet too often they're ignored, encounter closed doors or are pushed aside by corporate interests. Meanwhile, well-resourced corporate actors book out calendars, set agendas, secure influence, whether it be through an expensive lunch or a ticket to the box at the footy. This isn't democracy. It's corporate dominance at the expense of the voices of people who have the solutions to the problems that we face and, frankly, deserve to have a seat at the table and to be listened to. We can and should do so much more. We can require full disclosure of all legislative consultation, including who is being consulted, when and where the gaps lie. We can prioritise and properly resource community advocates. We can listen to and adhere to science and expertise by establishing a Parliamentary Office of Science and Technology. We can support participatory forums such as citizens' juries, public assemblies and community panels. And we can consider restrictions on success fees and industry rent-seeking. These reforms shouldn't just be viewed as nice-to-haves. They are essential to a well-functioning democracy. If we are to have a fighting chance against the might of the fossil fuel, gambling, weapons and pharmaceutical industries, we must enact structural changes that shift the scales in favour of the broader public interest. Transparency alone is important, but won't be enough, because real reform must also create space for community voices and grassroots advocacy to have genuine access to decision makers so that public policy reflects the interests of Australians, not just the balance sheets of corporations. These steps would begin to restore balance in our democracy and give the public a fighting chance to have their voices heard and acted upon. And I must say, we are off to an appalling start in this term of Parliament. The Albanese government now seeking to charge for freedom of information requests and refusing more Senate orders for documents than the Morrison government. It is fast becoming, or it has already become, an administration of secrecy. But we can turn this around. We can make the 48th Parliament one of openness and fairness, and the Greens stand ready to work with the government to strengthen our democracy and to strengthen transparency measures, as we do with the crossbench who have brought this on today. We can build a democracy that works for Australians and not corporations. We can create a parliament where laws and policies reflect the voices of communities, not the balances of fossil fuel corporations, gambling giants or other entrenched corporate interests. That is the democracy that Australians deserve, and that is the democracy that the Greens are committed to building.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak in support of Senator Pocock's Improving Government Honesty and Trust Bill 2025. Yesterday, I moved that the government table a very simple list: the organisations that currently hold sponsored passes to access Parliament House, a measure that would cost the government nothing, but would give the public some insight into who has privileged access to the decision makers in this building. That motion was blocked by both the Labor Party and the Liberal and National Coalition. It actually highlights, and it was a very small example of a bigger problem. In almost every area, this government has sought to reduce the ability of this Parliament and the Senate, by extension, the Australian people out there, to scrutinise its activities. Rates of compliance with Senate orders for the production of documents are now amongst the lowest since record-keeping began. We have to drag information out of departments that should, by right, belong to the people. The Freedom of Information system is already broken, and is that to anyone's surprise? Requests are delayed for months, bounced between agencies, or stonewalled entirely altogether. Now, instead of fixing it, the government proposes so-called reforms that would make things even worse. They want to introduce new fees for Australians who make FOI requests, but Australians already pay fees. They're called taxes. And they already pay the wages of the public servants who process these requests. So I don't understand what the government's trying to get there. Charging them twice isn't efficiency. It's about discouraging people to even make the request in the first place, and discouraging them from asking those real questions. We've also realised and seen that even answers to basic questions on notice in Senate estimates have become increasingly unhelpful. And as I mentioned earlier, order of production of documents are usually returned entirely redacted and blacked out page after page. So much for transparency. Months late and often reduced to a link to a department's website or a vague paragraph about government philosophy. Again, this isn't transparency. It's an obstruction that's dressed as process. And when it comes to accountability, Australians in 2022 were promised a National Anti-Corruption Commission that would restore the trust in government. But what we have is a body so restricted in its scope and so hamstrung by secrecy provisions that it cannot do the very thing it was created to do. A commission that can't compel transparency, that dismisses referrals without explanation, that shields the most powerful from scrutiny, is not a watchdog. It's window dressing. It gives the appearance of integrity while protecting those in power from real consequences. You know, this isn't what the Labor Party historically stood for. Labor has always claimed to be the party of integrity, the party of transparency, and the party that champions the rights of ordinary people against entrenched interests. From Curtin's wartime government that trusted Australians with the hard truth to Gough Whitlam's reforms that expanded access to information and broadened rights of participation, Labor has claimed the mantle of honesty and openness. And yet, what do we see transpire in the previous parliament and this in the 48th parliament. The modern Labor Party platform commits to, and I quote, restoring trust in democratic institutions, ensuring integrity in government decision-making, and championing the rights of people over the influence of vested interests. They're not my words. That's the Labor Party's words. That's their own words. Yet when the moment comes to honour them, to stick by them, to implement them, when the Senate asks about transparency, about who holds passes to this building, or when the public asks to see documents behind government decisions, the shutters come down. And let's remember why this matters, because the people who sit in this chamber and who walk the halls in this building make decisions that affect every person on this continent. Decisions about housing, healthcare, the environment, and our nation's future. Decisions that young people in particular will live for decades to come. I speak with young Australians every week, whether it's in WA, whether it's here in Canberra, communities across the country. They're engaged, they're informed, and they're watching. But too often, they tell me that they feel locked out of politics. They don't believe the government is listening to them. They see lobbyists with passes to this building given more access than the communities they represent. They see secrecy where there should be openness and self-interest where there should be service. And that's the crisis we face. Not just a crisis of policy and mismanagement, but a crisis of trust. And when the Albanese Labor government was elected in 2022, we thought that the era of mistrust had gone, that they would bring hope to Australian politics, to do things differently. Because unless we fix it, unless we build that transparency back into the way government operates, we risk losing an entire generation's faith in our democratic system, and that's dangerous. This bill is an important opportunity. It gives us that opportunity to turn back from that path. And like Senator Pocock said, this is not a radical proposal. It's simple, it's sensible, and it's a basic attempt to repair the fabric of that trust between people and government. I say to my former colleagues in the Labor Party, you built your party on a promise to stand with the people against secrecy and entrenched power. Do not walk away from that legacy now. Do not abandon young Australians who are demanding integrity and honesty in politics. Because you shouldn't see transparency as a threat. It's a foundation of our democracy. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. And for the sake of young Australians who deserve a government they can believe in, for the sake of rebuilding trust in this parliament, and for the sake of Labor's own legacy of integrity, I commend this bill to the Senate.
Senator Ananda Rajah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the government will not be supporting this bill. We have Senator Pocock and some members of the crossbench, including the Greens political party and possibly even the Liberals, which is astounding, who have made themselves the self-styled prefects of this parliament. The prefects of this parliament. They ensure that we all have our ties straight, our shoes polished, and yet when I look back on the track record, it's not them that ushered in the National Anti-Corruption Commission in our first term of government. Order. It was this Labor government, and history will show that they were a footnote in history, but history will show that it was the Albanese Labor government Senator of the 47th Parliament.
Senator Ananda Rajah, resume your seat. Order. Order. Senator Ananda Rajah sat in silence while other senators made their contribution, and I expect that she's given the same courtesy. Senator Ananda Rajah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The truth hurts. But history will show that it is the Albanese Labor government in the 47th Parliament, when it was elected in 2022, that within a year of election established, as promised, the National Anti-Corruption Commission. and what a legacy that was. But that wasn't all we did. If you do recall, there was this small issue that was lingering for many, many years called robo-debt. Robo-debt, has anyone forgotten that? Robo-debt was an absolute calamity for this nation, a complete and utter systemic failure of public administration, and it happened under the Liberals' watch. And it was the Liberals who basically did nothing about robo-debt, but fueled it. And it led to an immense amount of suffering for 430,000 Australians. Never forget that. And it was this Labor government, not the crossbench, not Senator Pocock, not anyone else, that led the Royal Commission into robo-debt. And there were many lessons that were learned, recommendations which we are now working through and will enact that will strengthen integrity in this country, ensuring that our most vulnerable are never subjected to that again. We also, not them, not anyone else, not any of the other kind of passengers in this place, we are the ones who implemented the Bell Inquiry recommendations to improve transparency, accountability, and restore public trust in the Australian democracy. I'll take the contributions from the Greens political party. Let's look at the Greens. The Greens stand here and they champion transparency and openness, and yet within their own political party, they evict people. They evict people over contested issues. Whether that be, what is it? Maybe you can help me out here. Maybe gender diversity. Those conversations are shut down. People are evicted. You even kicked out. You even kicked out your own founder, one of your co-founders,
Senator
Drew
Nadarajah,
Hutton.
I remind you to direct your comments through the chair, and I've already called other senators to order. It's disrespectful not just to the Speaker but to me and the chair. Senator Nadarajah.
So, Chair, thank you, Chair. The Greens political party come into this place and talk the big game, but they've got a few housekeeping issues that they need to address. One of those being, why exactly did their co-founder, Drew Hutton, leave, or was he expelled? We don't know. It's all a little bit murky. There was also, and I still remember, the case of Alex Bethal, a candidate in Melbourne, in Victoria, who basically accused her own party, the Greens, of bullying. And what came of it? Crickets. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So the purest snow Greens political party like to come in here, wave their finger at the Labor government and lecture the rest of us, but they don't want to really open that black box and do their own housekeeping. Never forget that. But going back to this Labor government's record on integrity, we also cleaned up the Administrative Review Tribunal. That old chestnut that was a millstone around this country's neck when we came to government in 2022. It had been absolutely stacked with a bunch of Liberal mates, cronies and hacks. And we basically completely abolished it and created what is called the Administrative Review Tribunal, the ART, a new federal body that is user-focused, efficient, accessible, independent and fair, and it has merit-based appointments, not just, your buddies, putting your buddies on there to do your work, those people who were failed politicians or would-be politicians. But that's not all. Chair, we also strengthened provisions of the Public Service Act of 1999 to make it clear that ministers cannot direct agency heads on employment matters. And I remember in the other House, in the first term of government, I spoke about this. I remember speaking distinctly about the importance of ensuring separation of powers with respect to our public service. Because as we know, in the aftermath of robo-debt, the Australian Public Service, a venerated institution in this country, had been absolutely gutted. It was cowering in the corner after 10 years of coalition rule. Cowering in the corner, leading to the catastrophe that was robo-debt. So we brought in legislation to ensure that we strengthen the independence, integrity of the APS so that it can provide free and fearless advice to government. We established an APS integrity task force to identify gaps and opportunities to deliver system-wide integrity improvements in the Australian public service. And that's not all. I'm just reading out a few of them, but that's not all. These are some of my favourites. I want to pay tribute also to the previous Attorney General, to Attorney General Mark Dreyfus, for his work in this space. He quietly went about doing it, but he brought in significant reforms as part of a broader integrity agenda, things that are foreign to the Liberal and National parties, completely alien. We strengthened also the whistleblower protections, knowing that there is more work to do, The first tranche was reform to the Public Interest Disclosure Act, and these reforms implemented 21 of 33 recommendations of the Moss Review. And when was that Moss Review handed down? Was it in 2022, 2021, 2020? Actually, it was in 2016. And who, FYI, was in power then? It wasn't us. It was the opposition. And why didn't they act on it? Not sure. But perhaps we wouldn't have had some of the issues around whistleblowers doing the right thing but getting persecuted for it had these recommendations been enacted. And I cite specifically the case of Mr. Richard Boyle, who was recently exonerated, but he should never have gone through that kind of suffering. And my heart goes out to him and his family. But had these whistleblower protections actually been enacted by the previous government, maybe all of that would have been prevented, as well as saving taxpayers a few bucks. We have now commenced work on the second stage of reforms to ensure that the Commonwealth public sector...
Senator Ananda-Rajah, can you resume your seat, please? Senator Pocock on a point of order.
Thank you. Just a point of order on relevancy. This is about lobbying reform, not whistleblowers. I understand it's a filibuster, but if it could be specific to lobbying, that would be great.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. I'll draw the Senator's attention to the topic of the debate, but in my observation, you have been generally relevant over the course of it. Senator Ananda-Rajah,
thank you, Chair. I think that context is important. Laying context is very important before I start talking about the substance of this private member's bill. Context matters. And so with respect to our broad-based integrity agenda, we are now working on a second stage of reforms that will strengthen the whistleblower framework. And just next week, we're going to be opening that up to public consultation. I encourage all Australians who are interested in whistleblowing to make a contribution, not just the peak bodies, but all Australians. We certainly have committed to establishing a whistleblower ombudsman, which I think is a very welcome step. We have also proudly joined what is called a open government partnership. This turns out to be an international alliance of countries that are determined to progress transparency in government. And it is this Labor government that did that. We have passed new laws, and I'm particularly proud of this, to improve the detection and prosecution of foreign bribery and foreign influence, and particularly money laundering in this country, through mechanisms like real estate or even jewellery and precious metal stones, for example. So there are now much stronger protections around those kinds of activities. And of course, let's not forget that we passed the Respect at Work legislation, not in piecemeal fashion, but in its entirety. That was a piece of work that was left half done by the previous government. When we came to government, this parliament was stained with a reputation of toxicity and alcohol-fueled behaviour and partying, and it looked nothing like a professional workplace. The injection of a large cohort of women parliamentarians through the Albanese Labor government meant that we have seen an uplift in standards in this place. I pay tribute to the work of the member for Newcastle, the Deputy Speaker in the other place, Sharon Clayton, and Minister Katie Gallagher for pushing this work through. Incredibly important. Now let's go to the matter of the lobbying register. I have just laid out a catalogue of all of this Albanese Labor government's achievements on integrity. It was a very broad-based agenda, far-reaching, touching on many, many aspects. Corruption, strengthening the public service, whistleblower protections, improving the standards and behaviour of parliamentarians in this place. But there is now the important matter of how we manage lobbying in government. So again, and speaking to another Labor government legacy, the Lobbying Code of Conduct was indeed introduced by the Rudd Labor government in 2008. And it applies to ministerial staff and to ministers. And in 2008, Senator Faulkner said, and I'm just going to read this out because his words are actually prescient and they apply to today as well. The government recognises that lobbying is a legitimate activity and part of the democratic process. Lobbyists can help individuals and organisations communicate their views on matters of public interest to the government, and in doing so improve outcomes for the individual and community as a whole. However, there is a legitimate concern that ministers, their staff and officials who are the target of lobbying activities are not always fully informed as to the identity of people who have engaged a lobbyist to speak on their behalf. The government believes that this information can be fundamental to the integrity of its decisions and should be freely available to those who are lobbied and to the wider public. And so we established a lobbying code of conduct which extended to third-party lobbyists. So for people watching, third-party lobbyists are basically on a register now. They're listed on a register, and companies, for example, or even not-for-profits, for example, can approach them and seek their services, which are paid for usually, and then they go to work to try and seek meetings with ministers, for example, in Parliament House or parliamentarians. And they are registered, right? They're registered. So what the substance of this bill, I think, from that Senator Pocock has put forward, is to now extend that to in-house lobbyists. So that means the people who come through Parliament House who have sponsored passes. The two are quite separate. The sponsored pass list is managed by the Parliament, and the people who have carriage over that are the presiding officers. It's not it's not the government. It's held at arm's length from that. Returning to the issue of the lobbyist register, if there are breaches of that comes with penalties, and the registration obligations now put forward in this bill seek to extend this to in-house lobbyists. Some of those, I'm happy to speak about some of the people who lobby me. It's not Woodside. It's actually renewable energy companies. It's a lot of community groups, and I never say no to them. They're welcome to come and see me, either in my electorate office or here. And of course, a lot of pharmaceutical companies, because of my background as a doctor and my previous membership on the health committee in the other place. So the code currently prohibits former ministers from lobbying on matters that they had official dealings with for at least 18 months after they've left office. So there is a lockout period baked in, because we recognise that we have to protect the public and private sector against integrity risks, knowing full well that we also have a National Anti-Corruption Commission, which has all the powers of a royal commission that can investigate any claim or complaint or concern put forward by any member of the public. Deputy Chair, I thank you for listening and outlining our track record.
Your time has expired. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, this bill, this is an issue that has been spoken about by
many of my colleagues in this chamber for some time now, and also in the other place. And I find some of the commentary quite challenging. The assumptions that are built in to some of this commentary are quite frankly, in my humble opinion, a bit misplaced. When we talk about lobbyists, from my perspective, and certainly from the government's perspective, lobbying is a legitimate activity. It is a legitimate activity undertaken by a whole range of different people. The assumption that is put forward by this, by some of my colleagues, is that lobbying is bad, that by some interpretation, lobbying is only done by evil people and only ever done on behalf of bad companies. That's absolutely not my experience, and I personally have been in a position of lobbying.
Oh, sorry. Senator Gray, if you resume your seat. Senator Pocock, on a point of order.
Active President, point of order, potentially misleading the Senate. None of that was said in my speech at all.
Senator.
No one in the speech has denigrated lobbying
Senator Pocock,
in this debate.
It's not a debate. I hear you, thank you. But
you can't just make stuff up.
Senator Pocock, there is no point of order, and I will go back. I see no point of order. I will go back to Senator Grogan. Senator Grogan, you have the call.
Thank you. I will respond in part to that interjection. I've never named anyone in this chamber as being those people. I have seen the commentary out there. So you can say I'm making it up, Senator Pocock, but I'm not casting any aspersions on you. So maybe we'll just agree to disagree on some points. Now, the idea of lobbying is a very legitimate one. As I said previously, I personally used to lobby on behalf of the councils of social service. I lobbied on behalf of many community organisations, small community organisations with critical issues that they needed to deal with. And we had the appropriate passes when we came here. And we declared that we were here. There's no secrets. We're here talking to ministers. We're here talking to backbenchers. We're here trying to get people to understand our issue. Now, the interpretation by some that because someone has come to speak to you, that you are immediately on their case, you're going to funnel bucket loads of money to them and support their cause just because they walked in the door. Or the interpretation that I know many people in this parliament are, that I only meet with people I agree with. I don't. I meet with people that I don't agree with. I meet with people from all sides of an argument if there's something in front of me as a senator, particularly for those of us in roles who chair Senate committees. And you have to deal with contentious issues. You have to deal with significant issues that have many views. And the appropriate thing to do, the right thing to do as a representative of South Australia, the right thing for me to do is to listen to all perspectives, to listen to all views, and then form an opinion myself once I have seen that evidence. To blank people out and say that people shouldn't be allowed to talk to us, shouldn't be allowed to come into this place and engage in activities of our democracy is not where I'm at. I completely disagree with that perspective, which has been put out by some in the media, by some out in the community, and some commentary from some people within the parliament. Lobbying is a legitimate activity, and it was a Labor government that brought in the codes. It was the Labor government that sought to ensure that lobbyists were well regulated. We know who people are. They have to disclose who they are, where they are, who they're working for. So there's no great secret here. The interpretation that parliamentarians are too vacuous to make up their own minds, to meet with a lobbyist, digest the information they might give you, and actually come to a perspective, rather than just going, oh, if someone's sitting in front of me, obviously you must agree with them. It is absurd. It is completely absurd. That may be the case for some of my colleagues. Maybe they just listen to what's in front of them. That's absolutely not how I work. It's absolutely not how I know the majority of my colleagues work. So we have lists, we have regulation. People who have sponsored passes range across such a vast array. You'd like to think it ranges across our whole society. And certainly from the people who seek to come and visit with me, who come and talk to me about the issues that are concerning for them, or issues they're trying to promote, I see people from all walks of life, be it from big business to small community groups. They all have a perspective and they all deserve to be heard. They all have a right to come and talk to people in this place about the issues that are important to them. And I will stand by that. I think restricting people from talking to politicians is a bad idea. I just do. I think the codes that we brought in 2008 made it a much more transparent system, much more transparent system. And when we're looking at, the fact that here we are, the centre of democracy in our country, as many people as possible should have access to this place. Now, in a quite recent report from the Finance and Public Administration Committee, there were some additional comments from Labor senators. And one of the things that I was taken by in there was some of the comments that were quoted in here.
Order. Senator Grogan, I apologise, but the time for debate has expired, it being a hard marker. Thank you very much. Minister.
Dear President, I table documents relating to the order for the production of documents concerning the waiting list for the National Priority System.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy.
Sorry.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to consideration of the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025, Measures No. 1 Bill 2025 as circulated.
Is leave granted? No. Leave is not granted.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. Well, pursuant to contingent notice, standing in the name of Senator Waters, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to a consideration of the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025, Measures No. 1 Bill 2025. Acting Deputy, the government and the coalition have agreed to ram through the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment No. 2025 bill, which is a bill to strip natural justice, a fundamental right, from asylum seekers and from whomever else the government chooses to deport to Nauru. The government has run the argument that it needs to be rammed through this week because it is urgent. Well, Deputy President, I can tell you we had a 3-hour hearing in relation to this bill last night, and Home Affairs came and they provided their case for urgency, and it was demolished, utterly demolished. And I'll tell you, I'll give credit to Senator Cash, who actually picked apart the argument for urgency that was presented by Home Affairs. And in questioning from Senator Cash, Senator David Pocock and myself, what Home Affairs eventually said was, well, we'd like this legislation because we want to make sure that our current unfair processes, which we're going to continue regardless, cannot be legally challenged. But they said regardless of whether the bill goes forward, they're going to continue to grind away and their actions will not change whether or not the bill passes. And then when tested about if there was any particular case that they desperately needed this legislation for, Home Affairs basically said no, that the cases that are in either the criminal courts or in the high courts are going to grind through, and that they didn't need this legislation for any urgent matter to deal with cases. And so, having established that so clearly, the question is, why is the coalition agreeing to Labor to remove the usual procedural checks and balances and ram through this legislation on a guillotine motion? Deputy President, I'll tell you what this legislation is. It is reckless, it is mean, and it's nasty. And that's why Labor wants to ram it through on a guillotine without proper process. And we had the benefit in the committee last night of submissions that came to us, came to my office, and it would have come to any other senator who was willing to ask, from across civil society, from the Law Council, from the ASRC, from multicultural communities, from across civil society, and they all said the same thing, that the government's legislation is demonising multicultural communities. It's targeting multicultural communities. It's picking multicultural communities out and giving people who came to this country from another country less rights, and doing it so visibly and doing it so deliberately. It is an attack on multiculturalism. And they wanted the opportunity to tell the whole committee that in a proper hearing. And to its utter shame, Labor, even in establishing that committee, passed a resolution saying they didn't want submissions, that they didn't want submissions from any civil society. And it's like so nasty that you're blocking your ears to the cries of multicultural communities that are saying, stop doing this. Stop working with the coalition to ram through even more draconian laws. Reckless, mean, nasty. That's what this piece of legislation is. So of course we move this motion. And of course my Greens colleagues join me in moving this motion to ensure that this latest attack on multicultural Australia, on the rights of asylum seekers from Labor, gets the scrutiny it needs. What are you so afraid of? What are you so afraid of? Are you so afraid of the fact that the public will see what you're doing? Because they are getting wise to Labor, and particularly multicultural communities are getting wise to Labor. They've now seen that it was Labor that put in place mandatory detention. They've now seen that it's Labor who's cut a secret deal with Nauru. And I'll tell you what else we saw last night. We found out for the first time that this deal that Labor's cut with Nauru isn't a $400 million deal, it's a $2.5 billion deportation deal. Why did the government hide the truth about the scale of the deal? Why did we have to drag that out of you in a committee hearing? Tell the truth. Protect multicultural community and stop doing these grubby deals with...
Resume your seat. Minister.
I move that the motion be put.
I'll put the question. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Ayes have it. No division required. Ring the bells. That's it. Order. Shut the doors. The question is the motion be put, moved by the Minister. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan to tell it for the ayes. Senator, anyone on the left want to count? Hello? Senator McKim? We'll tell it for the noes. Dead. Good to go. Thank you, John. Order. The result of the division is ayes 31, noes 13. The question is resolved in the affirmative. And I will now put the question that standing orders be suspended. The motion moved by Senator Shoebridge. Those of that opinion say aye. They against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. I'll just check with the whips. Agreed with 1 minute. 1 minute, thank you, clerks. Order. The question is the motion. Oh yeah, sorry, lock the doors. And the question is that the motion moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. I shall appoint Senator McKim to tell it for the ayes. On the no side, I appoint Senator Askew or Senator Bligh to tell it for the noes. Push the button. Nothing's happening. Oh, here we go. It's okay. Thank you. Order. The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 31. The question is resolved in the negative. Now, Senator Hanson, you're seeking the call.
I seek leave to move the motion relating to national security policy as circulated.
And I will ask,
I move the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Hanson.
Pursuant to contingent notice standing my name, I moved that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give procedure to a motion relating to a national security policy. That is a grave matter of urgent public concern. Labor's move to secretly repatriate people who joined with the Islamic State has sparked widespread concern among Australians. This raises serious issues which the Senate should immediately debate. Issues of transparency, of a government cover-up, of national security, border integrity and the risk to Australia's community. We must debate it now, because we have a Prime Minister refusing to answer questions about it, and we have a Labor government even saying they're not actually responsible for it. How could these people even have a chance of returning here if the government wasn't permitting it to and wasn't facilitating it? It is our job to debate these issues and ensure the government keeps our community safe. We must never forget the savagery of the Islamic State terrorist group. They burned innocent people alive. They took innocent girls as sex slaves after killing their families. They recruited evil people from around the world to join them. They ordered or inspired deadly terrorism right here in Australia. In September 2016, they deliberately told their followers in Australia, kill them on the streets in Brunswick, Broadmeadows, Bankstown and Bondi, kill them at the MCG, the SCG, the Opera House and even in their backyards. Some people in Australia responded with enthusiastic depravity. Islamic State inspired an 18-year-old man to stab 2 Victorian police officers at Endeavour Hills in 2014. They inspired the siege of the Lint Cafe in Sydney's Martin Place, in which 2 innocent people died. Islamic State praised the actions of the hostage-taker, calling him a righteous jihadist. They inspired an Iranian-born youth to murder Curtis Chang in Parramatta in October 2015. They inspired 2 teenage boys to murder a service station worker in Queanbeyan in April 2017 and injure 3 other innocent people. They inspired a Somali-born man to murder a receptionist in Brighton in Melbourne in June 2017. And they inspired a Bangladeshi woman to stab a man in his sleep at his home in Mill Park, Victoria in 2018. Australian authorities prevented others radicalised by Islamic State from carrying out many more attacks and plots. Perhaps what horrified Australians even more was that some people living here heeded the call of Islamic State to join their so-called caliphate. We cannot forget that photograph of one of them in the waste of Iraq, posing with a big grin and his young son holding a severed head. The very idea that anyone from Australia who joined in this lunacy should be allowed to come back is just as depraved as the Islamic State was. Yet it's already happened. The coalition let it happen first in 2019, repatriating the family of that same terrorist grinning with his son and a severed head. Labor repeated this shame in October of 2022, and now Labor is doing it again, cloaking the move in secrecy because what it is doing is shameful, reckless and directly risking the safety of Australians in their own country. What these Labor and coalition governments have done is say that people can join a savage terrorist group, commit the most depraved acts of murder, and you'll be forgiven. You'll be brought home and reintegrated into Australian society. You'll be allowed to have more children and radicalise them. Here's what the message from Hamas terrorists, a local imam, gave at a pro-Palestine rally last year. I ask you to continue all the actions that you started 1 year ago and do not stop until we see the crumbling of the Zionism and the end of the Israeli forces. How can anyone possibly believe that people exposed to the savagery of Islamic State do not pose a risk in Australia? Where are our guarantees these enemies will be monitored, surveilled and restricted to ensure that risk is minimised? These people should not be released into our suburbs and our towns. They should have been left where they are, in the place they choose to go to join Islamic State. They must be brought. If they must be brought here, which I totally oppose any of them coming into this country, then they must be put in prison, never allowed to know freedom again. For those of you in this chamber unfamiliar with the concept, these are known as consequences. Isn't it quite interesting to hear people on the other side, how you actually relate to this? So un-Australian are the Greens. They are so un-Australian. They do not support this.
Senator Hanson, please resume your seat. Senator Hanson-Young.
I'd like Senator Hanson to withdraw. And I'd also like Senator Hanson to condemn the cop killers that their party continues to support.
The latter part is not a point of order. It's a debating point which you can bring up at another time.
I have a point of order. I want Senator Hanson-Young to retract that comment. We have never, ever supported cop killers.
Thank you.
I want that retracted.
What I'm going to... Senators, please allow me to make a ruling. I'm going to ask you both to withdraw. For consistency.
Withdraw.
Thank you. Senator Hanson.
No. What have I got to withdraw?
You've been asked, a senator has risen. They've said that they've taken offence to something that has been said. It's been accepted practice in recent times that if a senator is asked to withdraw, that for the comity of the Senate that we just do that. It would be very simple for you to do that. Thank you.
I will withdraw.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please continue.
So what I'm calling on is openness and transparency, and the people have a right to know what is going to happen with these people when you bring them back in the country, which they should not be allowed, and the majority of Australians don't want them back here.
Thank you. Senator Cash.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And the Coalition will be supporting the suspension moved by Senator Hanson on behalf of One Nation, because when you look at the suspension motion, or to debate the motion that Senator Hanson has moved, it raises some very, very serious issue, in particular in relation to transparency of the Albanese government. Several questions were posed yesterday, both in the House of Representatives and in relation to the Senate. Concerning media reports that a cohort of persons who had left Australia to join ISIS, the Islamic State fighters, were actually coming back to Australia. That is concerning within itself, given they left some time ago, but not only that, in particular, given that these are peoples who made a conscious decision, this is a fact, to willfully abandon Australia, to join the ISIS death cult. Now, let's be clear about what the ISIS death cult actually were. They were a group of people who committed genocide against Shias. They committed genocide against Christians. They committed genocide against the Yazidi communities. They murdered a large number of civilians. They used rape as a weapon of war against women and girls. And yet the government yesterday, in both this place, Senator Wong on behalf of the Prime Minister, and in the House of Representatives, the Prime Minister himself, they said there was nothing to see here. And yet, overnight, we now have reports. The Acting Chief of New South Wales Police says that the State Force is working with federal counterparts to finalise operations relating to the return of Islamic State brides and their children to Australia. So hold on. Yesterday in both the other place and in this place, there was nothing to see here in relation to what are incredibly concerning reports. But then overnight, the Acting Chief of New South Wales Police confirms, yes, our state police force are working with our federal counterparts to finalise operations, not to commence operations, not to consider operations, but to finalise operations relating to the return of Islamic State brides and their children to Australia. They have actually said they are working through the plan with the Commonwealth. So there are serious questions now to be answered by this government in relation to their knowledge of this matter, but more than that, what are they actually doing to ensure the national security of Australians? So let us be clear. The return of people who made a conscious decision to leave the greatest country in the world, and it is ironic, isn't it? Or maybe it's symbolic that yesterday was National Flag Day and we were discussing this issue. People who are prepared to leave this country that gives them everything, all the freedoms, to actually go back to a state and join a death cult.
Senator Wilson.
Join a death cult that murders people, uses rape as a weapon of war and commits genocide. So let us be very clear. This is not a question of compassion. The Coalition sees this for exactly what every single Australian sees this as. This is a matter of national security. The government cannot, it doesn't matter what weasel words this government uses, these people have now been gone for a very long period of time. They are radicalised. They left Australia, quite frankly, because they do not like what we have here, the freedoms that each one of us stand up and defend each day. The government cannot guarantee that these individuals will not pose a threat to our way of life, which, let's face it, they turned their backs on and they hate. It's not about if they return now, and this is where the government's got a lot of answers. It is when. These people were exposed to radical ideologies. They lived in the heart of a terrorist caliphate, and now we are asked to believe that they can simply walk back into Australia. Hey, how you going? Great to see you. Sorry I murdered a few women and children overseas. Sorry I used rape as an act of war. So, Senator Hanson, we will be supporting the suspension because the government has serious national security questions to answer.
Minister.
Thank you. And the government will not be supporting the suspension. But I would like to say the situation in Syria is becoming increasingly unstable. Our security agencies have been and continue to monitor the situation to ensure they are prepared for any Australian from this cohort returning home. But let me be clear, the Australian government is not providing assistance and is not repatriating individuals in Syrian IDP camps. The reporting is incorrect. That has been made clear in the Senate and in the House. It's nothing less than irresponsible to take that reporting on national security issues as fact when the reporting has been clearly rejected. The motion that the senator seeks to move refers to an operation that does not exist. All Australians have a right to feel safe in their country, which is why our intelligence and security agencies are constantly monitoring any threats to our national security. Our agencies are aware of who the persons of interest are in this cohort, and if any of those people find their own way to return, our agencies are satisfied that they are prepared and will be able to act in the interests of community safety. There is no higher priority for the Albanese government than keeping Australians safe, and I move that the question be put.
The question is the question be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I'll now put the question, the suspension question. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I believe the noes have it. I didn't hear. Sorry?
Or may wish to withdraw the intersection she just made.
Look, I didn't actually hear it because I was speaking, I think, at the time. Senator Thorpe, I invite you, please, to withdraw.
I thought we were talking about terrorism, and we have racist Nazis terrorising people in this country.
Senator Thorpe, that is unparliamentary. I have asked you to withdraw. I have asked you to withdraw. If I need to get the president, I will.
We know we have a problem with Nazis in this.
Senator Thorpe, you don't have the call. Senator Thorpe, I'm going to ask you one more time. Please withdraw.
I withdraw.
Senator Hanson, is this on a different point of order? Because I've already ruled.
It is on a point of order. Because of the distraction and the comments that were made up here, I was distracted with the vote. I please ask the vote to be resubmitted again, please.
No, that's a fair request, and I will put the suspension question again. All of those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the door. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Hanson to suspend be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Blythe as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order for day number 1. Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025 Measures number 1 Bill 2025. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. The Coalition has made it clear we will be supporting the passage of this bill. We do so because the measures are necessary. What they will do is they will strengthen Australia's removal
Senator
framework.
Cash, can I just get you to pause for one moment? Colleagues, we have resumed business and there is an awful amount of chatter. I can't hear Senator Cash with her speech, so please go ahead, Senator Cash.
Thank you. As I've stated, they will strengthen Australia's removal framework and help ensure that dangerous non-citizens, particularly members of the so-called NZYQ cohort, which, as we know, include rapists, pedophiles, murderers and a contract killer, cannot abuse our courts and our legal system to prolong their stay in our country. What the bill before us will actually do is tighten the law so that members of this cohort cannot continue to run endless legal delaying tactics, and that is why the opposition is voting in favour of the bill. But I need to be very, very clear. Supporting this bill does not mean that we give Mr Albanese and Mr Tony Burke as the Minister a blank cheque. Far from it. Because last night we had a short hearing into this bill. And I have to say, every time I asked a question and got another answer, it became even more disturbing in relation to what this bill is not doing. It was made incredibly clear to us by the officials at the table that this is a bill that is all about the legal issue of procedural fairness, which I said we support what the bill is doing. However, the Coalition has an amendment because what we want to ensure is community safety. There is no amendment put on the table by the government that in this bill does not deal with the issue of community safety. What we did establish last night is there are still 354 members roaming free in the Australian community who are members of the so-called NZYQ cohort. As I said, let us not forget that cohort includes rapist, pedophile, murderers and a contract killer. What else came out of that hearing last night, quite frankly, is nothing short of extraordinary. So, this is what the government has said, or Mr Burke in his press release. We have now been told, we have worked out next to nothing other than the announcement about the so-called deal with Nauru. There is no detail. That was very clear with the questions I asked and the answers I got last night. There is no transparency. Do not worry about that. There is definitely no transparency. But what is worse is there are just vague assurances, and now we know why. So last night, pursuing a line of questioning in relation to how much is it costing the Australian taxpayer, Mr Burke has said a particular figure. Let's now work through that figure. The figure that Mr Burke put on the table was the deal with Nauru on behalf of the Australian taxpayer was going to cost them $408 million. What they didn't tell the Australian taxpayer is officials last night revealed that this particular deal could cost Australian taxpayers more than $2.5 billion over 30 years. That's right. Not the $408 million, $2.5 billion, and quite frankly, that was probably a conservative estimate, because under the agreement, Australia will pay straight up to Nauru $20 million the very first moment a detainee steps foot on the island. On top of that, we will put $388 million into a trust account, with every cent of interest being earned on that trust account flowing directly to Nauru. Senator Pocock asked some very good questions last night in relation to what the interest on that money could eventually be worth. It could actually be worth billions of dollars. But here's the kicker. Despite the big announcement by the government, Nauru gets the final veto. They get to pick and choose who they take. There's 354 of them. We don't like 350 of them. They're staying on the street in Australia. Worse than that, they could actually take zero. There is no obligation to take anyone from the NZYQ cohort at all. So big fanfare from Mr Burke. When you look at the details, Nauru determines who is taken, not the Australian government. Nauru, they can say no, they could say yes to 1, they could say yes to 2, they could get to 10 and say, seriously, we've had enough, out of the 354. Officials confirmed that to access the $2.5 billion, now get this, Nauru do have to take a minimum number of individuals. So $2.5 billion, Australian taxpayers' money, big deal, 354 is the cohort. You would think that when I said to the officials, what is the minimum number of the cohort that need to be taken for Nauru to trigger effectively the $70 million a year that is actually going to be paid to them for the 30 years, poor officials, and this is no reflection on the officials, they merely provide the evidence, this is a reflection on Mr Burke, the number has not even been agreed. So, this is where we are. Big headline by Labor, big announcement, press loved it, and then we look into the details of it. We are committing taxpayers to billions of dollars over 3 decades without a firm guarantee from Nauru as to how many of this cohort they will take. This is, quite frankly, an extraordinary state of affairs, and it raises a very, very simple question. What exactly is the Albanese government doing? Australians deserve to know where their money is being spent. They deserve to know if billions of dollars are being transferred offshore with no certainty that it will actually deliver what the government claims. And as Andrew Hastie, the member for Canning and the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs, said in his speech in the other place, this deal looks less like a serious plan for removals and more like a very expensive exercise in political damage control. You look at the press release, media got excited, they reported on the deal, $408 million. That was just the tip of the iceberg. There is no transparency, there is no accountability, there are actually no details at the moment, just vagueness. Because the reality is this, even with this legislation, so the legislation will go through, let me make that very clear, the Coalition will support this legislation. But even if this legislation goes through, even with the Nauru deal, 354 members of the NZYQ cohort, and remember, let's not forget who these people are. They are murderers, they are rapists, they are pedophiles, and there is a contract killer. These people remain where they currently are, and I think most Australians would think after I've said that, well, it's pretty obvious where they are, they're behind bars. No, this is the Albanese government, good grief. Behind bars is the obvious answer. Think unobvious, think where wouldn't you put these people, because this is what this government has done, compromising community safety. These people are on the streets mixing in our communities. The bill does nothing to remove one of them, not one. What it does do is make it easier on paper to deport them. No guarantee they will actually leave. Now, the government has known since last November that this cohort would be released into the community. Yet instead of coming forward with a strong, credible plan to keep Australians safe from the mess that they created by putting these people into the Australian community, it has literally lurched from one stopgap measure to the next. I think this is the fifth piece of legislation that we are now dealing with. We are told is urgent. We've got to get it through the Australian Senate because the government made a mistake first up. At every stage, the Coalition has had to drag the government, kicking and screaming, to act. We forced them to bring forward emergency legislation last year. They weren't going to. We pushed for stronger visa conditions. We demanded tougher monitoring and reporting. And today, let me be clear, as I said, we're supporting this bill, but we are calling for more. We want our community to be safe. And that is why we will be moving sensible amendments to this legislation. Amendments that even the officials admitted will make a difference.
Sorry, Senator Cash.
Point of order, personal reflection. Senator Thorpe should withdraw that comment, that interjection she made.
Senator Thorpe, it's not your job to make a comment here. It's your job to listen in respectful silence. Senator Thorpe, if you can't sit in silence, leave the chamber. It's an interjection. It's disorderly. Please continue, Senator Cash.
As I said, that is why the Coalition will today be moving sensible amendments to this legislation, amendments that will actually make a difference to the safety of the Australian community. Because after all, when you do have people that are not meant to be here, they are murderers, rapists, pedophiles and a contract killer, you know, yes, you should as a government put the Australian people first, not the people that should not be here. So we will be urging the government to adopt provisions for preventative detention to ensure that the worst of this cohort can be taken from the Australian community and detained if they pose an ongoing risk. We will be urging the government to close loopholes in mandatory detention, loopholes that have been exploited. As I give this speech right here, right now, in the Australian Senate, those loopholes are currently being exploited. The people who are affected are ultimately Mum and Dad Australia, who just wake up every morning and want to go about their business safely. But the government have made it clear they don't want to hear it. This is the fact, though. Unless the government accepts strong measures, many of these individuals will remain in Australia for years and years to come. And so we are saying the Coalition supports this bill. We support it because the issue of procedural fairness does need to be dealt with. But that is not enough. So while we'll not stand in the way of the passage, we will continue to hold the Albanese government to account. We will continue to demand, as we should on behalf of the Australian taxpayer, transparency. We will continue to demand on behalf of the Australian taxpayer in relation to the Nauru deal that taxpayer dollars are spent wisely. But above all, this is our first priority, and it's always been the first priority of a coalition government: national security. The sole responsibility when it comes to fundamental responsibilities of a Commonwealth government is the security of our great nation and our people. If you cannot guarantee the security of our great nation and our people, then quite frankly, you don't deserve to be in government. And as I said, there will be, when we go to the guillotine at 1 p.m, these bills will go to a guillotine. We won't have an opportunity to actually properly interrogate the amendments, but there will be amendments that are on the table that even the departmental officials last night acknowledged. They will make a difference to community safety. The government is not proceeding with them in this bill, and that is a great shame, but we know why. They're actually not serious about the safety of everyday Australians. They are more interested in protecting the rights of people in the NZYQ cohort who should not be in this country. As I said, when you look at the 354 people, the cohort does include, it is a fact, not making it up, the rapists, the pedophiles, the murderers and a contract killer. I would have thought, given these people are in the Australian community, the government would be saying to the coalition, we'll accept any amendment that you put forward. In fact, I'm happy if the government make it their own. I'm not into to say the coalition has to have a win here. I want the Australian people to have the win. I want Mum and Dad Australia to know that at least one party of government, the coalition, will always put them first, will always put the safety and the security of this great country. And as I said, we celebrated Australia, the Australian Flag Day yesterday, 124 years of flying that fantastic flag. Australians know, quite frankly, instinctively, what this government seems to have forgotten. They're not negotiable. Their safety, quite frankly, is not negotiable. Community safety is not negotiable. It is, as I said, the first duty of any government. When we were in government, it was always our priority to ensure that Australians on a daily basis could get up and know that they had a government that put them first, that believed in national security. And as I said,
Senator McKenzie.
The opposition, our role is to hold the government to account, and I think it is a very sad day. The bill will pass, but it does nothing to improve the safety of Australians.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. Here's yet another bill.
Sorry, Senator Roberts. Senator Shoebridge.
Speaking the circulated.
There is, and I have Senator Roberts on my list.
So do I.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. Here's yet another bill to fix yet another Labor-Liberal uniparty immigration failure. Australian lives are endangered as a result. This is one reason, just one of many, that people marched in their tens of thousands across Australia from north to west to south on Sunday. And then we have the Labor, Greens, Communist coalition smearing, denigrating everyday Australians for doing so. This bill comes about as a result of the poor planning and forethought by the Labor government and the coalition previous to that when in government. Poor planning of allowing unregulated, unsuitable, dangerous immigrants into Australia without adequate screening as to suitability to enter Australia. Murderers, armed robbers, pedophiles and contract killer. The current visa process that has seen mass immigration into Australia of excessive, unsuitable migrants is a clear policy failure by the Albanese Labor government. Having failed to be accepted as genuine refugees and being denied protection visas after multiple assessments, the government had found that there are difficulties in deporting those people. We told them that. The Coalition told them that. Many of these criminals have reoffended in the community. Again, murderers, armed robbers, pedophiles and a contract killer. Around 280 people, those criminals released as a result of the High Court decision in NZYQ, will be deported under these provisions at a rough cost of $1 million per head. That's how much we're supposed to be paying to Nauru. The Australian government has entered into a 30-year contract with the government of Nauru to accept deportees from Australia who are not allowed to remain in Australia. How about we don't bring these people in the first place and focus on prevention and protection of our country? It's been speculated that about 1,000 people may be deported to Nauru over 30 years at a cost to Australia in excess of $1 billion. How about we don't let these people in the first place? This bill is intended to fix this incredibly expensive mistake by the Uni Party, who failed the Australian people by allowing criminals, rapists, murderers and pedophiles to enter this country. They failed to properly check the criminal histories and cultural suitability of would-be immigrants into Australia. That's what the people were on the streets about last Sunday, across Australia. Australians are entitled to be safe from the activities of those who are criminals, the scum of society, who wish to bring their ideas of hate and acceptance of violence into our mostly safe Australian society. The Greens, whose behaviour and beliefs fall well short of acceptable standards, would welcome these poisonous people into our country. Australians want these criminal non-citizens gone. We demand that all immigrants have in-depth checks done as to their history and suitability to enter Australia. The existing processing system has failed us repeatedly. We have not been kept safe. We've been exposed to violent criminals. And what has the Albanese government done to date? It has lied to us as to the numbers of unfiltered migrants entering into Australia, with mass immigration continuing to occur. Last year's estimates of net immigration were in reality exceeded by around 200,000 people. So not only were the numbers extraordinarily high in the forecast, but they were exceeded by 200,000. Previous years, the excess was 280,000. We have had more than 500,000 people coming into this country, net migration in years. And what's Mr Albanese done? He has promised that the next year they'll be cut. Well, they were increased. Then he promised they'd be cut again. They were increased. The existence of this deportation option now means that at last there's a real prospect of removal from Australia of those released criminals, and may allow the government to rearrest and detain those people released into the community after the decision in NZYQ. All this has hinged on the contract with Nauru and the passing of legislation such as contained in this bill. It's not enough, but it is welcomed. I support this bill, which will go further in protecting innocent Australians from the failed immigration policies of the Albanese government and historically the Coalition. I just want to go back to the protests, give people the voice in Australia. People are uneasy across Australia with mass immigration, not with migrants, with mass immigration. It's not about, the protesters are not about religion, skin colour or past nationality. They're about mass immigration. It's about numbers swamping our country. Housing, homelessness, record homelessness in our state of Queensland, from Cairns in the north to Coolangatta in the south. Every major provincial city in between, homelessness, record homelessness. It's about swamping the infrastructure. It's about swamping traffic. It's about swamping services like education and hospitals. It's also about mass immigration, because mass immigration doesn't adequately filter people. So it's about the quality of people. We want people who contribute to our society, contribute to our economy, who are productive from the moment their feet hit the shore in this country. Not send PBS drugs home, not sign up for welfare. Most importantly of all, the spirit of the country, the culture of the country, the cohesion of the country, the unity across the country. We want them to assimilate into Australia. Not to change Australia, but to be changed by Australia. We want people to fit into the country. That's why we've got to stop this multicultural rubbish. Multiculturalism prevents assimilation. It ensures that the past culture they've come from continues. And then we have a fractured country. I talked yesterday about this. Government has three roles. Three roles. That's it. Protect life, protect property, protect freedom. And stay the hell out of people's lives, but give them a secure environment in which to live and a free environment. We need to restore Australia, and last Sunday was the first step in that. People across the country, thank you so much for standing up. Thank you so much for reclaiming Australia. We want more. The Australian people need more. Thank you.
Thank you. It being 11:15, we'll now move to notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion be given for another day? No. Is there a report from the... Oh, beg your pardon, Senator Hanson-Young.
Notice the next day of sitting, I will be moving an inquiry into gambling advertising in Australia.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Darmanin.
I present the 6th report of 2025 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the report be adopted.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I move the following amendment, that at the end of the motion add A, the provisions of the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025 be referred immediately to Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 20th November 2025, and B, the provisions of the Administrative Review Tribunal and other legislation amendment Bill 2025 be referred immediately to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 13th of November 2025.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Duniam. I understand there are a number of amendments and also from the Greens. I'm advised by the clerk it kind of makes a bit more sense to deal with yours first, but I am in the hands of Senator Gallagher as she's moved her motion. Yours is an amendment to...
So,
yes.
All right.
Okay.
Well then,
Senator Duniam is moving an amendment to the amendment you just moved, Senator Gallagher.
Seek leave to move an amendment to the motion that the report be adopted, and the amendment is that at the end of the motion we add, and in respect of A, and in respect to the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025, the provisions of the bill be referred immediately to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 3rd of December 2025, and B, but in respect of the Administrative Review Tribunal and other legislation amendment Bill 2025, the provisions of the bill be referred immediately to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee for inquiry and report by the 24th of November 2025.
Senator Faruqi, just a moment. I'm just going to explain to the Senate. So it does make sense to deal with this motion first and then come to the Greens, if that's acceptable. Okay. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator Duniam to Senator Gallagher's amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Duniam to Minister Gallagher's amendment be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 40 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I understand this. I'm calling Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I move the amendments standing in Senator Nick McKim's name. And here we are again. Here we are again with Labour and the Liberals teaming up one more time to shut down debate, to shut down scrutiny on a cooked bill that punches down on migrants and on refugees. What a surprise. What a surprise. And I do want to associate myself with the comments that Senator Shoebridge has made all along on this horrific, monstrous bill. You just don't get tired in this race with each other on who is going to punish, who is going to crack down on, and who is going to strip natural justice from migrants and refugees. I mean, no one wins this race except racism and unfairness and injustice. Labour senators stand here. Labour senators stand here and speak about what a great multicultural nation this is. They criticize the anti-immigration rallies. They still don't condemn them, but they do criticize them. They talk about welcoming different races. You talk about humanity, about respect, because this is what Senator Wong spoke about yesterday. But in the same breath, you do the exact opposite. You ram through laws that deport these very same people that you say are welcome here, without giving any opportunity for natural justice. You silence the sector by locking them out of the 3-hour inquiry. You didn't accept public submissions, but the Greens have tabled those submissions. You did a secret deal, $400 million bribe to Nauru to deport people. He had $2.5 billion now. $2.5 billion now. You are such hypocrites. You are the hypocrites of the biggest order, talking about multiculturalism on the one hand and then ramming through a racist bill on the other. You praise migrants for what they bring to this country. You eat our food, you enjoy our festivals, but then you stitch up dirty deals with the coalition to demonize us, because that is what this bill does. It demonizes migrants and it demonizes refugees. You criticize the likes of One Nation for scapegoating migrants, blaming them for the housing crisis, when you do exactly the same. You have done exactly the same. You blamed international students for the housing crisis. That's how far right you have gone. I don't know who you have become. Who is the Labour Party now? You talk about a fair go, but then you legislate anti-fairness. Well, I'll tell you what the Labour Party has become. You have become a party with the most monstrous policies on migrants and people who seek asylum. Your cooked policies would make Donald Trump proud. And you know what? You have actually won. So congratulations to you. You have actually won this race to the bottom with the coalition on who can be more anti-migrant, who can be more anti-refugees. You have won it. Congratulations. You have sacrificed basic humanity, basic human dignity, basic human decency and fairness to push through your racist bill. Shame on you. What a disgrace. And you want to hide your nastiness by completely stopping scrutiny on this legislation. And you know, this is the harsh truth which you need to listen to. You've never seen us, people of colour, migrants of colour, as equals. Our belonging to this country, our Australianness, has always been conditional. And this bill is just another example of how conditional our belonging is. Shame on you. You are all a disgrace.
I thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator David Pocock.
Put on the record the many concerns I've heard from people in the ACT about the way that the government is rushing through a bill which Senator Shoebridge and Senator Cash methodically proved is not actually urgent. Many Canberrans have very deep concerns about this, the way that this is happening in our parliament, a total lack of scrutiny, and what seems to be going against Labor values that we heard about before the last two elections, and on the broader issue of a deal with Nauru to send people who we have heard are too much a risk, bless you, we have been told are too much a risk to our community to be released, that we simply cannot release these people into our community for fear of what may happen to Australians, that we are happy to pay Nauru to take them, a small island nation. We're going to pay them $2.5 to $7+ billion over the next 30 years to do that. It doesn't bode well, given the majority they have in the House, if this is the way that they're going to treat the Parliament.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, President. It is dangerous and disgusting behaviour that in the same week that neo-Nazis paraded the streets calling for a white Australia, the Labor government is rushing through harsh anti-immigration deportation laws that will impact, surprise, surprise, black and brown people the hardest. This bill paves the way for the mass deportation of migrants and refugees with no legal safeguards and no opportunity for protection. Australia's immigration regime is so brutal that even Trump points to it and said, "That's a good idea. We should do that too. Australia, you are worse than I am." Shame. He took inspiration from this colony, from the Labor government. Just like South Africa got its inspiration for apartheid from the Aborigines Protection Act in Queensland. It is racist laws like these that form the fabric of this colony, and this has been the case since invasion of our sacred lands. And this creates a hotbed for white supremacy. White supremacy doesn't happen in a vacuum. It has been allowed to flourish when racist and divisive laws and attitudes to non-white people are laid into the very foundations of this colony as we see today. Some might assimilate, and I don't know how they sleep at night. If the Nazis were in Parliament today, or maybe they are, they would applaud...
Senator Thorpe, withdraw that.
Sorry.
Withdraw the comment you made.
If the Nazis were in Parliament today?
Senator Thorpe, there's no need to repeat it. I've asked you to withdraw it.
It's a hypothetical.
I've asked you to withdraw it.
What is wrong with this?
Senator Thorpe, you are not in a debate with me. I've asked you to withdraw and I expect you to withdraw.
Very hard, this violent colony, but I withdraw.
Senator Thorpe, I've told you before, you don't put statements about a withdrawal, you simply withdraw the statement.
I withdraw the statement,
Thank
Master.
You. No, Senator, and you can withdraw that as well.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
Well, the Nazis would be very happy with the Parliament today. They would applaud these laws and shake Albanese's hand, in fact. So I wonder who is providing the advice to the Albanese government if it's not the Nazis that we saw on the weekend. So congratulations, Labor. You've managed to impress the white supremacists and the cookers in this chamber who support them and speak at their rallies on immigration.
Senator Thorpe, once again, withdraw that comment.
Should I have my speeches checked by you, President?
Senator Thorpe, you're not in a debate with me. I've asked you to withdraw. I expect you to withdraw. May I remind everyone in this chamber that we have all signed up to a respectful Parliament, and that includes what you say in this place. I've asked you to withdraw.
Murderers,
Senator
but
Thorpe,
I can't talk about...
Senator Thorpe, if you don't withdraw, you won't have the call. Senator Faruqi, I'm simply dealing with Senator Thorpe at the moment. I will happily come to you once Senator Thorpe has withdrawn.
I withdraw.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Order. Senator Ruston.
Leave it alone.
So, given I can't say what is the real truth of the country and the white supremacy that continues to roll out in my workplace, as it's not a safe workplace even for black and brown people in the Senate or in this building. But let's be clear. This is the Labor Party and the Liberal Party openly continuing a new era of the White Australia policy. Congratulations. Congratulations. Sounds about white. Sounds about white. It is bills like these that normalise racism and white supremacy in the highest places of power in the colony. The dream of a white Australia is the foundation of this colonial construct. Terra nullius, to pretend the land was empty, genocide to make sure it would be. Senator Wong publicly condemned last weekend's marches and in the next breath rushes through one of the cruelest mass deportation bills in the world. What the politicians say publicly on their socials, in the media, is very different to what they do in this chamber. Backdoor deals, fake, power-hungry, racist politicians. And I want to make clear that no colonial government in this country has the right to say who and who isn't illegal on stolen land. First Peoples do not use immigrants and refugees as political footballs. We make sure that people are welcome and follow proper protocol of our land. To the people out there and who are scared about what this bill means for them and their families, you are welcome here. And you are not alone. We know what racism looks like in this country and we see it every day. Stay safe, look after each other, and together we will continue the white supremacy in this country, in this colony and in this parliament.
Senator Lambie. You want them voted separately? Thank you, Senator Lammy. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, President. Will I rise to speak in favour of this amendment circulated by Senator McKim? I think it is appalling that today what we see is a stitch-up between the Labor Party, the government, and the coalition to shut down an inquiry into gambling advertising in Australia. Both the Labor Party and the coalition have gotten together today to stop the interactive gambling bill going to an inquiry because they do not want this issue debated. I don't know what has happened between the Peter Murphy report recommendations being handed down and today that has made the Liberal Party and the Labor Party so scared of the gambling lobby, so scared of the gambling companies, so scared to do anything that was recommended by that Peter Murphy report that said the single most important thing you could do is to stop the advertising of this harmful product. Gambling addiction kills. It ruins lives. It ruins families. It bankrupts businesses. Gambling advertising pushes a dangerous and deadly product, and it is pushing it down the throats of our children, our young people, and particularly young men across the country. We have heard expert after expert talk about how insidious and dangerous the advertising of gambling is. We've heard from parents who are crying out for regulation and help because gambling companies are getting straight into the hands of their young boys and their teenagers. We've heard directly from children themselves and young addicted people about how hard it is to get away from being induced and bombarded by gambling advertising. We've heard the sorrows and the pain from families who have lost sons, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers because of the death that gambling addiction brings. If you can't bring yourselves to stare down the gambling industry and to stop them from pushing this toxic, deadly product into the hands and faces of our children, you do not have the courage required to lead. It is time to stop the excuses, to do something to stop these gambling companies ruining our children's lives, ruining our families, bankrupting our community. Australians lose more money per capita in gambling than anywhere else in the world. We are addicted to the gambling industry. And it takes political courage to do something about it. Now, the Prime Minister has a supermajority in the House. We've heard the opposition say they care about this issue. They are worried about the pain this is bringing to families. Well, stop dragging your feet. Today's blocking of this bill going to an inquiry just shows the lack of courage that both the Labor Party and the Liberal Party have. Stop being scared. Stand up for the Australian people and for the safety of our children.
Senator Dunham.
Thank you, President. Well, I just hear the Australian Greens talking about parties teaming up to block scrutiny of legislation and hiding things from the gaze of this parliament. Well, it's probably a good opportunity to remind ourselves that not so long ago did the Australian Greens team up with the Australian government, the Labor Party, to stop scrutiny of legislation around actually making sure that this parliament could function. So we talk about dodgy deals and people teaming up to prevent scrutiny. Well, why on earth were we not allowed to have scrutiny of legislation that would ensure crossbenchers and the opposition in this place would be appropriately resourced to ensure that we could do our jobs properly, scrutinise legislation, as the Speaker from the Greens just said. We know why, we know exactly why, and I think my colleagues down here on the crossbench, the independent senators, know it's because of the buy now, pay later arrangement that was entered into by the Australian Greens for their sumptuously appointed, beautifully furnished new party room down the end of the building here, in return for their silence on these arrangements around staff. So they come in here and feign outrage about the lack of scrutiny and terrible deals between the government and opposition. Well, what about exposing what we saw last week when it came to that crowd, the Australian Greens, who happily sell out for all of these sorts of arrangements in order to prevent us from having a proper discussion around resourcing for non-government parties in this place, except for the Australian Greens. They're the ones who do all right out of this. Not only do they get to keep their staff, but of course they get that beautiful room. We've all seen the pictures. We've all seen the pictures. $1 million worth of taxpayers' money put into this, and it means no scrutiny. So we want to talk about deals done between parties. There is the best one I've seen so far. Tangible, clear to see for all, and something that I think we should not forget about when it comes to this discussion around deals done between parties. Whether you want to call it buy now, pay later, click and collect, frequent shopper, frequent flyer upgrades, that's what the Australian Greens are in for here. Whatever the price is, they will happily accept it, and they will do it in order to get whatever it is they want in any transaction in this parliament. So I will not have them come in here and talk about the hypocrisy of parties when, in fact, they are the worst offenders when it comes to this sort of thing.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Senator McKim.
Well, thank you. Well, what we are seeing here is a continuation of decade-long collusion between the Labor Party and the Coalition to destroy the lives of people who seek asylum in this country. We have seen it for decades, and we have seen thousands, literally thousands of lives destroyed by this lockstep in cruelty, this deliberate demonisation of people who seek asylum in this country. And let me tell you, as someone who visited the detention centre, the offshore prison on Manus Island many times, the Lombram, the so-called Lombram Detention Centre, the Lombram offshore prison, let me tell you categorically how many white people there were locked up in that prison. Absolutely none. Absolutely none. Every single one of the well north of 1,000 people that went through was black or brown
has
skinned.
Expired. The question is that the motion, as moved by Senator Faruqi on behalf of Senator McKim, and bearing in mind Senator Lambie's request to split A and B, be agreed to. So we'll deal with Part A of that bill first. So the question is that Part A of that amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator Faruqi, standing in the name of Senator McKim. Part A be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. There being 13 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now put Part B of that amendment. So the question is that Part B of the amendment moved by Senator Faruqi on behalf of Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that Part B of the amendment, as moved by Senator Faruqi on behalf of Senator McKim, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 14 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So the question now is the government amendment as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question now is the report of the Selection of Bills Committee as amended be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Minister Gallagher.
President, I move that general business notice of motion number 179 be considered during general business today.
So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Moment notifications have been lodged as follows. Business of the Senate number 1 and number 2, general business 34, 163, 164 and 166, all for today to the 27th of October.
Thank you. Senator Darmanin.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to a leave of absence for a senator.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Darmanin.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Wong for today on account of ministerial business.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Darmanin be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Okay, so we'll now do formal motions. We'll start with business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock. Senator David Pocock.
Thanks, President. I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 3 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 152, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 152, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
I move that the following bill be introduced. A bill for an act to amend the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act 2013 and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Pocock.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Bill for an act to amend the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act 2013 and for related purposes.
Senator Pocock.
I move that this bill now be read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock.
I table an explanatory memorandum, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Pocock. We now move to general business notice of motion 158, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 158 proposing the introduction of a bill be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move that the following bill be introduced. A bill for an act to amend the Housing Australia Act 2018 and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Askew.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
An act to amend the Housing Australia Act 2018 and for related purposes.
Senator Askew.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Askew.
I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Askew. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 165, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 165 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 165, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 167, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
General business notice of motion number 167 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 167, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 167, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Oh, sorry. Yes. Senator Darling. Order. There being 34 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 168, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to amend general business notice of motion number 168 before asking that it be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this amendment being seen as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber and I ask that it be taken as a formal motion.
So the question is that the motion is moved by... So the question is that the motion be taken as formal. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I'm now going to sorry, I've mixed myself up. I'm now going to put the amended motion. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 168, as amended and standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 168, as amended and standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 169, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 169 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 169, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 169, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 170, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Canavan.
Sorry. I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to repeal legislation relating to emissions reduction targets and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Canavan, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Canavan, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
To repeal legislation relating to emissions reduction targets and for related purposes.
Senator Canavan.
I move that the bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Canavan.
I table an explanatory memorandum, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Canavan. That takes us to the 12:15 mark. A message has been received from the House of Representatives returning the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 and informing the Senate that the House has made the amendments to the bill requested by the Senate. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law related to aged care and healthcare identifiers and for related purposes. Amendment 2025 Measures Number 1, Bill 2025. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thank you, President. I rise on behalf of the Greens to indicate our party's strong opposition to the Labor Party's most recent attack. In fact, one of the nastiest attacks that I've seen on multiculturalism, on the rights of asylum seekers and on refugees. President, what this bill seeks to do is take away one of the most fundamental legal rights from people that you can. Take away the rights of natural justice, the right to be heard before incredibly important decisions are made about you and your life and your future and your health. And in this case, it's all part of a toxic deportation deal that Labor has done with Nauru. And President, last night we discovered that the toxic deportation deal done between the Albanese Labor government and Nauru is not a $400 million secret deal. It's a $2.5 billion secret stitch-up between Australia and Nauru to deport some of the most vulnerable people in this country, to deport them to one of our Pacific neighbours, treat that country effectively as a dumping ground, a sort of modern 21st century penal colony, knowing full well that Nauru is a tiny island with almost no economy and will be dependent upon Australia's economic support. We are meant to be treating our Pacific neighbours as friends. We're meant to be treating them as equals. We're meant to be treating them as partners, but instead the Albanese government is literally bribing our Pacific neighbours to become Australia's 21st century dumping ground and penal colony, and it is obscene. And we know who this bill is targeted at. It's targeted at a multicultural Australia. It's targeted at people who have come here to this country seeking refuge from some of the worst regimes on the planet, seeking refuge from the extremist government in Iran, seeking refuge from facing persecution as Tamils have from Sri Lanka, seeking refuge from places like Sudan, where the killing and the genocide continue, seeking refuge, as so many say, from the Hazara community have, from Afghanistan, and from the genocide against women and the continued attacks against the Hazara community in Afghanistan. They're the people that the Albanese government wants to strip the rights of natural justice away from and deport to Nauru. And the Labor government is quite happy to break up families as part of this deal. If women have Australian kids, doesn't matter to Labor. Break the family up, deport mum, leave the kids without a mum. That's what Labor is proposing with this bill. And they are rushing it through without inviting submissions, without asking the broader community their views. And thankfully, President, my office put out a call before that short, sharp hearing we had last night into this bill, put out a call and offered to table submissions from organisations like the Refugee Council, the Law Council of Australia, the Asylum Seekers Resource Centre, multicultural communities, and table them in the committee because a Labor-dominated committee made a conscious decision to not ask, a deliberate decision to not ask for submissions from the community and only hear from Home Affairs. An appalling decision. And why did Labor make that decision to not hear from the community? Because they were scared about what they would hear. They were scared about what they would hear. And what has the community said though? What have the NGOs, the refugee advocacy groups, the Law Council, what have they said about Labor's bill? Well, I think it's important we read onto the record just some of their submissions. The Asylum Seekers Centre said this: "We believe the removal of legal rights from certain cohorts of people will have impacts beyond refugees and people seeking asylum, standing to marginalise multicultural communities and polarise public debate. This legislation risks entrenching the perception that certain groups are permanently conditional in their belonging, subject to different rules and denied the same access to justice. Such a move erodes trust in institutions, not only among affected individuals, but across multicultural communities who see these laws as part of a pattern of exclusion." And President, if you'd heard the contribution from my colleague, Senator Faruqi, earlier, about how Labor now treats people of colour as having only a conditional right to exist in this country, you would have heard it too from my colleague, Senator Faruqi, and I associate myself with her comments. The Human Rights Watch said this in relation to Labor's most recent ugly, nasty, mean attack on people seeking asylum. They said this: "Refugees and asylum seekers previously forcibly transferred to Nauru by Australia have died from medical neglect and suicide. Human Rights Watch has found that people forcibly transferred to Nauru have suffered severe abuse, inhuman treatment and neglect. and the latest deportation plan will put hundreds more lives at risk. Australia's punitive migration system has already caused immeasurable harm to thousands of people over decades in violation of international law. It's not too late for the government to halt this plan and prevent further abuses." Well, Acting Deputy, it's not too late. Labor could still say no to this bill. Stop playing the coalition's dog whistle. Stop doing worse than the coalition. Stop actually dragging the coalition to places they wouldn't even take this parliament, in denying procedural fairness, in compulsory detention, in reopening the abusive deportation arrangements with Nauru. It's not too late for Labor to realise they're taking Australia down the wrong path. And from the New South Wales Council for Civil Liberties, this is what they said: "Removal of the NZYQ cohort to Nauru is morally bankrupt. The NZYQ cohort includes many people who have special needs in order to function in society. In many cases, the reasons they have special needs includes Australia's deprivation of their human rights through inadequate integration support and long-term immigration detention. Australia has the resources to provide the necessary supports to these people. Even after paying Nauru the $400 million upfront fee and $70 million annual fee, Nauru will not have the necessary resources to support these individuals. Australia's relationship to Nauru becomes analogous to the relationship between Britain and the Australian colonies from 1788 to the 1850s, where the colonies were a dumping ground for convicts. Payment to third countries for this kind of settlement of people should be illegal under international law." The Refugee Council of Australia, with its broad reach, it's spoken about this bill too, and it says, "As this legislation was only introduced on 26 August and is being rushed through Parliament, leading to a lack of scrutiny and devastating implications. The attempt to remove natural justice and due process for certain groups of people should be a warning sign to all that the cornerstone of our democracy is under threat. This bill appears to be a direct attempt to preempt or undermine decisions by Australian courts. The Refugee Council strongly opposes the proposed bill, and the Australian government's related arrangement with Nauru announced on the 30th of August 2025. Will anybody in Labor listen to the Refugee Council? Will anybody in Labor listen to these groups who are saying to you again, stop the dog whistling? And we know that Labor's demonisation of asylum seekers, their attack on migrants, is one of the reasons the far right, One Nation and others, feel empowered to have anti-immigration rallies like we did on the weekend, because they are being fed by Labor's own rhetoric, marginalising, attacking asylum seekers, suggesting that all asylum seekers are somehow criminal, and obscene abuse from a government that should know better, but has a history of doing far worse. The Human Rights Law Centre says the bill will preclude consideration of people's health, the harm they face in Nauru, and whether they will be permanently separated from family in the making of third country reception arrangements. It has been drafted specifically to avoid such considerations being raised and properly considered by excluding natural justice in the making of third country reception arrangements. And can I tell you, Acting Deputy, when I pressed Home Affairs about this last night, and I said, what if one of the directions leading to deportation that the minister chooses to give, and which the government wants to strip natural justice rights from, is for a woman to get passports for herself and her children to return to the country from which she had fled persecution. And the woman, as tragically happens, is suffering from a domestic violence, a violent relationship with the former partner and the parents of and the father of the kids. She wouldn't be able to say, I won't do that. I won't apply for a passport because I'd have to go to the kid's violent father and expose myself to violence and expose myself to that risk. You are removing that right to even say that. How do you have a conscience in this? How does every Labor member think that is okay? Or what about this? Somebody being forced to be deported to Nauru who identifies as LGBTIQ. They no longer have a right in the deportation process, because you're stripping it away, there's natural justice rights, to be able to say to the government, but as a person, as an LGBTIQ member of the community, I will likely be persecuted in Nauru, because we know from international reports that Nauru is an unsafe place to be gay. It's an unsafe place. That report after report has said that it's a place that faces, if you identify as LGBTIQ openly in Nauru, you face potential violence, you face discrimination, and there are no rights protecting you. None. But Labor doesn't want to hear. It's stripping natural justice away and preventing anyone from even being able to tell Labor about the government about that before they're deported. Or what about a woman with the care of 2 kids? Remove natural justice so she can't say and tell the government, actually, you deporting me to Nauru is going to leave my kids without a mum. They may be Australian citizens. No, doesn't want to hear. Just wants to deport. Just wants to meet and better the coalition's dog whistle. That's what Labor does. And every time you do this, the attacks against people seeking asylum, Labor's false assertion that they're somehow inherently criminal, it's heard by the far right. And they use it. And like speeches as we heard from One Nation just earlier, they use what Labor's doing to foment attacks against immigrants, to attack multiculturalism, and to demonise people who have come to Australia from overseas. And the Human Rights Law Centre, in its submission, really sums up what Labor's doing here. It says, in summary, the anti-fairness bill, and I endorse their characterisation of this bill. It's not a Home Affairs amendment bill, it's an anti-fairness bill. In summary, the anti-fairness bill aims to remove the government's duty to give a person notice and an opportunity to respond when deciding to deport them to a third country, effectively allowing the government to ignore health, safety or family separation risks that someone might face if exiled permanently to a country that's not their home. It removes the government's duty to give a person notice when issuing them a direction to cooperate with their deportation, when the failure to comply results in jail time. And it retrospectively patched up visa decisions that were made on the basis of wrong information and wrong or outdated law, rather than allowing those decisions to be reconsidered and made again. The bill is the latest in an ongoing attempt by the Albanese government to deprive migrants and refugees of basic procedural rights that ensure integrity in decision-making and to preempt or undermine decisions by our courts. And heaven knows where the $2.5 billion we're giving to Nauru will go. Because the Nauruan government has formed. They've sent some of the money Australia's paid them to the Finks motorcycle gang. And if that wasn't bad enough, as Labor is deporting people to Nauru, the Nauruan president has made it very clear that it's his government's intention to send those people back to the country from which they fled in breach of the Refugee Convention. And what does Labor say about that? Absolutely nothing, because they are so morally bankrupt.
Thank you. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I too rise to make a brief contribution on the Home Affairs Legislation Amendment 2025 Measures Number 1 Bill 2025. And at the outset, I will say that the Coalition will be supporting the passage of this bill. We do so because the measures contained in this bill are a necessary protection for the Australian society, and our first responsibility as legislators in this place and in the other place is always to the safety and well-being of the Australian society. In this case, addressing the so-called NZYQ cohort, which sadly is a great failure of the Albanese Labor government that stretches back now years. Well, I remember in the previous Parliament, Senator Patterson prosecuting the case against this government's failure of foresight, failure of responding in a timely fashion, failure to perceive the seriousness of the issue at hand in a way that the Australian public demanded. And I think if we go back to the origins of this case, where the government was given very clear warning that this was a live risk, that the High Court's decision in that case was a live risk, and that the government should have prepared itself for the potentiality of that outcome. And the government, and this was very clearly prosecuted by Senator Patterson, the government completely failed to prepare for that risk and to prepare to have contingency plans to allow the Australian Parliament to deal with that situation. And as a result, the Labor Party came late, they came half-heartedly, and they came in a way that subsequently has required further and further and further legislative response. And so we see now in this bill a tightening of the law so that members of this NZYQ cohort cannot continue to use our legal system in Australia to endlessly delay, and that is why we will be voting in favour of it. But this is, as Senator Cash, in prosecuting the issue in this chamber earlier, made very clear, is not a blank cheque to the Labor government, because we have seen before that what they put forward as potential solutions always end up with having further problems and always end up in a situation where the actual practice of the legislation in operation is not quite what they said it was going to be. Even last night in the Senate committee, a very rapid Senate committee hearing into this bill, Senator Cash unearthed the fact that this deal, so-called, with Nauru is very sketchy, not a lot of transparency, and only a lot of very vague assurances. What do we know? Officials revealed last night that this deal could cost the Australian taxpayer $2.5 billion. $2.5 billion is an extraordinary sum of money. And what also came out last night, that even with that money on the table, there was a kicker, and that is that Nauru gets to pick and choose who they take. In fact, under no obligation to take anyone from the NZYQ cohort at all. Now, that I find to be the most astounding piece of information, that this arrangement has been entered into, seemingly, with no minimum number of individuals set out. So if there is no minimum number, then it strikes me that that number could be 0. So I think the Labor government has a lot to do in this space, proving that this arrangement is actually one that is going to achieve the outcome that they say they want to achieve, as opposed to merely papering over a problem, which is what we have seen from this government time and time again in this space. Their assurances that they have done the work, their assurances that they have actually fixed the issue have not proven to be correct. So we, on this side, want to see an outcome in this space. We want to see the Australian community protected. We don't want to see the endless legal battles in courts in Australia. But sadly, we do have very little faith in this government actually being able to follow through on any of these issues.
Thank you, Senator Green.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to make a contribution on this bill, and I do thank all senators who've risen to speak on this bill. I do seek to clarify clearly what this bill does and what this bill doesn't do, and to ensure that it's very clear what the intention of the government is and of putting this bill forward today. The amendments in this bill are directed at removal pathway non-citizens who have come to the end of a visa process and are on a removal pathway. The provisions make targeted amendments to expressly exclude procedural fairness from applying to the exercise of specific powers which deal with the disclosure of information to foreign governments, the taking of action in relation to third country reception arrangements, and the issuing of removal pathway directions. Procedural fairness is a fundamental principle in many areas of decision making. However, there are circumstances where it is neither necessary nor appropriate for it to continue to apply. This bill makes clear that any actions or things done in relation to third country reception arrangements are not conditions on an obligation to afford procedural fairness to an affected person. The amendments in the bill and the associated validation provisions reflect the law as it was declared by the Federal Court to be in TCXM v. the Minister for Immigration and Multicultural Affairs. The amendments will put beyond doubt that the Commonwealth does not need to afford an individual further procedural fairness before establishing an arrangement with a third country, making a visa application on their behalf with that country, or directing them to take steps to cooperate with their removal to a third country. In such cases, the purposes and application of the law should be clear, to give effect to removal as swiftly and effectively as possible. Excluding natural justice obligations from these provisions will reduce delays to removals of individuals pursuant to third country reception arrangements. There are no changes to the protections established by the Migration Act for non-citizens who are owed protection. Australia does not remove people to countries in respect of which they have been found to engage Australia's non-refoulement obligations. These amendments do not change that. The amendments in this bill do not remove procedural fairness from the processes that support decisions whether to cancel or to refuse grant of a visa, nor do they affect merits review. The amendments are directed to the final steps in the removal process, throughout which claims to remain in Australia have been considered and rejected at numerous opportunities. Other provisions validate certain decisions that may have been affected by a decision of the full Federal Court in AJN 23 v. the Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Multicultural Affairs. In that case, Acting Deputy President, the decision has created legal uncertainty for a range of decisions made by the Minister, his delegates and the former Administrative Appeals Tribunal, where the decision maker relied on an understanding of the law from a previous High Court decision. The amendments in this bill will validate the relevant decisions so that they are all taken for the purposes to have always been valid. These amendments do not seek to alter the current law on immigration detention following the High Court's decision in NZYQ. The Australian community rightly expects that our migration laws are upheld and that those who have no legal right to remain in Australia will depart voluntarily or be removed as soon as possible. These amendments enable this expectation to be met without unnecessary or otherwise avoidable delay. In concluding, can I say, I thank the cooperation of the Chamber and for the contributions that have been made today, and I commend this bill to the Chamber.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells. For 4 minutes? Yeah, 4 minutes. Thank you. Excuse me, Clerk. Sorry. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be read a second time. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes, and I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the noes. There being 27 ayes and 13 noes, the question is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to migration and for related purposes.
As amendments have been circulated, we'll move to committee stage. Wonderful, thank you. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. Senator Cash.
Thank you, Chair. And in relation to the bill, we will hit a hard marker at 1 p.m. So just in the time that we have, I do want to address the measures or the amendments that we will be putting forward. The amendments address a known issue in the community safety detention order regime, and this is something that we were exploring last night during the brief inquiry that we had in the bill. And the issue is that when you look at the bill and what will pass the Senate today, because the Coalition is supporting the bill, the issue is what it doesn't actually address is the threshold for the community safety order regime. The threshold for making such an order at this point in time is too high. And certainly this is evidenced by the fact that applications, or none, are actually in place. But more than that, the minister himself has actually said that the legal bar is so high that, in his view, no one has come close to reaching the threshold. Given in particular what some of these people have been alleged to have done, I think that is incredibly disappointing, coming from a government that should put community safety at the heart of its foundations and principles. But in effect, Minister Burke has thrown his hands up and said, "I give up." As we have always maintained, community safety is the first obligation of any government. And that is why the Coalition is very disappointed that this bill does not remedy obvious defects in the community safety detention order regime. I don't believe the government will be supporting our amendments today, but across successive Labor ministers for Home Affairs, and this is a real disappointment for the Australian people, the Albanese Labor government, this is a fact, has not even applied for a single preventative detention order in respect of the NZYQ cohort. And we now know, and it was confirmed last night in relation to the hearing in this bill, that that cohort currently stands at 354. So in relation to 354, and in particular in relation to rapists, pedophiles, murderers, armed robbers and a contract killer, not a single order has been applied for, not just by Minister Burke during his time as minister, but by successive ministers in the first term of the Albanese government. And I think what was disappointing last night, as we did explore the bill and ask these questions as to why the bill, that, as I said, it will pass today because the Coalition are lending their support, but at the evidence in the committee last night, but not only that, across successive Senate committee hearings, it is now patently obvious that the government are unable or unwilling to approach the court to put serious criminals behind bars. And we need to be very clear here. When we say the NZYQ cohort, I mean, obviously, many in the public don't know what we're talking about. The NZYQ cohort are people who should not be in Australia. They have no right to remain in Australia. They are currently, though, under this government, at large in the community. They are serious criminals, and as I said, evidenced by the fact that the cohort includes rapists, a serial killer, a contract killer, pedophiles and an armed robber. They are serious criminals. They are unlawful citizens. In other words, they should not be here. A court has found that, not the Coalition. A court has found that, and they do pose a serious risk to our communities. So the shadow ministers in the other place, both Mr Hastie and Mr Lisa, they have tried to work with the government, tried to be constructive, to say to the government, if you are actually serious about improving community safety, if you really are worried about the fact that at this point in time, as Minister Burke himself has said, in relation to community safety detention order regimes, the legal threshold is too high, we can actually put forward an amendment, and as I said, that amendment will go before the Senate today. And the effect of the amendments is actually twofold. The first is we would actually lower the threshold for prevention detention orders. So the first set of changes set out on the sheet of amendments circulated by the Coalition is actually about the threshold. These are straightforward, sensible and modest changes. The changes amend the criminal code in relation to the legal threshold for making a community safety detention order. Now, to make a preventative detention order, these amendments would require the court only to be satisfied on the basis of admissible evidence in relation to the unacceptable risk and serious harm that the community may suffer. The amendment, in other words, removes the statutory form of words to a high degree of probability, because that is actually the issue at this point in time. Parliament, the Senate in particular, has the right to change this. We change it, working with the government. They won't work with us. And obviously, we then enable the minister to start making those applications as he should done. The change gives greater latitude to the court to make appropriate orders on the basis of the admissible evidence. This statutory form of words is part of the legal threshold that Minister Burke has found so personally troublesome. Removing the phrase, what that does is puts more power in the hands of courts, as is appropriate, and sets a more appropriate threshold to allow a preventative detention order to be made. Items 2 to 4 are complemented by the changes. So this would make amendments such that the court need only be satisfied that other less restrictive measures may not be effective in protecting the community. So the current drafting, which, as Minister Burke has said, is not working, the minister has admitted that, requires the courts to be satisfied that such measures would not be effective in protecting the community. The bar is too high, we know that. 354 people, 0 of these orders have been applied for by the government. It is too definitive and it requires too much work from the courts in terms of certainty. Asking a court to determine in advance that alternatives would not be effective has apparently been part of the problem. That has meant that Minister Burke has not even come close to applying for an order to protect the community. One might say, have a go, but that's not what this government does. They sit back and they make every excuse in the world. Well, guess what? We're saying today you have an opportunity to end the excuses, to actually make the change and ensure that there is a more appropriate threshold, because ultimately this is about the safety of the Australian people. It will allow the minister to take confidence, because clearly he doesn't have any, that he can legitimately approach the court and ask for an order in the interests of the Australian community. And in the same vein as other amendments put forward by the Coalition, these changes to the threshold for preventative detention are drafted with 2 layers of constitutional protection in mind. So don't raise that issue with us. The first is to ensure that the decision remains in the hands of the court, as we know it has to. This avoids known issues around Chapter 3 and detention by the executive, which, as we know, were identified in a line of cases, including in the NZYQ case itself. But secondly, based on the procedure for applying for such an order, it is clear that any potential constitutional risk will crystallise only where the court itself determines to issue a community safety detention order. The other set of amendments on sheet 3429 address a known issue with mandatory sentencing in section 76DA of the Migration Act. This was drafted by the government but moved by the opposition and passed on a bipartisan basis. These mandatory sentencing arrangements were put in place to again ensure that if the murderers, the rapists, the pedophiles, the armed robbers and the contract killer were not able to adhere to their visa conditions, they would be behind bars. They are criminals. Surprisingly, but despite the clear intention of the legislature, we have now seen numerous instances now where the court imposed a 1-year sentence of imprisonment, as they have to, and then suspend it wholly. They do not see a day behind bars. That is an absolute disgrace, and they go straight back into the community, even though they've been sentenced to jail because they are a criminal. So the changes in items 5 and 6 on sheet 3429 close that loophole. Pretty simple. Hope the media are listening, because seriously, you need to be asking questions of Mr Burke this afternoon why he can't support these very simple amendments. All our changes do is say that mandatory minimum jail time means mandatory minimum jail time. This is not a change to the policy position of the parties of government. It is again a modest change that simply clarifies the drafting of the law to give better effect to the shared intention of both the Labor Party and the Coalition, and it should not be controversial. None of these amendments will be controversial. Let me be very clear. If the government aren't going to put the Australian people front and centre, community safety, I can tell you right now, the Coalition will, and that's the point of the amendments.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge, we will be breaking at 1 o'clock though.
Which is kind of soon.
It's 1 o'clock now.
Yeah.
Senators, pursuant to the order agreed yesterday, the time allotted for debate on this bill and 2 other bills has expired. I will now put the question before the chair and then put the question to conclude the committee of the whole stage. The question is that the opposition amendment on sheet 3429 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Yes. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yeah. I'll pinch that just in case. Is that right? You sure? Yep. Okay. All right. That was short-lived. Oh.
Sorry, is this... Lock the doors. Question is that opposition amendment on sheet 3429 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew, teller for the ayes, Senator Grogan, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 26, noes 36. The question is resolved in the negative. I will ask all senators to please remain in the chamber. I'll now deal with the amendments circulated by the Australian Greens, beginning with the amendment on sheet 3430 and amendment 7 on sheet 3427. Question is that part 2 and item 10 of schedule 1 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. 1 minute. doors. The question is that Part 2 and Item 10 of Schedule 1 stand as printed. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan, teller for the ayes, and Senator McKim, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 33, noes 12. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The question is now that the remaining Australian Greens amendments on sheet 3427 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is the remaining Australian Greens amendments on sheet 3427 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. Appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Askew, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 31. The question is resolved in the negative. Pursuant to order, the bill shall now be reported. I report the bill.
Pursuant to order, the bill shall now be reported. I report the bill. The remaining stages of the bill, so the question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Ring the bells. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bill shall now, that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 12 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to migration and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 1 of 2025. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that this bill be now read a second time. The ayes should go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 12 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 and for related purposes.
The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 and for related purposes.
I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Treasury Laws Amendment Payment Systems Modernisation Bill of 2025 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Move that this bill be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The question, I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to payment systems and for related purposes.
The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to payment systems and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendment, starting with the amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3415 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that amendment on sheet 3392 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that amendment on sheet 3392 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 11 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to payment systems and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bills. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 3, Competition and Consumer Amendment, Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2025, second reading debate.
Senator Duniam.
Hello, President. I rise to discuss the Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2024, and I'm delighted to be able to do so with the limited time available to me before we get to 2-minute statements. Well, I think it's important to first point out that, of course, Australians continue to struggle under this terrible cost of living crisis, having such a massive impact on people's way of life and their capacity to live life to its fullest. And this government sadly can't be believed when it comes to the policies they've put in place with regard to cost of living and in particular energy and emissions reductions. They went to the 2022 election with 3 promises, which I think we should recount for the benefit of all those listening, those in the gallery. And the first of those, of course, is one we can't forget, and that was the promise to reduce power bills by $275. And of course, then on to the fact that we would have 82% renewable energy generation in our grid by 2030, and then a further promise that we'd have 43% of emissions taken out of our environment by the same time. And of course, we're on track to fail all of those, and in the case of the power price reduction, President, we are in no way coming anywhere near that. We've gone in the other direction, and indeed, sadly, Australians were sold a pup when it came to the promises at the 2022 election, because any promise of lower power prices is completely a mirage. We know, in fact, that power prices went up by more than $1,300 on what was promised by the Labor government. Instead of delivering on their promise to cut power prices and take decisive action to lower costs and ensure that there's enough energy in the system to avoid the risk of blackouts, the government's focused on reshuffling the deck chairs and redressing the bureaucracy, and none of those measures offer any relief to households or businesses that are struggling to make ends meet. But what we have in this bill is to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Consumer and Competition Commission. So this really does come down to priorities, Acting Deputy President, and it's interesting and quite telling, frankly, that the first piece of legislation that the government brings in on this is exactly what I said before, the shuffling of deck chairs on the Titanic, relating to what bureaucrats are doing what. And as I said, this is just separating out the Australian Energy Regulator from the ACCC. It'll do nothing to address what they said was a priority, and certainly something Australians have told us from end to end in this country, that they want the cost of living reduced.
We've reached the hard marker, so we'll move to 2-minute statement. I call Senator Sharma.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, this government has said they would be the most transparent in Australia's history, but earlier this week we find out that they're running from transparency. When Labor came to office, they made a clear promise to Australians that this would be a government committed to transparency, doing things differently. But what we've seen has been the complete reverse of that. Under this government, for the first ever time, the proportion of FOI requests refused exceeded the proportion of those granted in full in 2022-23. And the proportion of FOI requests granted in full remains lower under this government than previous governments, despite their stated commitment to transparency. And the government's proposed changes to freedom of information legislation, announced early this week, aren't going to strengthen transparency, they're going to weaken transparency. They don't empower citizens, they're going to push them further away from the truth and their right to know. And instead of reform, what's being offered here is more restriction, more fees, more red tape and more excuses to hide away from scrutiny when Australians ask fair and reasonable questions of their government. This isn't reform, this is retreat. As the Shadow Attorney General Julian Leeser said, this is a tax on truth. or a tax on transparency, a new barrier that will require Australians to pay to access information that rightly belongs to them. Now, we should always be looking to modernise systems, no one's arguing with that, but modernisation should be about making things more accessible to the citizens, not less. It should bring government closer to the people, not push them further away. But what's being put forward here entrenches at the heart of this government a culture of secrecy, one where scrutiny is seen as a nuisance, one where government is less about serving the people and more about shielding itself from criticism. This is not the kind of democracy Australians expect nor deserve.
Senator McCarthy.
There is no place for hate in Australia, Acting Deputy President, but that's what we saw examples of on Sunday. Hateful violence, we've seen the chilling footage, dozens of men wearing black, storming Camp Sovereignty in Melbourne, a culturally significant site seen as sacred by many, where First Nations people have held a vigil to care for the remains of ancestors. We saw footage of men armed with stick and rods. We saw brutal beatings of people at the camp. We saw the Aboriginal flag, an official flag, stomped into the mud. But they came to do more than that. They came to stoke fear and they came to silence. Since Sunday, I've been hearing the hurt and anger of so many Australians, both First Nations and non-Indigenous. These thugs set out to attack migrants and First Nations people on the same day. They attacked newest Australians and our oldest. I've spoken this week with Uncle Robbie Thorpe of Camp Sovereignty, and I thank Senator Lydia Thorpe for her advocacy in facilitating that conversation. I've also spoken with the Victorian Minister for Treaty and First Peoples and to Indigenous member of the Victorian Legislative Council, Sheena Watt. These kinds of attacks, be they on religious institutions or be they on these culturally significant Aboriginal sites, use hate and violence to divide us. But we will not let them divide us. As Minister for Indigenous Australians, I condemn the violent and reprehensible attack on Camp Sovereignty in the strongest possible terms. I stand in solidarity with those affected, those injured and impacted at the site, and those affected right across this country.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Acting Deputy. What's been tagged as an anti-Semitism conference on the Gold Coast this weekend is, in fact, an appalling junket that's been widely criticised as one-sided and focusing on supporting Israel rather than taking meaningful action against racism across society, and that racism includes, of course, anti-Semitism. There have been multiple concerns raised about this summit, including one of its principal sponsors being a significant shareholder in a company called Bisalloy, which, as the genocide continues in Gaza, is directly exporting armoured steel to Israel and directly exporting armoured steel to the Israeli Defence Force and to be used by settlers in their continuing unlawful attack on Palestinians in the West Coast. And speakers that are going to this include the former head of the US neo-Nazi movement. The former head of the US neo-Nazi movement is at the event. And who else is going? Richard Marles, the Defence Minister. The former Labor Prime Minister Julia Gillard, Labor Inner West Mayor Darcy Byrne, the Human Rights Commissioner and the Anti-Semitism Commissioner. Well, where were they all on the weekend speaking out against neo-Nazis? And how dare they go to a conference that's been headlined by the former head of the US neo-Nazi movement? Acting Deputy President, I would like to extend mine and my party's, and I know millions of Australians, deep condolences to the people of Sudan and the Sudanese diaspora here in Australia. A devastating landslide has destroyed an entire village in the Western Darfur region, killing an estimated 1,000 people. And it comes on top of the ongoing appalling war in Sudan, now in its third year, which has plunged the country in one of the world's worst human-made humanitarian crises. All of us join in sympathy and condolences and respect with the Sudanese diaspora and those in Sudan suffering.
Thank you. Senator Blyth.
Thank you. We must have an uncomfortable conversation about immigration. I stand here as the daughter of migrants. My mother migrated here from Burma. Her parents were Indian and Burmese. My father arrived as a 10-pound pom. They came with little more than determination and belief in the Australian promise. If you work hard, you could build a better life. We were once seen as the lucky country. Sadly, that no longer rings true. By ignoring the problem or demonising the people raising it, it is an issue that will only lead to increasing community anxiety. Under Labor, immigration numbers have surged to levels that are simply unsustainable. It is outrageous because we cannot even house the people who are already here. Families are competing for rentals, young Australians are losing hope of ever owning a home, and our infrastructure is stretched beyond breaking point. This is not compassion, this is chaos. Our immigration program must maintain its social licence. And it's not only about housing. We have seen migrants with criminal backgrounds and some who would seek to do us harm admitted. We have witnessed outbreaks of unrest. Look at the marches around the nation just last weekend. And Australians are left asking, who is coming here and are they here to uphold our values? This erosion of social cohesion breeds fear and suspicion. Immigration must be managed responsibly. It must be sustainable.
Order.
It must
Order.
be in the national interest.
Order.
But right now, under the Albanese Labor government, it is anything but in the national interest. We are a generous nation, but generosity without responsibility fails both those who are already here and those who are coming to seek a better life in the greatest nation on earth. It is time to restore balance, common sense and faith in the promise that effort in this country is still rewarded. We must have the conversation.
Senator Brown.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to attend the Tasmanian Disability Awards last week on behalf of Minister Butler. The evening celebrated the achievements of people with disability and recognised organisations, workers, families and the carers who support them. The awards highlighted the strength, talent and leadership of Tasmania's disability community while reminding us of the work still ahead to build a more inclusive society where every Tasmanian, regardless of ability, can take part fully in community life. The Albanese Labor government remains committed to supporting people with disability to live healthy, fulfilling lives. At the heart of this is our work to secure the future of the NDIS, ensuring it stays true to its original purpose of supporting those with significant and permanent needs while guaranteeing its long-term sustainability. Respect for the voices and choices of people with disability is central to this work. We also know that participation matters. Access to education, training and employment creates opportunities for independence and inclusion and helps ensure that people with disability can contribute their skills and leadership across every part of our community. In Tasmania, this means making sure people with disability can access opportunities in our schools, our workplaces and our local communities, no matter where they live. I'd like to thank everyone who contributed to the Tasmanian Disability Awards, from service providers and advocates to families, carers, workers and organisers, for the vital role you play in making inclusion real and in strengthening our community as a whole. Congratulations to all those who were recognised on the night, and I especially thank the organisers for putting together such a successful event. Thank you.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Yesterday, the Albanese government approved the Ulan thermal coal mine expansion. That's 18 million extra tonnes of coal for export, the equivalent to 500 million Sydney to Melbourne flights. The decision comes just before the announcement of a 2035 emissions reduction target. Labor is busy destroying the prospects of a strong target. You can't claim any kind of climate leadership and continue to approve thermal coal mines. And Australians are starting to see through this failure. You just have to look at the North West Shelf approval, which was withheld until after the election. Labor knew full well what that would mean before an election approving one of the biggest fossil fuel projects in the country. We're seeing a disconnect on climate, on housing, on AI, on caring for nature, the environment, the places we live, and Australians are walking away from the major parties because of that. At the last election, independents recorded their strongest vote ever. Communities are increasingly demanding honesty, courage, and real change. Communities know that the old way of doing politics is broken. It's got us into an almighty mess as a country. And this weekend's Community Independence Project conference is about showing what a better type of politics looks like and how it can deliver real outcomes for communities across the country. Because approving more coal and gas proves one thing: the current system is failing us. And Australians are taking notice. We have to start to live like we plan to be here for a long time and make decisions that are good for the young people who sit up here every day and watch us talk about issues that affect them.
Senator Dunham.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, child safety is and should be Australia's #1 priority, and I know that it is the focus of the government but also the opposition, and should be for all parliamentarians in this place. As a parent and as someone who can identify with victim survivors, I think what we've seen in recent times that has happened in childcare centres makes everyone sick to the core when you consider the harm that's been done unto young people in our community. And that's why I want to speak about someone I've met recently who has highlighted for me the importance of prevention when it comes to protecting young people in our community, children in childcare centres, in schools, in other settings. Prevention, of course, is so much better than any reactive approach to these matters, and the best form of prevention, of course, is empowering and supporting parents to know what to look out for and how to work with kids on how to protect themselves and to highlight the danger signs. And so I recently met with Ms Christy McVie, who was the founder of Cape AU, which is an entity that, and Ms McVie, of course, was a former detective in the police force. She investigated and dealt with these horrendous incidents we're talking about here, incidents of child exploitation and abuse. And she said that her job, sadly, was all about locking up the bad guy, dealing with these people that commit these crimes after they'd been perpetrated, and more needed to be done to prevent and to protect in that way. Cape AU, which has a great website, cape-au.com, has a range of resources for parents. There are many that are available freely around body safety cards, online safety guides, device safety 101, facts and resources to help parents be able to teach kids what they need to look out for, things to avoid, signs that parents should be looking out for. So I encourage all parents, all Australians who are interested in protecting kids and preventing this from happening, to access this site.
Senator Marielle Smith.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. A couple of weekends ago, on a visit to one of our favourite beaches in South Australia, I held my children's hands as we surveyed yet another day of devastation caused by the algae bloom. From dead seahorses to sea snakes, thousands of small fish rotting in the weeds, it was truly heartbreaking for me and my family, as it has been across South Australia. Our community is hurting right now. We have the most beautiful stretches of coastline in the world, pristine beaches teeming with stunning marine life, and it is so hard to watch what has become of it. And as this bloom lingers in our coastal waters, we are seeing its impact spread to tourism, farming and local businesses. This is so far from normal, but climate change means it won't be the last we see of these sorts of devastating events. This is heartbreaking for every South Australian, but it should serve as a reminder to everyone in this chamber that warming oceans and shifting marine conditions could hit any Australian community. I want to assure South Australians that the Albanese and Mount Lenauskas Labor governments are working side by side right now to provide the support people need, not just immediately but into the future. And I want to thank Senator Murray Watt for his work and sincere engagement. Our government has announced an additional $6.25 million in addition to the $28 million jointly funded support package for science and research, business assistance, community awareness and support, and clean-up efforts. Peak Council bodies are receiving support to service communities affected by the algae bloom. This is an absolutely devastating event for South Australians. Every South Australian family who loves our coast as much as mine is hurting, and we will continue to work together, as South Australians expect, to mitigate the worst of this event and keep looking towards the future.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
I rise to speak on human rights issues facing Tibetans. Each year, the Tibetan community visits Parliament House on Tibet Lobby Day. On Monday, I had the joy of hearing Tibetan children singing prayers in their own language. But if they did this in Tibet or China, they would be punished. There is no freedom of movement, expression, religion or association in Tibet. Not only that, Tibetans who speak up, including in Australia, face transnational repression, surveillance and intimidation. I had the privilege of hearing directly from members of the Tibetan Australian community about the issues facing them. They told me about their horrible experience in Chinese colonial boarding schools. Chinese government has ripped at least 800,000 Tibetan children from their families, language and culture. This is so tragically similar to what our own Indigenous Australians have faced with the stolen generation. Yankee also told me about how at just 4 months old she was left with her grandparents as her parents escaped Tibet across the Himalayas. We need to call out human rights abuses wherever they occur, and that includes Tibet. Thank you, Yankee, Shenpen and Dolma, for sharing your stories with me. As we mark the 90th birthday of the Dalai Lama, Australia must commit to recognising a new Dalai Lama chosen only through traditional Tibetan practices. There must be no interference by the Chinese government in this sacred tradition. The Greens have always supported the Tibetan people and their right to self-determination, freedom of expression and freedom of religion.
Senator Payman.
Acting Deputy President, the growing crisis of illegal tobacco and vaping products is engulfing Western Australia. Just last month, WA Police warned of a brewing tobacco war after shootings and firebombing took place in Perth. They have said it very clearly. The fines are too small, the profits are too big, and criminal syndicates are thriving. Meanwhile, a report from the University of Notre Dame shows that while more than 100 vape shops have been shut down, convenience stores across Perth are still openly selling vapes under the counter, often a few hundred metres off our schools. That's why today I moved a motion to refer this very important issue to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Reference Committee. We needed answers about how much money is being funneled into organised crime, the effectiveness of federal enforcement, and whether stronger penalties are required. But instead of supporting transparency and accountability, the government and the New Greens teamed up to block this inquiry. And I ask, why would a party that once prided itself on social justice and standing against corporate greed now side with the government to shut down scrutiny? This is not the Greens we have come to know. Are you really putting politics over people, putting our communities at risk? We know that illegal tobacco kills people, but it also fuels criminal networks, robs our budget of funding for health and education, and threatens the safety of small businesses. An inquiry would have mapped the scale of the problem and proposed real solutions. WA deserve answers, and I'll keep pressing for them, because this fight is not just about the harmful effects of tobacco, but about whether we let organised crime call the shots in our state.
Senator Little.
Acting Deputy President, the main job of any government is to keep its people safe. Australia remains in the midst of a family and domestic violence epidemic getting worse. New data released by the ABS yesterday reveals sexual assault rose 17% across Australia between 2022 and 2024. Since 2021, the number of FDV-related homicides and related offences has risen from 106 to 175. Whatever the number, it's abhorrent. While the numbers are new, it should not be a surprise to anybody, least of all the Albanese government, given its carriage of the National Plan to End Violence towards Women and Children, and the so-called rapid review of prevention approaches. Community legal services still turn away more than 1,000 people every day. The $3.9 billion rapid review response announced last September didn't see the majority of funding flowing until 1 July this year to a sector desperate for action over announcements. There's been their processing crisis payments for prisoners on release 3 times faster than for victim survivors escaping violence. Add to that greater access to alcohol, drugs and gambling with the removal of the cashless debit card and the lifting of alcohol restrictions in the Northern Territory. The ABS data said the Northern Territory in 2024 recorded its highest number of reported sexual assaults in over 30 years. Children are being targeted by organised offenders while the nation is fragmented on solutions. Last week I hosted a panel facilitated by the National Children's Commissioner Anne Hollands on child sexual exploitation and trafficking, a significant issue that largely remains hidden and people remain uncomfortable talking about. I'm also co-convening a parliamentary friends group alongside Labor Senator Gosh to drive meaningful conversations because so few people in this place immerse themselves in these issues but should.
Thank you. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today in absolute disbelief and, frankly, in disgust. Disgust at the blatant disregard shown by the Labor Party and the Greens toward the Australian people and the Australian flag. Over 46,000 Australians signed a petition that One Nation presented here yesterday, calling for the burning or desecration of our national flag to be made a criminal offence. 46,000 ignored. The Australian flag is not just a piece of fabric, it's our symbol of our values, our freedoms, our history and the sacrifices made to defend them. Yet yesterday, on Australian National Flag Day, Senator Hanson was prevented by the Greens from even wearing the flag in the Senate. Let that sink in. Wearing the Australian flag was deemed offensive in our own parliament. And this morning, on national television, a Green senator refused to condemn the burning of our flag, calling it political expression. What an absolute disgrace. To make matters worse, another Green senator floated the idea of wearing the Palestinian flag in the parliament instead. Whose parliament is this? Who do these people actually represent? It sure isn't the everyday Australians who love this country. It sure isn't the families who've lost loved ones in war defending that flag. And it sure isn't the people who still believe in pride, in patriotism, in decency. This is not free speech. This is cowardice dressed up as progressivism. And it's an insult to every Australian who has ever worn the flag on their sleeve, in uniform, in sport, in service. The actions of the Greens and the silence of Labor is nothing short of betrayal. A betrayal of our values, a betrayal of our history and a betrayal of our people. Shame on them.
Senator Hodgins-May.
The attack on camp sovereignty on sacred First Nations land last weekend was a violent escalation of far-right extremism and white supremacy that has been legitimised by individuals in this chamber. I urge parliamentarians in this place to look inward. What we say and do in this place matters, and noble words, whether regarding the genocide unfolding in Gaza or the neo-Nazi marches happening on our streets, mean very little if they are not backed up with actions that support them. And this week we have witnessed a clear disconnect between the Albanese government's rhetoric and its actions. While some individual government MPs have rightly condemned the Nazi-organised marches that terrorised black and brown people in our streets, the Prime Minister has said that he has no doubt that there were good people who went along, while his government rams through legislation that targets multicultural Australia and strips the rights of migrants and refugees. When the government allows the far right to set the terms of public debate, it is community that pays the price. It organises First Nations defenders and activists who find themselves on the front lines fighting against racism, protecting country and demanding justice, while too often being vilified and criminalised for doing so. When the Prime Minister both sides a rally where neo-Nazis and extremists marched under anti-immigration—
Can you please resume your seat? Senators, you might object. Senators, you may object to what has been said, but this is not the time for debate, and interjections are always disorderly, so I please ask for silence as Senator Hodgins-May is able to continue her speech.
Both sides a rally where neo-Nazis and extremists—
Senator Chisholm. Please continue, Senator Hodgins-May.
When the Prime Minister both sides a rally where neo-Nazis and extremists marched under anti-immigration banners, he is legitimising racism. Instead of giving legitimacy to the politics of hate and division, government should be amplifying the voices—
Senator Hodgins-May, I'll ask you to withdraw. You're impugning motives there.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
Instead of giving legitimacy to the politics of hate and division, government should be amplifying the voices of those working for equality and justice and strengthening, not diminishing, protections for migrants, refugees and First Nations communities.
I want to thank the defenders of camp sovereignty and echo their calls for mutual aid and increased presence on the ground. To those who resist every day, your courage strengthens us all. You show us that change is possible.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I often speak about the war, genocide and apartheid against First Peoples. Most people understand how this happened in the past. Missions and massacres are very straightforward to understand. But many people do not fully understand when I speak of the 2025 version of this war, genocide and apartheid against my people that is happening today. This colony continues to build and maintain systems that harm us. They deliberately make laws and policies that ignore the root cause of poverty, destroy our land and culture, steal and lock up our babies, our women, our men, torture and abuse them, and result in deaths in custody. First Peoples today are faced with a choice to assimilate or die. It is a slow and sophisticated second wave of genocide that is silent and covered up by government bureaucracy and PR spin. The violence of this system might not be as obvious as a massacre, but it is just as dangerous. We are always consulted, but our sovereign authority is not respected because they know we will never give consent to destroy our land and our culture and people. This legacy will continue unless we reckon with the role that governments play in this country as the abuser. No one tells a survivor of abuse to just keep asking politely, yet that's exactly what governments demand of us, while they keep killing us. The Colonial Frontier Massacres Mapping Project found that around half of all massacres of First Peoples were carried out by police and government forces.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Senator Mulholland.
Acting Deputy President, this week is Women's Health Week. Today I'm wearing this badge to recognise the first ever National Day of Awareness for Young Women's Breast Cancer, organised by an incredible new charity called So Brave. I want to congratulate Rochelle Pennants and her team for their incredible roundtable here on Monday at Parliament House, discussing the issues young women diagnosed with breast cancer face, particularly during pregnancy and postpartum. Each year, 1,000 Australian women under 40 are diagnosed with breast cancer. In fact, it is the most diagnosed cancer amongst young women aged 20 to 39. This is the exact time in life when women are making some of the most critical decisions about their future, work and families. As a new mum, I cannot begin to imagine what a cruel double blow it would be to be diagnosed with breast cancer during pregnancy and how that would upend everything you thought motherhood would be. I can't imagine the heartbreak that comes with trying to cradle a youngborn in one arm while receiving chemotherapy in the other, or the devastation I'd feel if I couldn't breastfeed my child because chemotherapy medication had contaminated my breast milk. So I think the need for better support and resources for young women and young mums is obviously clear, and I encourage everyone to find out more about this charity.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. We'll now move to question time. So, Senator Farrell.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to make a statement concerning ministerial arrangements for question time.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister Farrell.
I advise changes to ministerial arrangements. Senator Wong will be absent from question time today on account of ministerial business overseas. In the absence of Senator Wong, I will be the acting leader of the government in the Senate, and ministers will represent portfolios at question time in accordance with the letter circulated to the President and party leaders and independent senators.
Thank you, Minister Farrell. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And in that regard, then, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Farrell. Yesterday, the Prime Minister told the Parliament that reports ISIS brides were being repatriated to Australia were not accurate. Yet last night we learned that the Acting Chief of the New South Wales Police Force said that his state force is working with federal counterparts to finalise operations relating to the return of Islamic State operatives. There is a strong concern in the Australian community about these individuals returning to Australia, given they willingly joined the ISIS death cult, a terrorist group who committed genocide against Shia, Yazidis and Christians and used rape as a weapon of war. Given the Prime Minister's sty-sipping yesterday, will the Minister be clear and honest with the Australian people and confirm whether individuals associated or formerly associated with ISIS are returning to Australia or have returned to Australia in recent months? Yes or no?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Cash for her first question. The Minister, as you said, the Prime Minister has addressed this issue, and of course the Foreign Minister yesterday did address the issue extensively in terms of a response to the issues that have been raised regarding the so-called ISIS brides. The situation in Syria is becoming increasingly unstable. Our security agencies have been and continue to monitor the situation to ensure that they are prepared for any Australian from this cohort to return home. But as the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister has said, and let us be very clear about this, the Australian government is not providing assistance and is not repatriating individuals in Syrian IDP camps.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. In a statement in this chamber earlier today, Senator Gallagher confirmed security agencies have been and continue to monitor a cohort of Australians in Syria. As we know, the cohort referred to are the ISIS death cult associates. Minister, can the government confirm if any of that cohort has already returned to Australia?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Cash for her first supplementary question. I thought Senator Gallagher was very clear in what she had said about this situation. Can I repeat? Our security agencies have been and continue to monitor the situation to ensure that they are prepared for any Australian from this cohort to return home. And can I reiterate what I said in my earlier answer? The Australian government is not providing assistance and will not be repatriating individuals in Syrian IDP camps.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Can the government therefore guarantee that no taxpayers' funds at all will be spent on the return to Australia of ISIS associates, including on their travel costs?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Cash, for her second supplementary question. I can confirm and be very clear on this. The Australian government is not providing assistance and is not repatriating individuals in Syrian IDP camps.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Delija.
Thanks, President. And my question is to the Minister for Finance and Government Services, Senator Gallagher. The former coalition government's robo-debt program illegally pursued Australians for debts that they didn't owe. The chapter was the worst failure of public administration in Australia's history. The Royal Commission into robo-debt made clear the devastating impact this scheme had on individuals and their families after the former coalition government hunted them down for money that they didn't owe. Could the Minister update the Senate on the settlement outcome that has been reached with the victims of robo-debt today?
Thank you, Senator Delija. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Delija for the question, and I also acknowledge the role that your union and mine played in advocating against the robo-debt scheme and raising concerns around robo-debt, and particularly on the impact it had on your constituents in Tasmania, Senator Delija. Now, we all remember, and of course we will never forget, the failed program, robo-debt, known as robo-debt, that those opposite, when they were in government, established to hunt down, I think that was the language used by ministers, to hunt down people that owed money and have it then pay it back to the Australian government. Of course, the major problem with that was that for the 450,000 that were affected by robo-debt, the majority of them didn't owe any money, and their government had raised debts they never owed and then pursued them and used language like "we will hunt you down and jail you" for debts that they never owned. And not only were they pursuing debts that people didn't owe and demonising some of the poorest and most vulnerable Australians in the language and the way they prosecuted that, they were also using robo-debt as a budget savings measure. So it was to repair their budget, and they made a lot of promises about that. And we see the end result of this, not only the people that lost their lives, the families traumatised, the individuals who will never ever get over the biggest failure of public administration in this country that those opposite presided over, but we have now know that the ongoing harm that has happened to those people affected by robo-debt, and we have sought to settle this legal matter. So the decision taken demonstrates our commitment to address the harms caused by robo-debt. Well, if Senator Canavan, I will give you leave to stand here and explain why you think the victims of robo-debt, should be ridiculed.
Thank you, Minister. Order. Order. Senator De Leger, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. How is the Albanese Labor government continuing to clean up the mess left behind by the Coalition's unlawful and disastrous robo-debts program? What has the robo-debt scheme cost Australian taxpayers to date?
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Senator De Leger. Minister.
Thank you, Senator Leger, for the supplementary. The settlement we have reached, which is subject to court approval, will make $475 million available to compensate those affected by the unlawful robo-debt scheme. But in addition to that, when we look at the total cost, the Coalition, when in government and using this scheme to balance their budget, told taxpayers it would save them $4.7 billion. But in the end, it cost over $500 million, not counting the money refunded. To break this down, the scheme was budgeted to save $4.7 billion. It only delivered a saving of $406 million, if you'd like to call it that, and it cost $971 million to implement. So that gives you a bit of an idea of the failed budget strategy, in addition to the huge and devastating human cost. The Commonwealth agreed to a $1.8 billion settlement over the illegal scheme, covering the repayments of debts totalling $1.76 billion and the initial class action of $112 million.
Thank you, Minister. Senator De Leger, second supplementary.
Thanks for that, Minister. Why is it so important to have a well-resourced and capable public service to ensure that this terrible chapter that was robo-debt never happens again?
Thank you, Senator De Leger. Minister.
Thank you very much, and I thank Senator De Leger for the question. Well, the total costs of the robo-debt scheme have now impacted the budget to the order of $2.9 billion. This includes the legal settlement costs and including that is subject to court approval. But I note those opposite went to the last election wanting to slash the public service. It shows they haven't learnt the lesson. They haven't learnt the lesson of robo-debt, which is reduce capability of the public service, diminish them, so that they are not able to provide frank and fearless advice. They're not able to respond to bad policy coming out of executive government. That is the approach that those opposite took to the last election. They were against a well-resourced, independent and functioning public service, because we know what they did when they were last in government, and we've got a great example of robo-debt, of the cost of the approach that they took.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt. It appears that multiple federal and state government agencies are working on operations relating to the return to Australia of a cohort of Islamic State associates. The acting chief of the New South Wales Police Force has made clear his state force is working with federal counterparts to finalise operations in relation to the return of Islamic State associates. Is any government department involved in the issuing of birth certificates or travel documents to children born overseas to parents who are Australian citizens and are associates of ISIS? And can the Minister advise any other government agencies who are working with state counterparts to finalise operations relating to return of these individuals?
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Scarr, for the question. This is obviously an issue the opposition have concentrated a lot of time on in question time over the last couple of days. As Senator Farrell has already stated, the situation in Syria is becoming increasingly unstable. Our security agencies have been and continue to monitor the situation to ensure they are prepared for any Australian from this cohort returning home. And again, I can repeat what Senator Farrell has said, which is the Australian government is not providing assistance and is not repatriating individuals in Syrian IDP camps. Now, more broadly, our government is one that always acts in line with security advice. We'll continue to do that, whether it be in relation to this situation or any other.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Scarr, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. I'll be very particular, Minister. Is any government department issuing any birth certificates or travel documents to any children born overseas to parents who are Australian citizens and ISIS associates in preparation or in assistance to or in any way in connection with the return of those persons to Australia?
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Well, again, the information I have to hand is that the Australian government is not providing assistance and is not repatriating individuals in Syrian IDP camps.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Scarr.
Well, again, I'll ask the particular...
I think the Minister's finished answering.
Oh.
Have you finished answering, Minister? Yeah, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Again, I'll ask the particular question. Is any government department issuing travel documents or birth certificates to children born overseas to parents who are Australian citizens and are ISIS associates? Is the government issuing any of these documents?
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. And I refer Senator Scarr to my previous answers.
Thank you. Senator Barbara Pocock. Order. We have now moved on. I have Senator Barbara Pocock on her feet. Order. Order. Senator Pocock.
My question is to the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. Thousands of Australians have shared the Senate's outrage at the behaviour of PwC over recent years. This is a firm that used confidential government information to help some of the world's biggest multinationals avoid tax, a consultancy firm that reaped at least $2.5 million fees in doing so. Since the discovery of this debacle, PwC has been out of government consulting for just 16 months. But on 15th of July, the Department of Finance greenlighted PwC back into government work, despite the fact that there are investigations underway by the AFP and others. You've made no comment on Finance's decision to greenlight PwC. Minister, do you support the greenlighting of PwC back into government contracting, yes or no?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Pocock for the question and for her ongoing interest in the area of the use of consultants and contractors, alongside the very important work that Senator O'Neill has been doing throughout the last term in this area. And this, of course, the issues around PwC were extremely concerning to the government, and we made comments at the time. As you say, there are a number of ongoing investigations, so I don't want to get into those. Ultimately, this matter, and it is appropriate that ministers are not involved in procurement decisions. I get a lot of, it's a big part of my role as finance. I get a lot of feedback about how people would like ministers to get more involved in procurement. I think there are very good reasons why we don't. My job is to make sure that there is the process around who procures with government, how people can engage with government to win contracts, that those arrangements are proper and appropriate. But the decisions about who is eligible to procure from government are matters quite rightly left to the public service, whether that be the Department of Finance through the work they do essentially is coordinating the procurement guidance across the public service. So that answers your question about that. It is a matter for the department. I think I've had a number of briefings with the department on their decision. As you'll know, it was a voluntary agreement that was reached for PwC not to procure from or not to seek contracts from government for a period of time as Finance undertook some detailed work and sought commitments and assurances from them. That work has been completed, and the advice to me from Finance was that PwC, with all the assurance and undertakings that they'd given, it was appropriate to allow them to bid for work. That does not necessarily mean they will get work.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
I don't hear an answer to my question in relation to PwC from your point of view as a minister. Under current laws, unlike 20 other countries around the world that actually do regulate these issues, the government can't ban a delinquent, unethical firm like PwC. Incredibly, at present, it relies on the wrongdoer to agree to ban itself from government contracts. That's like asking a criminal to agree to go to jail. What a joke. Do you support the Greens bill introduced today to legislate banning unethical, dodgy contractors like PwC from government work, so you've actually got the power to do what you should do?
The time for asking your question has expired. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much. Well, following the PwC matter being raised and the issues about it being raised, the Department of Finance has done a huge amount of work to improve those arrangements, and so there are, through the signing on to the Supplier Code of Conduct now, that didn't exist before prior to PwC. This sets out clear behavioural expectations and places a positive duty on suppliers to take proactive action to discourage breaches of the code. Also, the notification of significant events clauses in standard Commonwealth contracts were put in place from May 2023. This again provides a positive obligations for suppliers to notify the Commonwealth of significant events, including adverse events or adverse comments or findings by legal or professional bodies. So I would say we have significantly strengthened the government's ability to deal with these matters when they arise in a much stronger way than existed before PwC.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Minister, Labor went to the election promising to cut government consultancy spending. Since then, you have been boasting about savings on consulting contracts, yet the government's very own data shows that in 2024-25, Labor in fact spent more than the last year of the Morrison government on consultants. Labor's excessive outsourcing of public sector work to the private sector isn't just wasting taxpayers' money. As you said to an earlier answer today, it's eroding Australia's public service.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. The time for asking your question
Why have you broken
expired.
your promise?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, we haven't. And indeed, we've taken $5.3 billion in savings from departments in relation to external labour and non-wage expenses in our first term. We've taken a policy to the last term, the last election, of $6.4 billion in savings. We have seen a dramatic decrease in the use of the big four consultants that were that we had, compared to what we'd seen under the former government. And we have rebuilt the public service, and we've rebuilt it with permanent public servants doing ongoing public service work. We have done a range of other things to make it clear to departments about when we think using consultants or outsourcing or using external labour is appropriate. But I totally reject any view that we haven't invested in the public service. We have. And we will continue to do so, and we will deliver the $6.4 billion in savings that we talked to the last campaign over the use of consultants.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Ageing, Senator McAllister. In its first term, the Albanese Labor government delivered cost of living relief that was focused on ensuring Australians, no matter where they came from or where they live, could access affordable health care. How is the government building on its first-term record to strengthen Medicare and deliver cost of living relief to all Australians?
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President, and I thank the Senator and acknowledge her commitment to Medicare and to public health. Well, in our first term, the Albanese Labor government delivered $3.5 billion in 2023, which restored access to bulk billing for the 11 million patients that it covered. And we promised 50 urgent care clinics that would deliver bulk billed care for urgent and non-life-threatening conditions. We promised 50, but how many did we deliver? We actually delivered 87. That's right, colleagues. How many? And it was 87. 87, Senator Ciccone. We delivered the largest cut to the cost of medicines in the history of the PBS, with the maximum cost of a script falling from $42.50 to just $30. And we did this because it is the Labor way. We did this because no one should have to check their bank balance to see if they can afford to go to the doctor, and because healthcare should be accessible to everybody, no matter how much you make and no matter where you live. And we are building on those foundations. From the 1st of November 2025, Labor will deliver the largest ever investment in the history of Medicare, $8.5 billion, to expand bulk billing and create an additional new incentive payment for practices that bulk bill every payment. We will also expand the availability of free urgent health care by opening another 50 Medicare urgent care clinics. And just this week, of course, the government passed our cheaper medicines bill so that a prescription on the pharmaceutical benefits scheme costs no more than $25. This is a 20% cut in the maximum cost of medicines under the PBS. Now, make no mistakes, colleagues, the Albanese government is building on the foundations that we laid in our first term. We are restoring and strengthening Medicare, which is something that those opposite were unwilling and unable to do in their 3 terms.
Answering has expired. Senator Ananda Raja, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The PBS is a proud cornerstone of Australia's universal healthcare system, because Australians should never have to choose between the medicines they need and paying their bills. How has the Albanese Labor government delivered cost of living relief by making medicines cheaper for all Australians?
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. The Albanese Labor government is delivering even cheaper medicines in our second term. We have successfully passed legislation this week to make sure that a prescription on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme costs no more than $25. Now, as I said in my answer to your primary question, this is a 20% cut in the maximum cost of medicines under the PBS. It will save Australians more than $200 million a year. And pensioners and concession card holders, of course, will have the cost of their PBS medicines frozen at just $7.70 until 2030. You would have to go all the way back to 2004 for medicines this cheap. No one should have to choose between the medicines they need and putting food on the table. And that is why the Albanese government has consistently delivered on our plan to make medicines cheaper, because we know that that's what real cost of living looks like.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ananda Raja, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. In May, Australians voted to protect and strengthen Medicare. How is the Albanese Labor government focused on delivering the better future Australians voted for? Why has the government chosen this approach?
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, we're very clear about our approach on this side of the chamber, Senator Ananda Raja, because when we came to government in 2022, there was a lot of damage to be repaired, damage caused by those opposite. We're repairing it with more bulk billing, with cheaper medicines and with more urgent care clinics. Now, everyone here remembers their approach. They promised no cuts to health. Then what did? They cut $428 million from health in the 2014 budget. And everyone remembers what Senator Ruston said at the time. She said this: everybody would like to think we could go on in life with universal health care, with universal education and with all these wonderful things that over the last 20 years Australians have come to accept as a given. Unfortunately, the credit card is maxed out. That was the position that they took. Well, their 6-year freeze on the Medicare rebate ripped billions out of Medicare. We are repairing that damage, strengthening Medicare with more bulk billing, cheaper medicines and more urgent care.
Minister McAllister. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. My question is for the Minister for Indigenous Australians. Minister, after the August meeting of the Standing Council of Attorneys General, the government's little gammon skag, more like Standing Council for Aboriginal Genocide, which you attended, the Northern Territory and Queensland governments publicly rejected their Closing the Gap commitments, while other states are clearly not complying. With all the powers available to you as a federal minister to change this. What is your plan now when it is clear that letters, meetings and strongly urging do not work?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. I'd just like to put on the record that I didn't attend a standing council on Aboriginal genocide. I think that's the first thing I'd like to just put on the record to the Senate. And yes, it was an incredibly important meeting, a very difficult one, Senator Thorpe. Difficult because, as I've said in the Senate here, there are two jurisdictions in particular that have come into government with the view that getting tough on crime means incarcerating everyone. And that means the Northern Territory and Queensland. So by addressing all of the AGs all together in the room was incredibly important for myself, but also for the Coalition of Peaks, who at the Joint Council in June, July, had asked for that to happen. It's not going to change straight away, Senator Thorpe, but I can commit to this Senate, I will keep going on it.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Thorpe, first supplementary.
Thank you. The NT has the second highest incarceration rate in the world and is 90% First Peoples. While police can kill us and walk free, you have the power to overturn any law in the Northern Territory, as the federal government has done before. Will you commit to using your federal powers now to stand up for our people against the racist CLP government?
Senator Thorpe, you can't make aspersions against federal or state or territory government, so I'm going to ask you to withdraw that last comment.
Why can't I criticise a racist government, President, with all due respect?
Senator Thorpe, I've had numerous discussions with you.
They're clearly racist.
You're not in a debate with me. I've asked you to withdraw, and that is what I want you to do. Simply withdraw your last statement.
I'm stating a fact. The coroner said that
Senator Thorpe, you will cease to be heard if you don't withdraw.
Lenny, I withdraw.
Thank you. Minister McCarthy.
Question was, Senator Thorpe, you are correct in terms of the Australian Parliament's role with the Northern Territory. It is a legislative assembly. It, like the ACT, can be intervened on, and we've seen that with the 2007 intervention into the Northern Territory. And you're right, there is a power there within the Self-Governing Act and beyond. But what I've said on the public record is that we have to be responsible about what our response is to them. I'm very conscious of the powers we have, but just because we have great power does not mean we should use it unwisely. So yes, I'm looking at every option to answer your question.
Senator Thorpe, beg your pardon, Senator Duniam.
President, I was just on a point of order. I'm reluctant to do it, but Senator Thorpe's top. You've previously ruled that if a senator is wearing a top with a slogan on it, that you would invite them to put a jacket over it or something like that. I noticed you did so on the 16th of June 2023 to Senator Thorpe. You might invite her to do the same this time.
Senator Thorpe has addressed the issue herself, but I will come back to the chamber and make a statement on this, because slogans are what you can read or see that are recognised as offensive. Senator Thorpe was wearing two flags which hang in this chamber. I couldn't see the slogan. Perhaps I need my eyes checked, but thank you for taking it off, Senator Thorpe, and I invite you to ask your second supplementary.
Thank you, and I'm sure the Seed Mob President will afford you a T-shirt of your own. Minister, First Nations kids are being tortured in prisons right now using spit hoods or spit guards. You could use your powers to overturn dangerous laws and ban torture devices from being used on our kids. Is maintaining the illusion of cooperating with states and territories worth the continued abuse of Aboriginal children?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. I thank the senator for a question. I certainly reject outright that we are privy to an abuse, Senator Thorpe, in terms of cooperation. Cooperation is essential in every circumstance where we can, obviously. I have met with the Chief Minister and expressed directly to her my concerns in regards to not only the youth who are being incarcerated and not only the spit guards and spit hoods there. So, well, this is to answer your question, Senator Thorpe. And the Northern Territory Government is on notice in regards to that, and I'm certainly going to keep this Senate informed as to what we are doing in those circumstances.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Kovacic.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt. Has the government met with representatives from Save the Children to discuss the repatriation of ISIS associates and or their children?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Kovacic. As I've said, the Australian government is not providing assistance to the cohort that's been referred to in reports, and I've got nothing further to add to my previous answers.
Senator Kovacic. First supplementary. I'm very sorry, Senator Kovacic. It's extremely disrespectful of people on your own side to be yelling and talking over you whilst you were invited to make your first supplementary. So please continue.
Minister, has the government been briefed by Save the Children in relation to the repatriation of ISIS associates and or their children?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Watt.
Well, again, these questions are all predicated on certain assumptions, and I repeat the point that the Australian government is not providing assistance to this cohort.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Kovacic.
Minister, in your answer to Senator Scarr, you said the Australian government is not providing assistance and not repatriating individuals in Syrian IDF camps. I ask the question again. Is any government department issuing travel documents or birth certificates to children born or overseas to a parent who are Australian citizens and are ISIS associates? Is the government issuing any of these documents?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Watt.
Again, the Australian government is not providing assistance to this cohort.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Murray Watt. The government has denied any part in repatriating the ISIS brides. The Deputy Police Commissioner of New South Wales has told estimates that they are working with the Commonwealth on this very issue. Is the Deputy Police Commissioner mistaken, or has the government been in discussions with New South Wales Police over the repatriations of the ISIS brides?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator. Obviously, the various comments have been made, and it's a matter for the New South Wales Police what they say, but the Australian government is not providing assistance to this cohort.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whitten, first supplementary.
The government is pushing through legislation to send the NZYQ cohort to Nauru at a cost of $2.5 billion. Would the government consider sending the future ISIS brides to Nauru instead of allowing them back in the community after they've joined an explicit terrorist organisation?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Watt.
The Australian government is not providing assistance to this cohort.
Senator Whitten, second supplementary.
This doesn't pass the pub test. We've got the New South Wales Police discussing details of bringing these ISIS brides home, and the government sits there saying nothing to see here. It doesn't add up. What happened to the government of transparency? You better tell the New South Wales Police they've got the wrong end of the stick, or the government needs to come clean. How much is this going to cost, and when are they coming in, and where are you going to put them? Don't you think Australians deserve answers now?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Watt.
Well, I'm not going to comment on comments made by the New South Wales Police, but the Australian government is not providing assistance to this cohort.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs and Minister for Immigration and Citizenship, Minister Watt. Australia is a modern nation that has benefited from our embrace of multiculturalism, and you only need to look around this new parliament to see that. Overwhelmingly, people of different ethnicities, different religions and different backgrounds live in harmony. Can the Minister explain how a balanced migration policy benefits our great nation?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Ghosh, for your question. I think it's an important one. Australia doesn't have a race-based migration system, and nor should we. We dealt with that as a nation 60 years ago. Over the years, Australia has become a great multicultural nation, a place that is world-renowned for its welcoming and accepting attitude towards people from all corners of the globe. We're a modern nation that has benefited from our multiculturalism. Over the decades, migrants to Australia have made incredibly important economic contributions to our country, like the vital trade ties developed with the world and the skills and investment they have brought to our shores. But there are also the benefits you can't measure on a Treasury graph. The cultural impact of living alongside people from different backgrounds, of experiencing different perspectives through welcoming new people to Australia cannot be understated. Of course, a growing population needs homes and infrastructure to cope, and that's why the Albanese government has invested so heavily in the housing and infrastructure needed by those living in and moving to Australia. And those efforts to build more homes and infrastructure have been opposed every time by a coalition that did nothing to increase housing supply during their wasted decade in office and now seeks to blame migrants for housing pressures in Australia. The coalition have spent this week dog whistling and foghorn blowing to stoke division in our community on migration. The so-called Liberal Party is so busy looking for someone to blame, they've forgotten that half of all Australians were born overseas or have parents born overseas. Australians know we are strongest as a nation when we stand together, not look for reasons to build walls between each other. And the Albanese government and Labor will always strengthen the unity that makes Australia the best country in the world.
Order! Order! Senator McKim, your almost running commentary throughout the minister's entire answer was incredibly disrespectful. Senator Ghosh, first supplementary.
On the weekend, we saw some of the worst elements of our society fanning anti-immigration sentiment across the country. And this was the latest in a growing trend of fringe groups trying to divide Australians. Can the minister outline what the government is doing to ensure social cohesion is maintained within our society?
Order! Order! Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Ghosh. The public displays of hate, the violence and the trumpeting of division that we saw on the weekend are not the values Australians hold dear. As public office holders, we have an important role to play in promoting social cohesion, but the Coalition are once again trying to divide us for their political gain. Just like they've always done, when they run out of solutions, they run toward division, dancing to the tune of Senator Hanson and One Nation, rather than backing a strong, unified, modern Australia. And all week, we've seen coalition senators falling over themselves to get into the media and blame migrants for housing shortages the coalition oversaw. And of course it led to yesterday's interview on the ABC by Senator Nampa Price, someone the Liberals were so desperate to poach from the Nationals, who made a terrible smear on the Indian Australian community. That community makes a huge contribution to our country, and it's one that our side of parliament is incredibly proud of. Senator Nampa Price and the Leader of the Opposition should apologise for these offensive remarks.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Ghosh, second supplementary. Senator Nampa Price, come to order. Senator Watt, come to order. 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 Senator Ghosh, second supplementary.
Since those protests, there has been a lot of commentary about migration policies and how they interact with other policies in government, like housing. Can the minister explain how the government's policies are helping all Australians and if there is broad support for our approach?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Ghosh. The Albanese government is investing in housing, infrastructure and social services while ensuring we also have a migration system that balances our need for skilled workers with having a sustainable population. Now, this used to be a bipartisan position in Australia, but it's disappointing to now see the Liberal Party fanning the flames on an issue that should be well and truly behind us. I know there are some opposite who know the approach being taken by the Liberal Party is wrong. We've seen Senator Bragg tell the ABC that, quote, "It's important we don't beat up on migrants. It's not a good idea to say the housing crisis is all because of migration." And we see other coalition senators, and I'm looking at a few right now, trying to ingratiate themselves with multicultural communities in their hometowns. But then this week, they came to Canberra and joined One Nation to oppose motions that reject racism, white supremacy and condemnation of immigrants. Australia's social cohesion is precious and it is fragile, and I urge the coalition to think very hard before they continue at scratching at their anti-immigration itch.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt. The ISIS associates' children cannot enter Australia without the relevant documents, including birth certificates. Will the Albanese government assist them in entering Australia by issuing those documents?
Order. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Senator Mackenzie. Again, your question is predicated on certain assumptions, and the government is not providing assistance to this cohort.
Senator Mackenzie, first supplementary.
Why did you refuse to say the government has not met with Save the Children in relation to the return of the ISIS associated cohort? Why did you say the government hadn't met with Save the Children?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Watt.
Well, surprisingly, I think Senator Mackenzie is misrepresenting what I told the Senate. The Australian government is not providing assistance to this cohort.
Thank you. Thank you. When you finish, Senator Cash, I'll invite Senator Mackenzie to put her second supplementary. Well, the minister's finished, so I'm going to invite you to put your second supplementary.
Madam President, I was rising for a point of order, but the minister answered the question in record time. The point of order being—
No, Senator Mackenzie, it's finished. I've invited you to ask your second supplementary about 3 times. So do you have a second supplementary, or shall I move on? Okay.
Why did you say you hadn't been briefed? But why did the minister say he hadn't been briefed by Save the Children on the return of the ISIS-associated cohort? And if he can't answer it or doesn't know whether the relevant minister or their agencies have met and been briefed by Save the Children, will he do the Senate the courtesy of taking it on notice?
Order. Order on my right. Order. Order. Senator Ayres, order. Senator Shoebridge, I shouldn't have to call individual senators. I've called order a number of times. Minister Watt.
Again, Senator Mackenzie is misrepresenting what I've said to the Senate, and she really should stop doing so. If she stops misrepresenting what I say, she'll get other answers.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. Addressing climate change is a key priority of the Albanese Labor government. We have campaigned on our climate targets, and they've been endorsed by the electorate twice. In achieving these targets while delivering low-cost energy for Australian households and businesses requires major renewable and transmission investment. What progress has the government made on delivering renewables and transition projects?
Senator Ayres.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Grogan. I think it's a good opportunity to point out to the chamber that there's representatives for Youth for Climate Justice here in the chamber with us, and they've been talking to senators and to members and young people.
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Order. Minister Gallagher.
Senator McKim's interjections are disorderly, President, and he wasn't responding to you drawing him to your ruling, so I'm doing it on his behalf.
Senator McKim, I have asked you earlier in question time to come to order. You were yelling more loudly than the minister, who was mic'd up, and you were not. This is not a football crowd. It's Senate question time. Minister Watt, please continue.
It is, I'd have to say, pretty graceless too.
Senator Ayres.
When there's young people having a go, coming to the parliament, expressing their view to members of parliament and senators and ministers, to be howling down an acknowledgement from the government that it is a good thing. Young people get it. Young people get it. Young people get the imperative about climate change and energy. They also understand the scale of the challenge that is in front of Australia after a decade of policy inaction and disinvestment and capital flight caused by those opposite when they were in government. We are setting about the task of building a new low-cost and clean energy electricity system. And in fact, there's all sorts of people who endorse this approach. It was endorsed, in fact, by the former leader of the government in the Senate and former Liberal Finance Minister, Secretary-General of the OECD, Matthias Cormann, who said just this week, "What is important for Australia, for countries around the world, is not to continue the debate about whether or not to pursue the net zero objective, but how to do it in the best possible way." Well, there you go. There you go. Over in the House of Representatives, it's the silly billies, Mr Joyce and all these other characters every Monday morning.
Senator Ayres, I cautioned you about the use of that term the other day and asked you to withdraw, so I'm going to ask you to withdraw again.
I'm trying really hard to use something that's good-natured and I will absolutely follow your injunction.
Well, that means you have to follow up with "I withdraw."
Oh, sorry, I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And we're just going to see more of it. We're going to see it clearly here. Senator Canavan's up and about. Maybe we'll do that every week too. Every day. Every day, maybe.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Grogan, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. I would also like to draw attention to the fact that we have another great champion of climate change and renewable energy, Anton van Bavel, up in the gallery. Building a new, low-cost, clean energy system.
Order. Senator Grogan, please continue.
Can the Minister tell us what progress has been made on delivering affordable energy since the government's first term in 2022?
Thank you, Senator. The time has expired. Minister Ayres.
We have made strong progress, Senator Grogan, and we're going to continue to make strong progress, even if you've got some of these characters opposite running around campaigning against electricity investment hundreds of kilometres from their home, a sort of social media memes imported from overseas, punching them out into regional communities. What have regional communities done to deserve the National Party? What have regional communities done to deserve the white-anting and undermining of their economic progress that the National Party has embarked upon? And when will the moderates in the Liberal Party actually stand up for sensible economic policy, sensible climate and energy policy, and get with the program and follow the lowest cost model of modern electricity instead of indulging in this sort of far-right ideological frolic?
Thank you, Senator Ayres. Senator Grogan, second supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you to the Minister for laying that out for us. I think it's important to remember what some of our colleagues on the other side are actually trying to achieve at this point in time and the difficulty they're having in agreeing on anything. The Albanese Labor government has prioritised clear and coherent energy policy. The goal is to give investors and international partners confidence that they can engage. What parts of the community would be affected if Australia keeps incoherent and frequently changing energy policies?
Answering has expired. Minister Ayres.
Well, it was a very good question, and the truth is that the parts of Australia that hurt most because of the extreme advocacy of Senators Canavan and the colleagues in the National Party and the extreme parts of the Liberal Party. The bits of the community that hurt most is regional Australia. That's where they're out, undermining jobs, undermining investment, undermining blue-collar work. And there are some over there who actually understand it. Senator McLaughlin knows this. He said, as a young lawyer practising in Port Augusta, I witnessed the consequences of economic disruption and the resulting social impacts. Rather than debating whether we should have targets, we should be debating how to best to bring our people with us and to assist them during the transition. Oh, that is at least remotely sensible. At least remotely sensible. And we'll look forward to more of Senator Canavan's net zero obsession.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister...
I'm sorry, Senator Duniam. Senator Canavan, I have called you. Your running commentary is disrespectful. Please continue, Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt. In a statement in this chamber earlier, largely repeated by you in this question time, Senator Gallagher confirmed security agencies have been and continue to monitor a cohort of Australians in Syria. As we know, the cohort is referred to as the ISIS death cult associates. Minister, can the government confirm whether any of the cohort is coming back to Australia?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Duniam. I can confirm the comments of Senator Gallagher earlier today to the effect that our security and intelligence agencies have been and continue to work to ensure they are prepared for any Australian from this cohort returning home. But I also repeat the point that I've made several times now, which is that the Australian government is not providing assistance to this cohort.
He's finished the question. Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. I note there was no answer given in relation to the specific question. Senator Gallagher went on to say our agencies are aware of persons of interest in the cohort. Are any of the cohort subject to warrants issued by Australia relating to alleged offences during their time in the Middle East?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Duniam, for the supplementary. Again, I repeat the point that I've made several times today, which is that the Australian government is not providing assistance to this cohort. And I also...
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Duniam.
President, on relevance, I was very specific about whether any warrants had been issued by Australia relating to alleged offences in the Middle East, not about assistance being provided.
Senator Watt, if I could draw you to the specifics of the question.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Duniam. Again, I can only repeat the advice that I've provided so far, which is that the Australian government is not providing assistance to this cohort.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Duniam.
President, on relevance again, the minister repeated exactly what he said before, which precipitated the first point of order. I would ask you to draw him to the specifics of the question around the warrants issued.
Certainly. Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Gallagher.
Point of order, President. You have made a number of times, or you made remarks a number of times saying that you cannot direct ministers how to answer a question. And I would remind you of that in the way that Minister Watt is being relevant. He is answering the question that's been asked, but he can't be directed how to answer it.
Senator, the minister continued with the same answer he had continued with on the first point of order, on which I drew him back to the question. You're absolutely right. I can't direct ministers to the question, but to answer the question in a specific way. But I can draw ministers, where appropriate, back to the question, and I remind Minister Watt of that. Just a moment, Senator Watt. Senator Henderson.
Madam President, thank you. Just on the point of order, I would just ask you to remind the minister that he must be directly relevant, not just relevant, directly relevant. Thank you.
Senator Henderson, if you're so keen on doing this job, put your name down as a temporary chair. I've responded to the question. I've drawn the minister back to the question, and it's not a point of order. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thank you to the various coalition senators as well for their guidance as to how I should answer the question. I was actually midway through my answer to the question from Senator Duniam, beginning by repeating the point that we are not providing assistance to the cohort. But I was also going to confirm again the comments that Senator Gallagher made earlier today, that, and this goes to part of Senator Duniam's question, that our security and intelligence agencies have been and continue to work to ensure that they are prepared for any Australian from this cohort returning home.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
That again did not answer the question that was asked, but anyway, we'll try this. Senator Gallagher further said that agencies were prepared and will be able to act in the interests of community safety. What actions can the agencies take to keep Australians safe from the persons of interest in this cohort?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Watt.
Well, can I just begin, and I will come to the question directly in a moment, but again, it is correct that our security and intelligence agencies have been and continue to work to ensure they are prepared for any Australian from this cohort returning home. Now, Senator Duniam's question seeks information about the activities of our security agencies, and of course no Australian government would provide the kind of information that Senator Duniam is seeking as to the activities of our security agencies. Those sorts of activities are kept confidential for a reason. It's because they do go to national security matters, so we don't propose to elaborate on what those activities are, other than to say that our security intelligence agencies have been and continue to work to ensure they are prepared for any Australian from this cohort returning home.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dowling.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. The Albanese Labor government worked hard over the first term to strengthen the economy, delivering back-to-back surpluses, slashing billions in debt and interest repayments, and bringing inflation to a 4-year low. This has seen the RBA given the room to cut rates 3 times in 6 months. Mortgage interest costs have fallen collectively by $800 million since the end of last year. With low unemployment and rising wages, the government is supporting Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. As we enter our second term, what is the government doing to further strengthen the economy and deliver for the Australian people?
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Dowling for the question and for your interest in Australia's economy. I think it's the first question I've had all week, maybe all fortnight, on the performance of the Australian economy. So thank you for your interest, because it is an important area and a priority of the Albanese government. When it comes to our budget, we have delivered the biggest nominal budget turnaround in a parliamentary term on record. And at the same time, we've invested in responsible cost of living support. The opposition has no economic credibility. The Liberals went to the last election promising higher income tax, more savage cuts and bigger deficits over the forward estimates. Labor's election commitments were fully offset. They improved the UCB in every year and cumulatively by more than $1 billion compared to the 2025 pre-election fiscal outlook. 2022, sorry. We've delivered 2 surpluses and lower debt and deficits, placing downward pressure on inflation. We turned 2 Liberal deficits into 2 large Labor surpluses, the first back-to-back surpluses in almost 20 years. 2024-25 deficits almost half what we inherited and is better in every year over the forwards compared to the 2022 PFO. Debt is $177 billion lower in 2024-25, and no wonder they aren't interjecting, because this is their record. Their record. They broke the budget. They like to think of themselves as the party of good budgeting, but we know we've beaten them on every single measure. The government has demonstrated significant budget restraint. We've got the budget more than $207 billion better off than what we inherited. We've banked 70% of revenue upgrades coming to government. We've identified more than $100 billion in responsible savings and in reprioritising.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Dowling, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. The national accounts released yesterday showed that the economy grew in the June quarter, both as a whole and, importantly, on a per capita basis. These results, in fact, were better than just about all economists expected. So, Minister, what does the data tell us about the economy?
Great question. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Dowling for that question too. Well, as he says, the Australian economy grew in that quarter, 0.6% in the June quarter to be 1.8% higher through the year. This is the fastest annual growth rate in almost 2 years and shows that our gathering momentum is positive news for all Australians. Last financial year, we achieved what no major advanced economy could: continuous economic growth, low unemployment and inflation below 2.5%. Australia is one of only 6 advanced economies that have grown every quarter for the last 3 years. 32 out of 38 OECD nations have gone backwards for at least one quarter in the last 3 years, but Australia is not one of them. We have the fastest annual growth when compared to other major advanced economies. Our employment growth has been much stronger than other countries, and that means more Australians in jobs, earning more and keeping more of what they earn.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dowling, second supplementary.
Whether it's cheaper medicines, energy bill relief, cutting HECS debts and increased bulk billing, the Albanese Labor government continues to focus on cost of living relief for all Australians. Despite an improving economy, the government knows that cost of living stress weighs heavily on the lives of many Australians. How have the government's policies continued to support the economy?
And Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Dowling for the supplementary. The Albanese government has had a laser-like focus on cost of living relief for Australians. I'm sorry Senator Bragg isn't here. Give my best to Senator Bragg, but we've had a laser-like focus on cost of living relief. At the election, the Australian people endorsed this approach. They rejected the slash-and-burn approach of the coalition. Not only did the coalition reject most of our cost of living measures at every opportunity, the numbers show that their economic record is abysmal. Zero surpluses that they delivered after promising them in every year. Almost $8 billion, how much bigger their deficits would have been had they won the election. We inherited $1 trillion of debt from the Liberals. Inflation had a 6 in front of it. It's now got a 2 in front of it. The numbers speak for themselves, President. These were an important set of numbers, and the Albanese government remain focused on ensuring that we help Australians with cost of living.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Farrell.
I move that further questions be put onto the notice paper.
Senator Ayres.
President, in question time earlier in the week on 1 September, I undertook to provide further information in response to questions about the Darwin liquefied natural gas tank methane leak asked of me by Senator Waters in my capacity as the Minister representing the Minister for Resources. I've written to Senator Waters to provide additional information, and I table my letter to the Senator for the information of all senators.
Senator Waters.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to that very issue, the Darwin LNG plant, as circulated in the chamber.
Leave is not granted. Senator Waters.
The contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the Darwin LNG plant. Well, in question time on Monday, Minister Ayres undertook to get back to me and the Senate to clarify whether the leaking gas storage tank at Santos's Darwin LNG site would be used when the Barossa gas field starts up shortly.
Could senators please leave the chamber quietly? Senator Waters.
My office has been seeking answers all week from the Minister, and just before question time I received a letter which I acknowledge the Minister has just tabled, and thank you, but it doesn't answer my question. But it is urgent that this question is answered. It is critical that ministers are accountable to this place, and that means when they say they will come back to the chamber with a clarification, that they actually do so and then provide something that does in fact clarify. So let me put this issue in the simplest terms possible. There is a storage tank that's currently empty that we know was leaking heat-trapping methane for 19 years. And there is a new dirty gas field, the dirtiest of all Australia's gas fields, that's able to start feeding methane into this leaking tank. And the federal government is saying, oh, it's got nothing to do with them, even though they approved the gas field that would use this leaky tank. Now, Minister King hasn't answered whether, in full knowledge that this storage equipment is faulty, whether she will stop dangerous methane being stored there or pause the gas field approval until the leak is fixed. So I have to conclude that this government are fine to allow methane to leak into our atmosphere and accelerate global heating, as well as expose the Darwin community to the associated health risks. Why would the government allow this preventable destruction on our climate and our community? Well, because Santos are currently trying to sell this broken storage tank and the Barossa gas field to the United Arab Emirates government, and they don't want to cop a discount on the asking price. Now, why would Minister King not require the tank to be repaired or replaced? Well, as a major donor, stakeholder and future employer, Santos has had the government introduce legislation on their behalf and for their financial interests in the last parliament, and so turning a blind eye to a gas leak until it gets the Northern Territory government approval in 2 weeks' time was apparently an easy choice for the minister. Now, the federal government may not have jurisdiction over the gas tank, but they do have power over the Barossa gas field and ensuring that no gas flows from that project until the leak is fixed. They can choose to act in the interests of people and the environment rather than gas company profits, and it's about time they made that choice. It's a good thing that the Commonwealth has oversight here, because this week on radio, the head of the Northern Territory EPA, Mr Vogel, said, and I quote, "Due to the low environmental risks and the high costs associated with fixing the leak, Santos has made the decision not to repair the tank." End quote. Even the Northern Territory Environmental Protection Agency doesn't want to protect the environment or the health of the community. They too want Santos to make good coin, it seems. So, Minister, let's just get it clear on the Hansard that the federal government is going to let the Barossa project pump its dirty gas into a leaking tank. The people of Darwin will appreciate the clarification, although I doubt they'll appreciate the exposure to dangerous chemicals or having to pay for the clean-up of natural disasters that companies like Santos are causing with the help of this Albanese government.
Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy President. As I indicated to Senator Waters in response to her question earlier this week, this does largely seem to be a matter for the Northern Territory's EPA regulator. What we know about the situation in Darwin is that this tank is currently not in operation. It was subject to an engineering investigation in 2020 when approval was sought from Northern Territory WorkSafe to extend the life of the Darwin LNG facility. The appropriate regulatory approvals are in place. Importantly, it has an approved safety case. The methane emissions that you've referred to are reported under the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme, and there is a monitoring program in place. The licence to recommence operations of the tank is up for renewal on the 18th of September. And as I've been advised, works are being done to refurbish the tank for future use. The DLNG plant is located onshore in the Northern Territory. As such, operation of the tank is a matter for the NT government. We will continue to urge Santos to work with the Northern Territory regulator to ensure the safe and efficient operation of the tank. NOPSEMA, the regulator that Minister King's in charge of, has no jurisdiction to regulate the DLNG facility. And of course, what's important,
Senator Waters.
What's important here, and I understand that the Greens political party comes to this with a set of preconceived views about gas altogether. But it's important when you're exercising your authority as a minister to do it with precision and in relation to the powers that you actually have. Because otherwise you end up in the territory that poor old Mr Morrison ended up in the last government, pretending to be various ministers of state and not telling anybody. It's important to do it precisely and it's important to do it within your powers. That's what the minister has done here. That's consistent with the way that NOPSEMA has conducted its activity here, because there are legislative frameworks in place to administer and regulate all of this work. And on that basis, I move that the motion be put.
The question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the question be put. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin, teller for the ayes, and Senator McKim, teller for the noes. Nope. Flag matter's been referred off to Proceedings. Someone else's problem now. Chair. The result of the division is ayes 26, noes 12. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I will therefore put the question on the suspension moved by Senator Waters. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the suspend standing orders as moved by Senator Waters. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes. Senator Ruston, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 27. The question is resolved in the negative, in which case I will return to the order of business. You're seeking the call, Senator Hume.
Deputy President, I seek leave to move a motion proposing the introduction of a bill.
Is leave granted? There's being no objection, leave is granted.
Thank you. I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to superannuation and taxation for related purposes.
The question is that be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Hume.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
Question is that the bill be read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Hume. Oh, Clark. Sorry.
Clark.
The law relating to superannuation and taxation and for related purposes.
Senator Hume.
I move that this bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Hume.
I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
There being no objection, leave is granted. We will now move on, unless there's anyone else seeking the call, to are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Hume.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek to take note of answers given to all coalition questions by the government. And what answers they were indeed today. I don't think I've ever seen the government ministers, certainly not in the last few weeks, look so profoundly uncomfortable as they did responding to questions from the coalition about this issue that clearly is one that they do not want to talk about, because the inconsistencies in the answers that have been given, both in this chamber, by the Prime Minister, by Minister Gallagher and now by New South Wales Police, is stark. It was absolutely extraordinary to hear that the New South Wales Police are now saying that they are working with the federal government, working with federal agencies to bring home these ISIS associates from Syria. Now that is a concern, that their security agencies are gearing up to bring home ISIS associates from Syria. Now, can I just remind those of you in the chamber too exactly who these people are? Because we're not talking about refugees, we're not talking about people that have been taken hostage, we're not talking about people that have been dragged kicking and screaming by a terrorist organisation. These are people who have voluntarily, willingly, with enthusiasm, gone to join a terrorist organisation overseas to fight against our interests. Now, this is an organisation that we have listed as a terrorist organisation, but has been done entirely intentionally. And let me remind you of just some of the awful atrocities that have been committed by ISIS. They include things like the 2015 Paris terror attacks, the 2016 bombing in Brussels, the truck in Nice running over innocent pedestrians as they went about their business in 2016, the Crocus City Hall attack in Russia in 2024. ISIS is an organisation, a very well-funded, well-organised organisation that has committed genocides of Yazidis, of Shia Muslims, of Christians. They have publicly distributed videos of beheadings of soldiers, of journalists, of aid workers. They've destroyed cultural sites. They've brought down a Russian passenger jet. This is one organisation, and these Australian citizens have gone over to join them in their fight. They've actively gone to join them. And now we hear that security agencies are gearing up to bring them home. Now, the government has said that they have nothing to do with this. Well, that is a nonsense. That is an absolute nonsense. And you could see Minister Watt squirming in his seat today. He would not answer the question as to whether this government has enabled the security agencies to provide travel documents, to provide birth certificates to the children of these Australian citizens that have gone to join a terrorist organisation of their own volition. Where are these people going to be resettled? Are they going to be next to your house? Are they going to be next to your kids' houses, your parents' houses? Where are they going to be? How can we be assured that they won't continue radicalising others, because let's remember that ASIO have told us that the terror threat has moved up just in the last 12 months alone, from possible to probable. Now, that should be of concern to all of us, that we are now bringing people back into this country who have been radicalised, whose families have been embedded in this terrorist organisation, sometimes for years, but would now rather like to come home. Do you want to risk that for your families? I don't want to risk it for mine. And yet this is a government now that is not just enabling it, but is hiding the truth from all of us, because we've got very inconsistent answers. The New South Wales Police say one thing, the Prime Minister says another, Senator Gallagher says another. We heard evidence last night that was to the contrary to all of it. I mean, this is extraordinary. What a cover-up. What a cover-up. Can I remind you that there was a terrorist attack in New Orleans just over New Year's? A man drove a truck into a crowd, and then he got out of that truck and he killed policemen, shot them down, shot down innocent bystanders. There were 14 people dead. He was radicalised by ISIS. These are the people that you are inviting back to our country. These are the people you are enabling.
Senator Hume, your time has expired. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I think we just see from that contribution the continuing efforts from the Liberal National Party and its representatives to increase fear and alarm in our country. It was wholly rejected at the last election. People are sick and tired of the noise, of the unnecessary anxiety that's introduced into Australian society by alarmist rhetoric of the kind that you've just seen here, and the over-the-top, dramatic responses to clear, concise and accurate answers from our ministers today to reassure the Australian people that our agencies that protect our country are doing their jobs for us. As Australians, we stand up and we salute our flag and we honour our veterans. Veterans who fought for this country, served this country, and are underpinning the democracy that we get to experience. It's valuable that we do that. We respect them. But what we've seen from those opposite today is a break with tradition about asking questions of detailed matters regarding national security in a way that are not only alarmist, fear-mongering, but are in fact dangerous to this nation. Of all the jobs we have here in the Parliament, the most important one for us as federal senators and members is the protection of our sovereignty, the confidence of our nation to be able to move freely and safely around in this great community that we call home. And we are able to do that despite attacks in a very volatile world from bots from agencies in other countries that want to undermine our harmony, that are doing everything they can to disrupt and to break the social contract toward peace for people here in Australia. And buying into that narrative of malign foreign actors is what we saw from the opposition here today. Breed fear, breed alarm. That's what they're doing, and there's something profoundly wrong at that. What we saw in the questions that they're asking is them picking at the scabs of differences instead of declaring confidence in our security forces. Our security agencies are doing their jobs. They're doing it very quietly, very confidentially, very carefully. They are making assessments by the moment about our national security. And they're not coming in here and telling people on those crossbenches, on that side of the chamber and on the crossbenches, every thought that they're ever having. In fact, they're giving very detailed, careful briefings to the people who the Australian people have elected, and that's our leaders who meet in a secure cabinet room to get confidential information and to enable the security agencies to do what they need to do. Now, what we do know is that Syria and the situation there is becoming increasingly unstable, and our security agencies have been monitoring, and they continue to monitor,
that situation to ensure that they're prepared, like they always have to be for anything that could happen in the world that affects our country. The Australian government is not providing assistance and is not repatriating individuals in Syrian IDP camps. And the reporting otherwise is incorrect, and that has been amplified profoundly irresponsibly by an opposition that should know so much better than what we've seen on display here today. Just last week, on evidence from ASIO, after serious and careful work, for the first time since the Second World War, this country, under the Albanese leadership, this Labor government, sent away the Iranian ambassador. And why did we do it? Because we wanted to send a very clear message. You cannot influence what happens in our country. If you do, we will reject you. It sends a message to those who want to try and interfere in our country. And we should have confidence in all the agencies that do that work on our behalf, all 10 of them. And I applaud them, the National Intelligence Community Agencies, the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, the Australian Federal Police, the Australian Geospatial Intelligence Organisation, the Australian Secret Intelligence Service. All of them are doing a good job.
Expired.
That is
Senator O'Neill. Senator O'Neill. Senator Smith.
Well, as Senator O'Neill has revealed in her own actions, Labor has had a very uncomfortable day. Labor senators have had a very uncomfortable day. And what we saw from Senator Murray Watt from Queensland was a brevity in answering questions from coalition senators that is usually absent. And why was Senator Watt exercising brevity in responding to coalition senators' questions today? Because the government is exposed and the government is vulnerable. Yesterday, the Prime Minister told the Parliament that reports that ISIS brides were being repatriated to Australia were not accurate. Last night, instead, we learned that the Acting Chief of the New South Wales Police Force was working with federal counterparts to finalise operations relating to the return of Islamic State associates. The Coalition, in question time today, asked the government to be clear and honest with the Australian people and confirm whether individuals associated or formerly associated with ISIS are in fact returning to Australia or have returned to Australia in recent months. Yes or no? Because we were curious to ask those questions at 2 o'clock today, because earlier today, Senator Gallagher, very senior Labor senator, had confirmed in this Senate chamber that security agencies have been and continue to monitor a cohort of Australians in Syria. And so we wanted to know, quite rightly, more information about that, because this goes to the heart not just of our national security, but the community of local communities across our country. So why else would Labor be embarrassed today? Why else would Labor be uncomfortable today? Why would Labor senators be red-faced about today? Because today we have learnt, splashed across our national newspapers quite rightly, that the former Victorian Labor Premier went and accepted an invitation and took himself off to Beijing with the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the authoritarian leader of North Korea, the President of Russia, and silence from Labor senators. You can see it in their face. They are embarrassed. They are embarrassed. So I applaud.
Order. Senator Smith. Resume your seat. Senator Smith, resume your seat. Senator O'Neill.
On a point of order with regard to impugning the motivations of a senator, the senator should withdraw. He should not take the silence, which is respect for the work of the Senate, as
an acceptance of any of the falsehoods that he's perpetrated in his speech, and anything personal should be immediately withdrawn.
Look, Senator O'Neill, I do not think that there was a personal reflection in what Senator Smith said. I will listen very carefully. Senator Smith, you have the... Senator O'Neill.
A point of order, Deputy President.
I have taken advice on this, Senator O'Neill.
I would ask you to look at the statement from Senator Smith that indicated silence was an acceptance of his position and that we were shamed by that. Our silence is simply a respect for the Senate, and it's been completely mischaracterised, and I believe he should withdraw because of that.
I will take this under advisement. However, in my hearing what Senator Smith said, I do not believe at this stage that he has breached standing orders. I will give Senator Smith the call, but I will consider the matter, and if appropriate, I'll come back to you directly or via the President to the chamber. Senator Smith.
Silence.
Senator Smith. Point of order, Senator Polley.
I too would like you to take that on advisement and to report back to the Senate, because when you actually abide by the standing orders, that should not be taken as
Senator
a reflection.
Polley, Senator
and I would ask
Polley,
that he withdraw those comments.
Senator Polley, I've already said I have taken the matter under advisement. That was an unnecessary point of order. I'd already taken advice to the clerk on the issue that Senator O'Neill had made. However, because it has been raised by Senator O'Neill, I said I would take it under advisement. Senator Smith, you have the call.
Those interjections demonstrate with great clarity the level of uncomfortableness that Labor senators experience today. But I'd like to applaud the former Queensland Premier of Queensland, Anastasia Palaszczuk.
Order. Senator Smith, resume your seat. Senator Gallagher. Sorry, Senator McAllister. Sorry.
Thanks, Deputy President. Senator Smith again asserts that Labor senators who are appropriately, I think, seeking to engage or seeking advice from you on the way that the standing orders interact with the comments that he is making. Senator Smith's comments just now suggest that that again is in some way a reflection on our, in some way communicates a view about his speech. That is obviously not the case, but it also seems to invoke the same problem that Senator O'Neill and Senator Polley have drawn your attention to.
Senator McAllister, I will clarify the matter again with the clerks, but honestly, in my hearing of what Senator Smith said, I do not believe he impugned anyone's motives, but I will take further advice. I stand by my previous ruling. Senator Smith, you have the call.
Thank you. So I'd like to applaud the courage that's been demonstrated by the former Queensland Labor Premier, Anastasia Palaszczuk, the former federal Labor member, Michael Danby, the former prominent Labor Senator and Minister, Graham Richardson, and the former prominent New South Wales State Labor parliamentarian Michael Costa, who have all agreed that the decision by Dan Andrews, the former Labor Premier of Victoria, to go to Beijing to participate in the celebrations for the 80th anniversary of Japan's surrender in World War II, an interpretation that the Chinese Communist Party seeks to make over those events, which is very, very wrong. Those Labor former premiers and federal parliamentarians have demonstrated great courage and in fact protected Australia's national interest by calling out the poor judgment that Mr Andrews has made in choosing to go to China. And we have to be very, very conscious that what we are dealing with is a significantly changed geopolitical environment. In the most recent Defence Strategic Review document, it makes it very, very clear. It says that Australia's interests now are more challenging, that we are dealing with a competition with China that is being framed by an intense contest of narratives and values.
Senator Smith. Senator Polley.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, it was a situation today where, as usual, those on the opposition like to read certain newspapers to get the formation of the questions for question time in this place and the other place. Irrelevant of whether or not there is any truth, any substance, they still will come in here and peddle the same nonsense that they did during the last term of government. They were rejected at the last election for their strategy, and that is to divide Australia, to cause anxiety and concern when it is unnecessary without any substance. Now, when you ask a question in this place and ministers give you an answer, you don't have to get the answer that you want because it may not fit into your conspiracy theory, but a minister is bound to give you the information to the best of their knowledge, and that was repeatedly given by the ministers who responded to those questions. We all know from the contribution that my good friend made previously, Senator O'Neill, in relation to Syria and the issues and the concerns that we share along with many other countries. We know because our agencies, our intelligence and security agencies monitor the situation as they do globally, because their role is to keep us all safe. It is one job that they have, and that is to keep Australian citizens safe, and that's what they've been doing. Now, I chair a committee that has the oversight of the Australian Federal Police. I know the work that they do. I have confidence in every one of those agencies. But what we won't do, when we show some respect, when a contribution's been made from someone surprisingly would make a contribution as what was just delivered, and we sit in silence. We're not going to sit here and have people assert that we were ashamed of our ministers, we're ashamed of our intelligence agents that have given that advice to this government. We're not going to sit in silence, because what they're doing is nothing less than what they were doing during the last term of government, and that is about whipping up anxiety in the community. Their racist undertones that their former leader, Mr Dutton, in relation to his concerns about going out for dinner in Melbourne, well, we know how that worked out for the opposition. What we will always do, and that is put the interests of Australian citizens first and foremost. Yeah. Every single time. All Australians have a right to feel safe and secure in their country, which is why the Intelligence Agency and Security Agency constantly monitor any threat from any nation. And we know, because we get reports on the sort of activities that are going on. We know there's so much uncertainty globally, and quite rightly. That's why we're on alert, that's why the agencies are on alert, and that's why people in this chamber and the other chamber have a responsibility to put Australians first. Not to take political cheap shots trying to make an issue where there is none. It is actually, frankly, very sad that elected members of the senior government in this country, the opposition, would use such tactics when already people are afraid to watch the news. Young people have anxiety because of what's going on around the world. We need to instil confidence in our intelligence and security agencies, the AFP, because they do their job each and every day to keep us safe. And as we know with our local police forces lately, they put their lives on the line every single day.
Senator Polley, your time has expired. Senator Canavan.
Mr Deputy President. Well, what we saw in question time today was a government that is just not being fair dinkum with the Australian people. We've seen that on a number of fronts in its first term and this week. We see the government proposing a truth tax, which would cost or penalise Australians that simply want to know what is going on here in Canberra. They're now going to have to pay extra fees to lodge freedom of information requests. We've seen this government ignore time and time again orders for the production of documents in this place, and it is now almost a well-established fact that this government is the least transparent government in a generation. And now here in question time, very simple questions that were asked about the management of Australia's borders and the security of Australians were not answered. Not only were they not answered, the minister looked shifty, sounded shifty and acted shifty in his answers to these questions. Very simple questions. We know from public reporting and from other governments who seemingly are more transparent than this one, that there is something going on here with the consideration of so-called ISIS brides, women that had voluntarily gone to associate with a terrorist organisation, one of the most vile terrorist organisations in modern times, had voluntarily gone there. We know now there is something going on about potentially those people coming back to this country. We know that because the acting New South Wales Chief of Police has been reported, as told the New South Wales Parliament, that he was working, or the police force of New South Wales was working with Commonwealth authorities about the potential relocation of these ISIS brides. It's good that the New South Wales government is being transparent with its people. It's good that the New South Wales government agencies are being upfront with the New South Wales Parliament, as they should, and letting their people know. It just is unbelievable that the federal government can't show the same level of transparency, especially given they are the primary responsible body in this space. Obviously, if anything happens, it's good that local police forces are being engaged, but the decision-making here, the actual responsibility here, lies with the Australian government about bringing anybody back to this country in these circumstances. Now, look, my heart does go out for any children here that have been innocently captured in this terrible situation. We know from previous examples involving ISIS that sometimes there are completely innocent children that have either had to been gone there with their parents or even born in these other countries, and they're born into or raised into a terrible, shocking environment of violence, intimidation and oppression. And I don't want to see any child punished for the sins of their parents. So obviously there has to be a degree of compassion in these cases, but that does not obviate the government's responsibility to first put the security of Australians at its paramount level. We have to be assured that the safety and the security of Australians are taken care of first, and a competent government should be able to reasonably explain to the Australian people through their parliament what are they doing to ensure the safety and security of Australians. There are a lot of questions here about how this cohort is being managed. The government continues to rest back on what can only be described as weasel words, saying they are not giving any assistance to this cohort, they say. But there is a lot that could be or may be being done that is short of assistance that the government refuses to reveal. One of the major questions for me is, are Australian authorities able to go to the place, to Syria or to somewhere close by, and actually interview and assess the risks of individual people outside of Australia? That is a key question, and traditionally that's been able for us to do, but there is a very dire security circumstance over there now, and some of the reporting suggests that the current plan is for people to come here and then we'll do the assessment. And I'm very worried about that because I don't understand how then, if a risk does arise, an unacceptable risk is found, what we could do about it if they're already here. We've seen this many, many times with illegal boat arrivals as well. So I would just hope the government does be transparent. It would be against their practice, but it would be much better for the Australian people if it could just be upfront and fair dinkum with us all.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the answers given by Minister Gallagher to questions I asked relating to PwC. Well, what a disappointment. What a disgrace. What a bunch of sideways answers, and I can't really call them answers, responses that failed to address my questions. This government had said it would bring in a significant package of reforms that would crack down on misconduct in the wake of PwC's tax scandal. What do we have instead? PwC back at the trough. Where is your outrage now, Labor? Where is this government's commitment to meaningful reform? The two consulting inquiries made 52 recommendations between them, which were agreed to by both Labor and the Liberals. There is tripartisan agreement about what needs to change, but right now, Labor are all talk and no action. Here's one thing the government needs to do straight away, and that is to ban dodgy contractors from getting government work. Integrity in our public institutions depends on it. One of the most extraordinary things to come out of the PwC tax leak scandals was the revelation that the Commonwealth does not actually have the power to ban a supplier for unethical conduct, and the Minister confirmed it today. This is astonishing. In 20 other jurisdictions, including Western Australia, Canada, the UK, the US, they have debarment regimes that ban unethical contractors, laws that prevent suppliers who are convicted of corruption, of bribery, of fraud, from receiving public money. Australians would be shocked to know that we currently don't have these protections in place. Well, the Greens are taking action. We've got a gift for Labor. We've got a bill that's here right now that can help. We want to close the legal loophole that allows suppliers who behave unethically to get away with it. It's unacceptable that the government must currently rely on the wrongdoer to agree to ban themselves from undertaking future government contracts. It's absurd. It's obscene. This is like having to ask a criminal for permission to send them to jail. It's beggars belief. Australians are outraged that PwC has been greenlit. They are the epitome of an unethical supplier, and it's an insult to the senators and the MPs across this chamber who have worked on 2 parliamentary inquiries examining what went wrong with PwC. PwC were never fully banned from getting government work. They still had contracts with government agencies worth at least $11 million throughout the mutual agreement period, which lasted just 16 months. This has exposed Australia's lack of government-wide exclusion framework as a huge issue. Many stakeholders have said it's time. The OECD, the Law Reform Commission, the CPSU, the Tax Justice Network, even a previous Senate inquiry have all recommended a federal debarment regime. That's why earlier today I introduced a bill to do just that. It's a practical bill that will establish a debarment framework at the Commonwealth level in Australia, and I call on the major parties to support it. Then there's the issue of consulting spending. Labor vowed to crack down on consultants, and they made a pre-election pledge to cut spending on external contractors, including consultants. What do we get instead? Labor spending almost $1 billion on outsourced work to consulting firms last financial year. This is more than in the last year of the Morrison government. This is a business-as-usual approach from Labor following a PwC scandal. It's a continued lack of transparency by a government which claims to be spending less, while in actuality, actually spending more. We know that outsourcing public service work to the private sector costs 3 times as much as hiring public servants to do the work. It erodes our public service, and we heard the Minister say that herself today. Labor needs to get serious about reducing its reliance on consultants and set strong savings targets. They need to establish an independent regulator to oversee the entire consulting industry in government, and they need to cap partnerships at 100 partners. They need to make sure that firms can't provide both audit and non-audit services to the same clients, eliminating conflicts of interest. But the first step, they need to support our bill today, the Greens bill, to ban dodgy contractors like PwC from accessing the public purse.
Thank you. We shall now move on to the tabling. Oh, sorry, I will need to put the motion to take note. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. I will now move on to the tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. Senator Rowan will go to Senator Stewart.
I present the 227th report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties.
Thank you. Anyone seeking to talk to that? No. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much. Deputy President, I present Delegated Legislation Monitor 6 of 2025 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation together with ministerial correspondence, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. I rise to speak at this tabling of the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation Committee's Delegated Legislation Monitor 6 of 2025. This monitor reports on the committee's consideration of 20 legislative instruments registered between the 12th of August and the 19th of August 2025. In this monitor, the committee is seeking further advice in relation to the Competition and Consumer Notification of Acquisitions Determination 2025. This instrument supports the new merger control system that was introduced in 2024 through amendments to the Competition and Consumer Act 2010. Under the merger control system, certain acquisitions of shares or assets must be notified to the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission for assessment. In particular, Part 6 of the instrument determines the notification and public benefit application forms and the information and documents required to accompany these forms. In Monitor 5 of 2025, the committee first raised concerns about the instrument with the Assistant Minister for Productivity, Competition, Charities and Treasury in relation to compliance with its enabling legislation, the Competition and Consumer Act, under Scrutiny Principle A, and the appropriateness of disallowance under Senate Standing Order 23(4A). Specifically, the committee raised concerns and sought the Assistant Minister's advice as to the legal basis for exempting only Part 6 of the instrument from disallowance, while the remainder of the instrument appeared to be disallowable. The committee thanks the Assistant Minister for his prompt correspondence and engagement on this matter. However, the committee retains scrutiny concerns and has resolved to seek further advice as to the legal basis for exempting Part 6 of the instrument rather than the instrument as a whole from disallowance. In this regard, Part 6 of the instrument was made pursuant to subsections 51ABY(5) and 51ABZQ(5) of the Competition and Consumer Act. Under the Act, a determination may be made in these subsections. Under the Act, and I quote, a determination may be made under these subsections is a, and I quote again, legislative instrument that is not subject to disallowance. The Assistant Minister's response included reference to subsection 44(2) of the Legislation Act 2003, which provides that an instrument or a provision of an instrument is not subject to disallowance if an Act declares that to be the case. The Minister advised that subsection 44(2) therefore accommodates cases such as this, where part of an instrument is not subject to disallowance. However, as subsections 51ABY(7) and 51ABZQ(6) of the Competition and Consumer Act refer to a legislative instrument rather than the provision of a legislative instrument, it appears to the committee that this is not an instance in which where the Enabling Act specifically provides for an exemption from disallowance for a provision of the instrument. Accordingly, it remains unclear to the committee as to whether the Competition and Consumer Act authorises the exemption of only Part 6 of the instrument from disallowance, and the committee would appreciate the Assistant Minister's further advice on this matter. The committee continues to monitor the implementation of its outstanding undertakings. The committee is pleased to advise that one undertaking has been implemented in this monitor's reporting period. However, the committee notes that 16 undertakings remain outstanding for more than 90 days, and 3 of these remain outstanding for more than 12 months. Moreover, the committee notes that there are 7 undertakings in this reporting period which were made in 2024 and still remain outstanding. As we near the end of 2025, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind ministers and agencies who have made undertakings of the committee's expectations that undertakings given in response to the committee's scrutiny concerns should be implemented in a timely manner. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to continue to raise awareness of the committee's scrutiny principles and expectations outlined in Senate Standing Order 23. In my previous tabling statement, I've discussed Principle F. Today, I would like to discuss Principle G, which relates to the adequacy of explanatory materials. Under this principle, the committee scrutinises each legislative instrument as to whether the accompanying explanatory material provides sufficient information to gain a clear understanding of the instrument. The committee has long emphasised the role of explanatory statements as important materials to assist with interpretation of and, very importantly, access to the law. The committee considers that it is a fundamental rule of law principle that individuals are able to access and understand the law which they are subject to. Clear, detailed and accessible explanatory materials are essential to achieve this aim. Under Principle G, the committee considers a range of matters. This includes requirements under subsection 15J(2) of the Legislation Act that explanatory statements to legislative instruments must do 4 things: explain the purpose and the operation of the instrument, describe any documents incorporated by reference, detail consultation undertaken during the preparation of the instrument, and, where the instrument is disallowable, contain a statement of compatibility with human rights. However, the committee also expects that explanatory statements explain a range of other matters, including the legislative authority pursuant to which the instrument was made, how any legislative preconditions were satisfied, the purpose, scope and necessity of broad discretionary powers or delegations of administrative powers and functions, the nature of and justification and safeguards for provisions that contain coercive powers, have retrospective effect, or provide for the collection, use or disclosure of personal information, and the nature, extent and necessity of any automated decision-making. As Principle G overlaps with many of the committee's other scrutiny principles, issues relating to the adequacy of explanatory materials are frequently raised in conjunction with other scrutiny concerns. In this way, careful consideration of the committee's expectations under Principle G is vital to ensure that the explanatory materials contain sufficient explanation to address the committee's expectations under other scrutiny principles. Further, noting the importance of clear and informative explanatory materials on an individual's ability to access, to interpret the law, the committee will continue to monitor this issue and draw attention to its expectations under this principle. With these comments, I commend the committee's Delegated Legislation Monitor 6 of 2025 to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator McGrath. Are you dealing with the scrutiny of bills?
Yes, I am.
You have the call.
On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I present Scrutiny Digest 5 of 2025 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, and I move the Senate take note of the report, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator. No one else wishes to speak, then we will... Sorry.
President. I rise to take note of documents.
Sorry, we haven't
got to that.
We haven't got to that yet.
Sorry.
Great. So we've dealt with that. We are now moving to consideration of documents. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of documents that are listed on page 13 to 14 of the notice paper. And you have the call, Senator. What call? Sorry? We're dealing with page 13 to 14. So I was just going to give the call. Senator Dominion.
I rise to take note of documents listed on the notice paper on page 13. Documents number 1, 2, 6, 11, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Senator, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy
Greg.
President. I rise to take note of item number 7. I may proceed.
You may.
Thank you very much. Well, in taking note of this particular document, I note that this refers to a long-standing request that this Senate has with the Minister to disclose information about the payments from the government's housing programs to certain organisations that have been successful in tenders under the Housing Australia Future Fund program. Now, this original order for production goes back to February this year. There was no compliance provided, and so there was clerk's advice given to the Minister after the election, and the Minister did provide voluminous documentation, most of which is blacked out. And does not provide the information that is required. So I make the point that former Senator Patrick has reminded me that transparency is a word that is only often uttered from the opposition benches. And maybe that is the system that we have now, that the executive government of the day refuses in some form to comply with the orders of the Senate. But I think this is a significant issue for this chamber to give consideration to over the course of this term, because if we are prepared to give up on the orders of the Senate to produce information, financial information, probity information about the expenditure of public funds and the administration of public programs, then we are giving up on one of the core functions of this chamber. And we are supposed to be able to discover and to interrogate the activities of the executive. And I fear that unless people have the tenacity to see through to the end, then we will actually be giving up on this chamber's authority, which it is supposed to have over the executive. So I make the point that this is one of many, many orders for production where the government has filed public interest immunity claims or sought other reasons why it should not comply. But in the last Parliament, the Treasurer, Mr Chalmers, was found to have made incorrect public interest immunity claims when those same claims were considered by the Information Commissioner. The Information Commissioner found that, in fact, in one particular case, it didn't have anything to do with being commercial in confidence. It was just the Treasurer seeking to cover up secret lobbying by an organisation that I suspect he knows well, known as the CBUS Super Fund. So the question for the crossbench and the opposition over the course of this term is, what are the steps that are going to be taken to ensure that we do get the answers for the Australian people? Because if we give up on trying to get the information on public finances and the administration of public programs, then I really question whether we are doing the right thing by the Australian people and whether it is worth flying down here and spending all these taxpayer funds on having these parliamentary sittings. So we need to think very carefully about the system, because right now, effectively, all we have is a referral to the Privileges Committee if all the other avenues are exhausted, which is could be a very extreme outcome. So other parliaments have other ways of dealing with an executive that is unwilling to provide basic information. I think that is now a conversation we need to have based on the information provided to us by the Centre for Public Integrity, which has actually analysed all the information between this government, going back to the Keating government, on their compliance rate on orders for production and also their willingness to provide documents under Freedom of Information laws. Now, Malcolm Fraser was quite clear when he introduced the FOI Act that people of Australia will have a better understanding of the activities of the government, and the government will be better if there is transparency. And so the degradation of the Freedom of Information laws under this government, and now their proposal to gut the laws, really shows the depths that this government has sunk to. So we look forward to debating with other members of this chamber whether there is a better way to do this, because I have to say that so far we're not getting the information that the public would expect us to receive.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McGrath, you are looking at documents and they are number...
I move to take note of documents, I think 6, which the government whip may have already done. The documents 6, 8, 10 and 12 on page 13. Also on page 14, document 14, and committee reports and government responses.
Well,
we're not there yet, so we'll do those.
Yes.
So I move to take note of those, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator. Any further? Yes, Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. I would like to speak to document number 8 on page 13 of the notice paper. Now, in reading this document relating to a survey of a survey undertaken by the University of Western Australia around renewable technologies in our state, I was reminded, prompted, while looking over this document, to reflect on an email that I received, a piece of communication from a constituent that raised with me a matter relating to the areas surrounding the University of Western Australia and a project proposed for the area involving renewable electric transports. This constituent is involved in a sailing team called Lost at Sea. Lost at Sea are a blind sailing team that represents WA at regattas and around the world. They work in association with Sailability, the only WA sailing program for inclusive and adaptive sailing. They sail from Matilda Bay next to UWA and support sailors in our local community through international world sailing events and the Paralympics. They're concerned right now about the state government's decision to locate a terminal for electric ferries at Matilda Bay, with the location impacting their training ground on the Swan River. This important sporting club has been told that the inclusive program will now have to stop due to risk to sailors. That risk is high-speed ferries moving through the area every 15 to 30 minutes. This is, of course, devastating to the sailors who participate in this program. Sailing is an opportunity for independence and, as they've told me so clearly, an opportunity for joy. Well, I can say one thing: the Greens are very concerned with the current location of the terminal in Matilda Bay. It has several problems, and further down the river at the existing Nedlands jetty would to me seem a much better place to locate this piece of infrastructure, especially if the ferry service is extended west in future years. We are calling on the government to do better planning and consultation with the community in relation to this project. Indeed, having looked through the consultation papers, it seems quite clear that when people were asked to engage, they said quite definitively that they did not want this terminal to be located in this precise location because of these flow-through impacts. In a similar vein, I'd like to mention also the WA State Government's intention to build a motorsports racetrack by 2027 at Burswood Park. Now, this project comes with a hefty price tag, some $217 million, and it will have such a huge environmental impact on Burswood Park. Now, why is the state government prioritising building a racetrack rather than investing in the urgently needed hospitals, schools, and support programs needed for those struggling to find housing? Why is this government spending $217 million of WA taxpayer funds on a racetrack when we have ambulance ramping as we've never seen it before, when we see a housing crisis that is causing so much stress to so many, when there are good programs run by volunteers, by community workers, trying to support people, and yet they are burning themselves out because there are not enough supports provided by the government. Funding isn't provided. Well, funding can be found if priorities are rearranged in line with community need. This is an arrogant decision from the government to press ahead with this project, and it blatantly ignores the community in suburbs like Victoria Park, Burswood, and those just across the river in Claysbrook and East Perth. And I want to conclude by giving a thank you to the Save Burswood Park Alliance and the hundreds of people who turned up to the recent community meeting, and I know who will continue to fight to protect their local green space and to push for the reallocation of public funds towards hospitals and towards housing.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any other senators around documents?
So, note and seek leave to continue my remarks in relation to document number, document number
9.
I think it was document number 9. Here it is. It is committee report number 4 on page 14, which I think is maybe the next item.
No, that's the next item. There's nothing more on page...
9 on document...
it is 9 on
document
page
13, and seek leave to continue my remarks. Thank you.
So done. Any other senators? If not, we will move on for further consideration of reports and responses. And they the committee reports, government responses and Auditor General's reports, which are listed on page 14 and 15 of the notice paper. Senator McGrath.
I thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move to take note of numbers 5 and 6 on page 14 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Acting Chair. Can I take note of the report number 2 on page 15, and report number 4 on page 14.
And you're seeking to continue?
Seeking leave to continue my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Dominion.
Thank you. I rise to take note of the committee report and government response on page 14, numbered 3, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Any further senators? No. Are there any ministerial statements? Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I tabled the Office of the Inspector General of Aged Care's progress report on the implementation of the recommendations of the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety. I tabled documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning the social media minimum age, the National Reconstruction Fund Corporation, the final report on the age assurance technology trial, the review of the targeted compliance framework, the government's response to the report of the Economics References Committee on ASIC investigation and enforcement, questions on notice relating to aged care service delivery, the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors question time briefs, and the government response to the report of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee on Freedom of Information Laws.
Clerk. Senator Stewart-John, are you seeking the call? Sorry.
Just to clarify, Chair, is it possible for me to take note of any of those statements and to seek leave to continue my remarks?
Yes, Senator Stewart-John, you can do that.
Would I be able to take note of all of the statements tabled by the Minister and seek leave to continue my remarks?
So done. Thank you. The President has received letters requesting changes in the membership of committees. Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave granted.
Thank you. I move that senators be discharged from and appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic read.
Thank you. And the President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Defence Amendment, Defence Honours and Awards Appeal Tribunal Bill 2025 and Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Board of Management Functions Bill 2025. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Defence Amendment, Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal Bill 2025, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Board of Management Functions Bill 2025.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Yes. In accordance with Standing Orders 111, further consideration of these bills is now adjourned to the 27th of October 2025. Minister.
I move that the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. All those against, nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to the Aged Care and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. We are now moving on. If there's nothing further, we are going to move on to proceed with consideration of general business, and I call the clerk.
General business debate, notice of motion number 179, standing in the name of Senator Henderson, concerning the Albanese government.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, one of the great highlights of the government's three-day taxpayer-funded talkfest, the so-called productivity...
Sorry, Senator, you need to move the motion first, please.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I move the motion. Well, one of the great highlights of Labor's three-day taxpayer-funded talkfest, the so-called Productivity Roundtable, was the proposal for a spare bedroom tax, a penalty on Australian homeowners with spare bedrooms, a tax on owning your own home, a tax squarely aimed at older Australians, particularly those whose children have moved out of home. This is a radical proposal which has sent shockwaves throughout this country. Under Labor, nothing is off limits, including the family home. That is why so many Australians have genuine fears about how they will be hit by another Labor tax in an attempt to plug its economic black hole and fix the housing crisis. Now, the spare bedroom tax proposal was put forward by the analytics firm Cotality. It came off the back of a study which showed just over 60% of houses are lived in by one or two people, but more than three-quarters of properties have 3 bedrooms or more. The Cotality's head of Australian research, Eliza Owen, suggested a tax could encourage people to downsize and fix the mismatch. She said, and I quote, as reported in news.com.au, governments could make it more expensive to have more housing than you need and cheaper to live in smaller housing. Strides are already being taken on the supply side to establish well-located apartments in our larger cities that can accommodate smaller households. But shifting demand through tax reform could help the take-up of these new homes. Well, I have to say, and there's been an astounding response on social media right across this country, this is a pretty outrageous proposal. Thousands upon thousands of people have expressed their outrage, and they've raised a whole number of concerns. They include the cost to older homeowners of downsizing to a smaller home. It's not that simple, of course. There's a very big stamp duty penalty, of course, whenever anyone sells their home and buys another home. The right to have a spare bedroom for visitors. So many people are concerned about, well, if this gets traction, are you saying that we cannot have visitors in our own home? The right to use spare bedrooms for other purposes, such as for storage or for study. Some have even suggested that husbands and wives may elect or could be forced to occupy separate bedrooms to avoid the threat of a spare bedroom tax. Now, we accept this proposal was not put forward by the Labor government. But why is the Prime Minister and the government repeatedly refusing to rule out a spare bedroom tax? In this chamber, we have asked repeatedly if the government would rule out this proposed tax. And the best that we got was that Minister Wong said there would be no bedroom inspectors. Well, what a relief. No bedroom inspectors knocking on the door, inquiring as to whether every bedroom in the house is currently occupied. I mean, the whole thing just sounds like absolute nonsense. And one of the many critics is the AMP's chief economist, Shane Oliver, who said such a tax would be a huge attack on empty nesters. According to Mr Oliver, a much better approach would be to remove stamp duty to make it easier for empty nesters to downsize and free up their large bedroom, their large home, and of course excess bedrooms for larger families. He said, and again I quote news.com.au, and the maths are such that we simply lack enough homes. We have a shortfall of 200,000 to 300,000 dwellings on our estimates. So the key is to make it easier to supply more homes and slow immigration to more sustainable levels, not tax those who have a spare bedroom. So are homeowners in Labor's firing line? Australians have every right to be very deeply suspicious about Labor's agenda, especially older Australians. The Treasurer, Mr Chalmers, said after the Productivity Roundtable the tax system was imperfect, his words, and skewed in favour of older generations. Roundtable attendees, at least some, argued older Australians were able to access concessions through superannuation, capital gains tax discounts and trusts, placing more of a burden on younger workers. So that sounds very much like they are certainly coming after older Australians. And of course, Mr Chalmers has left the door open to introducing new taxes in the next budget, declaring it remains to be seen. Now, this, of course, is in stark contrast to the statements of the Prime Minister, Mr Albanese, who has insisted that the government would not implement any new taxes before the next election and would stick to the proposals that were taken to the election and to voters. So we've got a huge conflict between the Prime Minister and the Treasurer, and this reportedly is concerning Labor members and senators, because clearly there is some real chest thumping going on between the Prime Minister and the Treasurer. So, as I say, Australians do have legitimate reasons to be concerned about further attacks on their own home. There's been lots of discussion, lots of reports run, analysis run about the abolition of negative gearing. There's also suggestions floating around about a reversal of the capital gains tax exemption on the family home, again not by the government, but by various economists and other contributors to this debate. But as I say, Australians should be very concerned, particularly this increasing rhetoric coming out of the government that older Australians have got it far too good for far too long. Now, this government is actually forgetting that older Australians have worked hard all their lives, have paid taxes all their lives. They've got their nest egg together. They've planned for their retirement. And now older Australians have every right to feel deeply concerned that the government is coming after them. Now, just consider what's happening in Victoria. I mean, Victoria is in an economic crisis, courtesy of the Allen Labor government. And one of the measures it's introduced is a dramatic lowering of land tax thresholds, which of course has caused absolute chaos in the housing market. But one of the impacts of that is that anyone who runs a small business from home and earns more than $30,000 in income is liable to have land tax imposed on the portion of the home used for that small business. So that is pretty alarming. And Victorian Labor poo-pooed that whole notion, and yet subsequently it was proven, as reported in the Australian Financial Review, that more than 400,000 small businesses, people running a small business from home, had been hit with higher land tax, or land tax per se, as a result of running a business in their own home. So again, today is a very good opportunity for the Albanese government to rule out a spare bedroom tax. If this is a ridiculous idea, we think this is a ridiculous idea, Australians think this is a ridiculous idea, then if the government thinks this is just not tenable, we'll do the right thing, get out of the shadows, stop feeding the fears of older Australians, and rule out a spare bedroom tax. I also call on the Albanese government to withdraw its regressive truth tax. The Prime Minister promised to bring transparency to government. Instead, Australians are now living under the most secretive government in recent memory. The Prime Minister and the Albanese government talk integrity, but all we see is mounting secrecy. Labor's new Freedom of Information proposed laws represents the biggest restrictions on access to government documents in 15 years. Australians will now be forced, if the legislation passes, and we're going to do everything to make sure that doesn't happen, but under Labor's plan, Australians would be forced to pay up to $60 simply to ask what their government is doing in their name. Journalists, academics, advocates, and of course members of Parliament will face new costs and barriers, while anonymous requests will be banned altogether, silencing whistleblowers and deterring those fearful of reprisal. The reason is very clear. FOI requests have already exposed uncomfortable truths, and now Labor wants to make it even more difficult for the truth to get out. Bureaucrats warned Labor that disability groups did not support its rushed NDIS timeline, but the government pressed ahead. Officials raised doubts about Labor's changes to bulk billing incentives, but that advice was kept hidden. Rather than face scrutiny, Labor wants to bury it. Regrettably, this secrecy is part of a broader pattern. The Centre for Public Integrity shows fewer than 1 in 4 FOI requests are now fully granted, down from half just 2 years ago. In Parliament, ministers table heavily redacted pages, and we've just heard a contribution from Senator Bragg where he continues to seek critical documents, so important in terms of the work that he's doing as the Shadow Minister for Housing. And all that Labor is doing is trying to hide the truth. This is not good enough. I mean, what is particularly egregious about this is this Prime Minister, and when the Labor Party was in opposition, they talked a big game about transparency. They talked a big game about integrity. But we have seen transparency go through the floor under this government. Transparency is not a burden. It is a duty. Labor's excuses about bots and foreign actors are a complete smokescreen. The real effect of these changes will be fewer documents, higher costs and more excuses to keep Australians in the dark. This is a government making it harder to hold power to account. Secrecy is not a sign of strength, it is the refuge of weak governments. Since coming to office, Labor has presided over a massive spike of FOI refusals. It has pioneered widespread non-disclosure agreements for stakeholder consultation. It's produced a secret manual steering public servants on how to give acceptable answers in estimates. It has repeatedly flouted Senate orders for the production of documents, and that certainly occurred when I was, as the former Shadow Minister for Education, seeking critical documents from the Minister for Education, and we repeatedly got back false public interest immunity claims. Public interest immunity claims which had no basis in merit whatsoever, and that has also been an increasing feature of this government. A dodgy PII claims to get around the truth. And of course, we are all here to hold the government to account, but I think the government forgets that it is here to serve the Australian people, and the truth counts. So we are seeing continuing limited parliamentary scrutiny through changes to the standing orders, and of course, the result of all of this is another big truth tax. So whether it's the spare bedroom tax, whether it's the truth tax, Australians cannot trust this government. As government spending rises, as electricity goes through the roof, as the mismanagement of the economy escalates, as debt heads towards $1.2 trillion. Under Labor, spending is out of control, debt is spiralling.
Thank you, Senator
these
Henderson.
taxes must be ruled out.
If there are no further contributions, I propose that the Senate now... I'll put the question, that the motion moved by Senator Henderson be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The noes have it? The ayes have it? Do you require a division? Yes. Being after 4:30, it will be deferred. I now propose that the Senate now adjourn, and I call Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The Red Cross is the world's largest humanitarian network. It boasts an incredible 16 million volunteer members worldwide. And for more than 160 years, the Red Cross has stood firm in the face of war and famine and disaster to provide emergency care and compassion during crisis. Importantly, it is often the Red Cross who remains on the ground when gunfire stops or floodwaters subside, to help communities heal from wounds that medicine cannot, like the lifelong grief, fear and pain associated with living through a traumatic event. In hospitals, refugee camps and shelters around the world, Red Cross teams walk alongside victims through their pain, creating a legacy that spans borders, languages and cultures. So it was with a sense of profound privilege earlier today that I co-convened the first meeting of the Parliamentary Friends of Australia Red Cross in the group of this 48th Parliament of Australia. This was a non-partisan event with members of the opposition and crossbench represented. It was a great opportunity to meet with members of the Red Cross and understand their incredibly important work, providing emergency support, critical blood donations and humanitarian aid programs to people impacted by crisis, disaster and conflict. Since its inception in 1863, the Red Cross has been a beacon of hope in both wartime and peacetime. The Australian Red Cross branch formed in 1914 on the outbreak of the First World War. And today, in 2025, the importance of the Red Cross and their extraordinary commitment to humanity has never been more important, especially since the unprovoked attack by Russia on Ukraine in February 2022. The efforts of the Red Cross have taken on unparalleled significance. Every day, the Ukrainian Red Cross delivers food, hygienic products, medicines, water, bed linen, diapers, pet food and other essentials. More than 13 million people have received assistance from the Ukrainian Red Cross since the war started, and more than 300,000 people have been trained in first aid to help this effort. This incredible work in some of the harshest and most dangerous places in the world right now, and it has not come without a toll to the Red Cross itself. 23 of the Ukraine's local Red Cross offices have been destroyed during the conflict. Despite this, the Ukraine Red Cross has expanded its scope during the conflict and is now playing an integral part in infrastructure restoration where possible and psychological rehabilitation. The horrific destruction Russia is unleashing in Ukraine might be 13,000 kilometres away from our shores, but I'm proud to say Australians are standing by our ally. Through the Ukraine Crisis Appeal, Australians have helped provide relief, shelter, clean water, healthcare and cash assistance. In fact, more than $20 million in public and private donations have been provided by Australians to support the Ukraine Red Cross efforts. And Australia has deployed expert delegates with expertise in healthcare, logistics and other wartime efforts to help on the ground in Ukraine. The Australian government has stood steadfast with Ukraine since 2022. The Albanese government has committed more than $1.5 billion in military support. That includes over $85 million in humanitarian assistance, $63 million to enhance Ukraine's energy security, and $66 million towards reconstruction and recovery. Because to support Ukraine is to uphold international law, and helping uphold morale on the ground in Ukraine is the Red Cross, offering a sense of hope to Ukrainians in places where hope has been shattered. So I want to thank the Red Cross for your incredible work and to thank every Australian who has donated to support the efforts of the Red Cross volunteers in Ukraine and around the world.
Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Labor created Medicare, Labor protects Medicare, and Labor is strengthening Medicare by making medicines cheaper for every Australian. This week, the Senate passed the Albanese Labor government's cheaper medicine bill. From the 1st of January next year, the maximum price for a prescription on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme will fall to $25. That is the lowest price for medicines in more than 2 decades. The last time Australians paid no more than $25 for a PBS script was back in 2004. This reform is more than a 20% cut in the cost of medicines, saving households across the country more than $200 million each year. And we have not stopped there. For pensioners and concession card holders, the cost of PBS medicines will remain frozen at $7.70 until 2030. That gives older Australians, people with disability and families on low incomes the certainty that their medicines will remain affordable for the rest of the decade. This is real cost of living relief, and it is only possible because of Labor's commitment to Medicare. Supporting universal access to healthcare is in our DNA. It was Gough Whitlam who introduced Medibank in the 70s, Australia's first national health insurance scheme. The Liberal Party tore it down, but Labor built it back. Bob Hawke gave this country Medicare, the universal health system that Australians know and cherish today. And under the Albanese government, we are strengthening Medicare again. We have tripled the bulk billing incentive, the largest investment in bulk billing since Medicare was created. We are rolling out Medicare urgent care clinics across the nation, including 2 in my hometown of Hobart, so families can get help without the long wait at the emergency department. All of this is about one simple idea, that no matter your income or your postcode, Australians deserve access to affordable health care. In Tasmania, this commitment makes a real difference. After years of decline, bulk billing rates in our state are rising again. The Hobart Medicare urgent care clinics are giving families a new option for after-hours and urgent treatment. And now, with the cheaper medicines bill, Tasmanians will see another cut in out-of-pocket costs at the pharmacy counter. When I speak to people in Hobart and Glenorchy and across southern Tasmania, they tell me about the strain of rising health costs. Whether or not to fill a script is not a decision Tasmanians should have to make. By lowering the cost of medicines, we are not only helping family budgets, we're also helping people stay well. The evidence is clear. When medicines are affordable, people are more likely to take them as prescribed. That means fewer trips to the hospital and better long-term health outcomes. This matters, especially in Tasmania, where chronic conditions like heart disease, diabetes and respiratory illnesses are more common than the national average. Affordable medicines mean better health for our communities, fewer preventable hospital admissions and a fairer deal for families who already face higher health needs. The contrast could not be clearer. Labor has always been the party that builds, protects and strengthens Medicare. From Whitlam's Medibank to Hawke's Medicare, from Albanese's bulk billing reforms to cheaper medicines today, Labor has never walked away from the principle that health care should depend on your Medicare card and not your credit card. The Liberals opposed Medibank, they opposed Medicare, and they continue to vote against the reforms that make our health system stronger. That is the difference. The cheaper medicines bill shows once again that only Labor can be trusted to protect Medicare and to make sure every Tasmanian, whether you live in Hobart, Strahan, Launceston or the East Coast, can get the care you need when you need it at a price you can afford. Labor created Medicare, Labor protects Medicare, and Labor will always strengthen Medicare.
Senator Dean Smith.
I rise to mark an extraordinary milestone in our national story, the 50th anniversary of Vietnamese settlement in Australia. Half a century ago, following the fall of Saigon in 1975, Australia opened its doors to one of the largest refugee intakes in our history. In the years that followed, tens of thousands of Vietnamese families arrived on Australia's shores, many with little more than courage and determination. They came seeking freedom, security and the chance to build a new life. In the context of the time, their arrival challenged us as a nation. There were doubts and debates about whether such a large and sudden wave of immigration could succeed. But succeed it has, beyond every measure. Vietnamese Australians are now one of the great success stories of our great multicultural society. From Cabramatta in Sydney to Footscray in Melbourne to Girraween in Perth, vibrant Vietnamese communities have flourished. They combine their traditions, their work ethic, their entrepreneurial spirit, and of course their incredible cuisine. Vietnamese Australians have become leaders in business, medicine, education, the arts and public service. They have raised families, built thriving small businesses and sent their children to universities and into professions where they serve with distinction. The contribution of Vietnamese Australians to the economic and social fabric of this country has been immense. We also cannot forget the sacrifices of many Vietnamese Australians who have served in our Defence Force, in policing and in frontline emergency services, continuing their proud tradition of loyalty to the country that gave their families refuge. The 50th anniversary is also an opportunity to acknowledge the hardships that have been endured. Many who came here carried deep trauma from conflict, from separation, and of course from very dangerous journeys across the seas. Their perseverance and resilience deserve the highest respect. And it is here that I wish to recognise one particular leader, Dr. An Nguyen OAM, President of the WA chapter of the Vietnamese community in Australia, and co-founder and project leader for the Vietnamese Community Cultural Centre, which will soon be built in Gerraween and with which I've had a very close association, and which, of course, is very close to my electorate office. For decades, Dr. Nguyen has worked to support new arrivals, preserved cultural traditions, and built stronger connections between communities. He has championed initiatives that bring people together, from cultural festivals that showcase Vietnamese traditions to programs that support young people, families and seniors in Western Australia. His service has strengthened not only the Vietnamese community but the wider multicultural fabric of my home state. The Vietnamese settlement experience demonstrates that when Australia maintains strong borders and a fair, properly modelled migration system, the rewards are shared by the whole nation. The children and grandchildren of those first arrivals are now among our best examples of what opportunity, freedom and community can achieve. As we mark this milestone, we celebrate a community that has given so much to Australia and a country that was made better by opening its doors 50 years ago. A country that was made better because it challenged its fears and anxieties. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Vietnamese Australians across the nation on this important anniversary, and I use this opportunity to reaffirm with gratitude all those things that bring a shared national value to our country, and of course at the heart of that, on this occasion of the 50th anniversary, celebrate the wonderful Vietnamese community and acknowledge their great courage in very, very difficult times 50 years ago.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. First, could I associate myself with those remarks from Senator Dean Smith in relation to our wonderful Vietnamese Australian community, and if I can once again, in a Queensland context, note the passing this year of a wonderful, wonderful Australian, Dr. Quang Bui, who contributed so much to our beautiful country. Acting Deputy President, I've risen on a number of occasions in this parliament to talk about the situation in Syria, and in particular the persecution of minorities in Syria, Christian minorities, Alawites, Druze and other minorities in Syria. I gave a speech on 25 March 2025 in relation to this issue, having attended a memorial service which was held in King George Square in my home state of Queensland. I gave a speech on 23 July 2025 after having discussions with members of the Queensland Syrian Christian community following the suicide bombing of the Mar Elias Church in Damascus, where I saw horrific images of what occurred in the course of that bombing and heard firsthand the devastating impact on members of our community with loved ones in Syria. Subsequent to the last sitting in Parliament, I met with members of the Syrian Druze community, and there have been horrific events occurring in Syria where members of the Druze community have been specifically targeted. In particular, I refer to the situation in the city of Suwaida in southern Syria. And when I met members of the Druze Australian community in my home state of Queensland, they told me about how desperate they were for aid to reach their loved ones in Suwaida, which was effectively blockaded from any assistance. They talked about loved ones who couldn't access food, loved ones who couldn't access water. They sent me horrific footage of what happened in Suwaida in mid-July with the targeting of members of the Druze community, and called for action on behalf of the Australian government. I do note that there has been an aid convoy arrive in the city of Suwaida under the auspices of the United Nations, and I want to emphasise that the Australian government must do everything it can to make sure that aid continues to flow to Suwaida and to the Druze community and to all other ethnic minorities within Syria who are the subject of persecution. And in this respect, I also note a story from Reuters which just came out, which I think puts a very bright light on the situation in Syria, where Syria has actually detained members of its own Defence and Interior Ministry suspected of violence in Suwaida. And I quote from this article, quote, "Syria has interrogated and detained members of its Defence and Interior Ministries suspected of committing abuses against civilians in the predominantly Druze province of Suwaida in July," the committee investigating the violence has said. Now, there were hundreds of people who were murdered in Suwaida. I've seen the footage. I've seen some of the footage, which is so disturbing, including at the hospital in Suwaida. Very, very disturbing. And I think at this point in time, the Australian government needs to do everything it possibly can through all multilateral international forums to make sure those responsible for the violence are held accountable, and to protect all ethnic minorities in Syria. Christian, Alawite, Druze, all ethnic minority communities in Syria need to be protected. And the fact that the government has gone to the step of arresting members of its own Defence Ministry and Interior Ministry underlines the problem. So we have to use this parliament to maintain a bright light on the actions of the Syrian government, make sure that people are held accountable, and we do everything we possibly can to make sure that those vulnerable ethnic communities in Syria are protected. And I once again call for the Australian government to open up humanitarian pathways, especially for women and children in Syria with loved ones in Australia.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In this sitting of Parliament, I have been talking about the pretty disturbing stories about the Tasmanian Police Service. This is not about the majority of hard-working, dedicated police officers that we have who put their lives on the line for Tasmanians every day. This is about some rotten apples in our police force who are involved in cover-up and in some cases campaigns, intimidation against some of their own serving police officers who are just trying to do the right thing. Today I'm going to tell you the story of Christine. Christine had been a loyal and effective admin officer for the Tasmanian Police for over a decade. In 2019, she was the licensee of the Police Academy Bar, and according to Christine, the books were a mess. So she set about sorting it out, and a few weeks in with a new boss, Christine was approached by a senior officer who told Christine he was providing free drinks to other police personnel at the bar. Christine told him he would need to send an email so that she could square the books. Her request was met with anger and then retribution. What the Tasmanian Police did to this hard-working, loyal, ethical and intelligent woman is just absolutely appalling. When Christine escalated her concerns to the Deputy Secretary, she was stood down, told to work from home. Christine was told she was being investigated for gross misconduct, and then in a shocking example of overreach, Christine's home was raided by the Tasmanian Police Serious and Organised Crime Division and Tasmania's Police Professional Standards Unit. When this raid took place, Christine's autistic son's computer was confiscated, but hers was not taken. This was despite being told by Christine's partner that their son was enormously reliant on his computer. A police officer even said that they, and I quote, were going to put his mum in jail, end quote. You say that in front of an autistic child. Absolutely shameful. I should note here that Christine's son is still extremely traumatised by the event, and when people visit, and I have been there, he retreats to his room until the coast is clear. For Christine, the matter of working from home, deleting generic networked emails from a shared networked email account, meaning several other state service employees were also using this email account, went before the Magistrates Court, and Christine's case was thrown out from lack of evidence. Of course. The search warrant had been redacted. The search warrant had redacted the Justice of the Peace's name. That's all you need in Tasmania, a Justice of the Peace to sign off on a search warrant. Christine has subsequently found out that the Justice of the Peace was not registered on the Department of the Justice website. When Christine eventually returned to work, instead of support, she faced humiliation and discrimination and a breach of the anti-discrimination laws. Just a reminder again that the reason Christine was being put through this was because she needed to account for the free alcohol consumed by the Tasmanian Police Academy bar. Christine was told that because she was on the autism spectrum, oh, this is shocking, she would be required to buy signs that indicated a person with autism was working. This was both humiliating, as you can imagine, and completely unnecessary. And Christine was banned from using the same tea rooms, toilets and entrances as her colleagues. Within a month, Christine was stood down again. This time, as the criminal matter for deletion of networked emails didn't stick, the State Service breach of a code of conduct was applied. The pattern was clear to Christine. This wasn't process, it was pressure. It wasn't pressure, it was bloody bullying. I'll call it. It was absolute bullying. And in 2021, Christine was cleared of any wrongdoing when she approached the legal counsel for the Tasmanian Integrity Commission. Christine told her story and asked for help. The department then commissioned an independent investigation into Christine's case. That report was completed and given to the Secretary of the department in February. But Christine had to wait until May to discover she was cleared of any wrongdoing. During this time, the department deleted all of Christine's emails, so she had no evidence of what had happened, and even when cleared in May, she was not allowed to return to the workplace until the following January. When Christine did return, she was once again faced with discrimination and exclusion. Despite formally lodging complaints about the raid and other mistreatment, Christine was unable to access the Tasmanian Police Professional Standards Unit for help or support because officers from within this unit were involved in the misconduct being complained about. Even after sending her complaints through to the Acting Commander of Professional Standards Unit, nothing happened. She was repeatedly told her complaints had been registered, and only through right to information requests and the involvement of the Ombudsman did she discover that none of the complaints had ever been recorded or investigated. Christine's case raises serious and alarming questions, and if complaints about Tasmanian police misconduct cannot be properly registered or investigated, how on earth can victims of more serious crimes like sexual assault by their own come forward and trust that their complaints will be taken seriously? This is a pattern of systemic failure here, and victims left without protection and abusers remaining in positions of power. Eden Westbrook's case, the Sue Neal-Freezer case, the Helen Bird case and Sally's case, which I've spoken about on Wednesday to name just three, and there are more to come. Current oversight bodies, including the Tasmanian Integrity Commission, lack sufficient powers to address corruption or systemic abuse. Christine went to see the legal counsel of the Tasmanian Integrity Commission, and she was told by the council that they don't investigate corruption as it isn't in their act. Can you believe that, Australia? We have an Integrity Commission in Tasmania, as it's called, and it doesn't investigate corruption. I mean, how laughable and how shameful on Tasmania and its government. It didn't really investigate, it doesn't investigate Tasmanian police because, wait, they have a quid pro quo arrangement. A quid pro quo arrangement with the police. That is the Tasmanian police doing the investigations for the Integrity Commission. They're just like Defence, regulating themselves and marking their own homework. Absolutely shameful. And by the way, the Tasmanian Integrity Commission has never held a public hearing or even done a prosecution. That is what Tasmania has to rely on. Shameful, isn't it? Christine loved her job and she was good at it. And just because she needed a paper trail so the booze wasn't being lifted from the Academy bar without proper accounting, her career in the Tasmanian Police Service is now over.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. I remind honourable senators that the legislation committees will meet to consider estimates commencing on Tuesday, 7th of October 2025 at 9 a.m. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Monday, the 27th of October at 10 a.m.